His mind still echoed with the events of the past, playing over and over like a movie. The sky was blood-red, the battlefield torn and littered with broken arms and armor. Horses screamed, almost human-like, and the wind filled the air with the sickly sweet smell of spilled blood. No one was moving. They had settled into a tense confrontation. Life and death brothers who fought shoulder to shoulder a moment ago were now against each other in battle. In this moment, even the air seemed to have frozen. Not far from the center of the fight lay the body of a large, hideous man, stained with blood from a massive battle. He was Shanhai, leader of the Black Wind House, a king-ranked expert, and 19th on the most wanted list of the Yamen. Below his corpse, the purple glow of a mighty treasure shone, waiting to be claimed. "Why?" spoke a handsome young man, tall and straight, clad in strong armor and powerful gear, holding his signature Cloud Dragon halberd. He was seriously injured, half kneeling on the ground, his bloody halberd keeping him upright as he leaned on it. Blood poured from his chest, soaking into his armor. If one looked closely, the wound was from a small, one-handed blade driven through his back into his chest, the handle broken off by a blow from his halberd. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a dark beard, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. The man wore mithril chainmail and held a golden lance, ready to fight at any moment. At the left side of his waist was an empty scabbard, cold and alone, seeming to shout out the cruelty of the reality of the situation. "To live a better life," the hoarse voice of the older man responded. His voice was firm, as if less to respond to the question than to convince himself of his actions. After saying these words, he fell silent, calmly watching the young man die before him. "Ha, for that?" The younger man's face was full of ridicule, pointing at the armor under the corpse. "Just for a platinum rank equipment, ha ha ha, really ridiculous." His voice grew cold and sharp. "I really didn't expect it had such magic, to mess with people's minds like this." The one who always watched my back, my respected brother, turned and stabbed me for it. "You were someone who was respected by everyone, and you gave up your dignity." He was very weak, but his black eyes were still clear and sharp. Now, there was a lingering sense of self-condemnation within them that had not been there before. "Big brother, no matter what, in the end, it's only a game. One day, we will have to leave here and go back to the real world. I didn't expect the end of our brotherhood, 5 years of friendship, to be worth even less than a mere piece of valuable equipment in the game. Sorry, third brother." His voice was still calm and unfeeling. "Ha ha ha. Sorry. Ha ha. So ridiculous. Big brother, this is the last time I will call you that. Greed is a sin, I don't blame you for it." The young man became unusually calm, his face devoid of emotion. His eyes were as bright as the sea, boundless and fathomless. Those who watched recognized that face, which earned him his nickname, the Two-Faced Shura. When he was cold, he was terrifying to his foes. When he was warm, he was as refreshing as a spring breeze to his friends. "But the next time we meet, I will kill you," he said coldly to the older man. He grabbed the sword impaling him, blood running from his palm. With a face as calm as water, he ignored the pain and pulled. The sword tore free from his body with a sickening sound. Blood sprayed from his heart, blooming a crimson flower on the battlefield for a brief moment. Then, the screen froze. A bloody sky, a burst of blood sprinkling upward toward heaven, so small, yet so stubborn. Lianzhou watched silently as he fell to the ground, not rising again, bleeding out and finally dying. This was not the first time Lianzhou had reincarnated, but it was definitely the most painful. Reincarnation meant starting over from scratch. Unlike other games, in this one, you lost everything when you died. Your character level reset to 0, and your equipment was lost. It was the cruelest death penalty. I will not be defeated by this betrayal. I will get back everything I have lost. Thinking of his sister, whom he was waiting for to return from the city, Lianzhou put aside all distractions, sealing this vow in his heart, and slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Above him was a spotless white ceiling, the walls of the room metallic and smooth, empty without any decorations. Besides the bed he was on, there was no other furniture in the room, simple to the extreme. On the opposite wall was a game poster, and that was it. "This is where?" Ouyang Shua asked aloud, confused. This was certainly not the reincarnation hall. Rebirths always took place in the reincarnation hall. Rebirth at the hall had always been accompanied by the wailing of ghosts, surrounded by the calls of demons as he moved toward the light of a new life. Had he been booted back to the real world? That didn't seem right. If he had come offline and returned to reality, he should have been lying in the game cabin, not on a bed as he was now. His eyes focused on the game poster without a second thought. It was hard to look at anything else, and he was instantly stunned. The poster was too familiar, how could he not recognize it? It was the announcement poster for the game from 5 years ago. The first game in history to feature personal adventure, territory construction, and grand warfare in Internet history, Earth Online, is expected to enter official beta on January 1, 2190. Stay tuned. Seeing that eye-catching propaganda line stunned Ouyang Shua, rewinding years in time with jarring suddenness. 5 years ago, this was his home. Dormant memories flooded back, tearing him from the game world and back to Earth. In 2170, abnormal fluctuations were detected in the Earth's core. After 3 months of testing and observations, scientists from all over the world reached a terrifying conclusion. In about 30 years, the core would explode. Molten magma would gush out of the mantle, incinerating all life on Earth. Earth would become like the sun, a world of fire. When the report was sent to the federal government, desperate panic ensued. Although space travel had developed significantly in the last 200 years, enabling mankind to undertake long-range stellar exploration and wormhole crossings, humanity had not found another life-sustaining planet like Earth. The only extraplanetary base was on Mars, which could hold only a limited population and still required support from the home planet. If Earth were to be destroyed, mankind would still have no place to live. After the disaster was confirmed, the government first considered transforming Mars to make it more habitable. Then, a miracle occurred. The latest reports from interstellar explorers revealed a new life-bearing world in the galaxy. The government did not have time to celebrate. Instead, they planned a massive interplanetary migration in under 3 months. The new planet was named Hope, as it was mankind's last chance. To prevent widespread panic, the migration plans were kept strictly confidential. The whole plan was divided into many independent parts, each managed by different organizations and departments. It could be said that, apart from the federal president, no one on Earth knew the complete plan. Earth Online was a crucial part of the strategy, serving as a distraction and a source of new hope. The game was shrouded in mystery, with its planning and design promising the ability to adapt and grow to accommodate countless players. Its plotlines were said to far exceed the repetitive narratives of serial TV series, but details remained scarce. The game's template was based on the entire world, expanded tenfold. The design team was responsible for the coding architecture and game mode, while the specific game scenes and NPCs were based on historical data. The true designers were the National Historical Archives, with all video content, text materials, and cultural artifacts scanned into the primary game host, Gaia, the AI overseeing the game. Even the designers and programmers knew little beyond their specific tasks and design parameters. 15 years later, in 2185, the first secret tests of Earth Online began, with all participants signing strict confidentiality agreements. Naturally, there was much competition for these initial testing slots, some of it even resulting in bloodshed, although this was all quietly hushed up. To ensure the relative fairness of the game, Gaia generated a new land, and the detailed map did not appear in the official game materials. Through the closed beta, Gaia could observe player behaviors and NPC responses. Using the massive amount of first-hand observational data, Gaia continuously analyzed and summarized, constantly adjusting and perfecting the game settings. Participation was carried out in batches, each session lasting 6 months. Each time, the testers and game content were different. After 4 years and a total of 8 closed betas, Gaia completely shut down the game for a full year of computations and deductive calculations, with January 1, 2190, scheduled for the official public beta. No one in the MMORPG industry, even insiders who worked on the game, knew what was going to happen. On December 20, 2189, the Earth Online official website launched. It was divided into the standard 3 sections: database, mall, and forum. The database contained only basic information about the game architecture, with no detailed game information. In the mall, the only item for sale was the game cabin, priced at 100,000 credits. The high price discouraged many ordinary players. Coupled with the lack of game information, even with the issuance of posters and the display of some graphics, the game's publicity did not make a significant impact, merely garnering some attention that it might be a bit unusual. As a reincarnator, Ouyang Shua knew that the unconventional marketing was the result of a compromise between several involved parties and the federal president. The purpose was simple: to slow down initial enrollment into the game for ordinary players, so that certain individuals gained early access and advantages over later arrivals. Of course, gaining such an advantage came at a heavy price. The cost was so high that even the most radical parties could not protest years later when the truth was revealed. A knock on the door interrupted Ouyang Shuo's reverie. "Brother, you big lazy bum, get up. Binger is hungry." Ouyang Shuo picked up the phone on his bed and checked the time. December 28, 2189. The game was opening in 3 days. What wonderful times those were, everything felt like a fresh start. The past is a dream, Ouyang Shuo thought, let it fade with the wind. After his rebirth, his knowledge of the game and familiarity with the players and their forces, combined with his own talents, made him believe that with effort, he could create a new world in the game, a safe haven for himself and his sister. In that world, he would never let his sister be alone. Not only that, he would make Binger a princess in the game, a real princess. "Binger, I'm getting up to make you breakfast." Even Ouyang Shuo didn't notice how relaxed and happy he had become. Note: I use handbrain to denote a personal and portable computer that is a step above and beyond a mere phone, appropriate for a tech society 200 years in the future. It seems KFC is still in business 2 centuries from now. After Ouyang Shuo got up, his bed and bedding quietly retracted back into the wall, leaving not a trace of furniture behind. He lived in a high-tech society where everything was modernized and cleverly designed. The house he lived in was left to him by his parents, a fairly high-end abode. He entered the living room, where his sister, Ouyang Binger, was waiting on the couch, looking at him with pity in her eyes. Binger was only 8 years old, dressed in pink clothes with chubby cheeks that were irresistible to pinch. She wore a ball cap, a black poncho shirt, tight pants, and small red shoes, so adorable that his heart felt like it would burst just by looking at her. Brother is always lazy, he woke up later than Binger today. Shame on you. The little girl stood up after scolding him, her eyes darting to the door, a look that suggested she was quite sharp. The brother and sister were so familiar with each other that with just one glance, Ouyang Shuo could tell what she was thinking. It was the weekend, so he did not have to work. Yesterday, he had told Binger that he would take her to the playground. Because of that promise, the usually lazy sister, who needed a wake-up call every day, surprisingly got up early and even put on some makeup. Ouyang Shuo didn't tease her. Instead, he went to the sofa and sat down. He then picked up the little girl and set her on his lap. He rubbed his chin on her forehead, which made her giggle with laughter as his scruffy beard tickled her. "Bad brother. You are bullying me." Binger laughed. "Well, today the pretty little princess is really beautifully dressed. I'll go make you some breakfast, and afterwards, we will go down to the playground to play, okay?" Hearing that her brother hadn't forgotten his promise, the little girl smiled so hard her eyes squinted, and she gave him a happy kiss on the cheek. Good times always passed quickly. He spent the entire day with her at the children's play park, and later took her to KFC to eat a whole bucket of chicken. Binger was so happy and excited after her wonderful day that she couldn't sleep. Finally, after reading her a third fairy tale, she fell asleep. The night was now quiet. It was a good time for Ouyang Shua to reflect on his past and consider what he was going to do for his new future. He was definitely going to quit his job. After all, he had worked there for less than 6 months and didn't have any great loyalty to the place. As for assets, the most valuable thing he had was the house he was living in. His parents' bank account had supported him through his university years, but it was running low. This was also why he had found a job quickly after graduating. However, in this highly mechanized and technology-driven era, more than 90% of the jobs had been replaced by machines. Many people were unemployed and unable to find work. The government had been forced to develop a comprehensive social welfare system to ensure everyone's basic safety and lifestyle. Now, a single institution, Skynet, has been put in place to monitor everyone and everything with a harsh, even eye. Its influence extends across all sections of society, and general crime has fallen greatly under the ever-watchful eye of Skynet's monitors. The bitter fruit of this is the division of society into 2 levels, the wealthy and politically connected, typically large consortiums or families in political positions, and everyone else. This division is difficult to overcome. At the same time, the average age of the population is rising. Depressed young men and women often hesitate to have children, unwilling to bear the additional costs and demands of parenthood, resulting in negative worldwide population growth for the past 20 years. The global population has fallen to under 1 billion people, with 40% of them being elderly. Even in the densely populated areas of China, the total population is declining. Right now, Ouyang Shua doesn't even have enough money to buy the game cabin for Earth Online. Fortunately, due to his rebirth, he knows what's coming and has insights that others lack. Within a year after interstellar immigration begins, all fixed assets and housing on Earth will become virtually worthless. Accordingly, he plans to sell the house they currently live in and use the money to rent a temporary home. With this in mind, Ouyang Shua opens his handbrain, the ubiquitous personal and portable computer everyone on Earth possesses. He quickly locates the official real estate trading site, goes to the quick sales channel, sets the price 10% below the current market value, and immediately sells it to the real estate transaction center. In such an advanced information society, transactions are very convenient. Ouyang Shua doesn't need to leave the house, let alone visit a government office. Because all of his personal information was stored in Skynet, and his handbrain could dual certify his fingerprints and retinal scan, it took only half an hour to complete the entire transaction. After he was done, Ouyang Shua's account was promptly credited, growing by more than 2 million credits. Taking advantage of the late hour and quietness, Ouyang Shua began looking for the right rental housing online. Since Binger was still in primary school, they couldn't move too far away, no farther than a nearby district. This made the search a bit challenging. According to the advanced search parameters he had input, the system recommended a house in Tianyuan community, which had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a monthly rent of 3,000 credits. Coincidentally, Binger attended a school in Tianyuan community, which was very close, making this option even more convenient for her. However, the house was shared, and the one renting was not the owner but a tenant, which made Ouyang Shua a bit hesitant. Adopting an attitude of let's see what happens, Ouyang Shua dialed the video phone. Appearing on the phone promptly was the image of a 20-year-old girl, with a beautiful oval face and willowy eyebrows. She looked like she had just come out of a bath, with her hair wet, and was wearing pink kitten-style pajamas, incredibly and unexpectedly cute. Ouyang Shua was more than a little embarrassed. After all, men and women living together might be fine in romantic TV series, but in reality, it was uncommon and rarely happened before marriage. However, this girl was the opposite of what was expected of women, immediately taking the initiative to chat with him. "Hello? Who are you? Are you looking for me for something?" she asked. "Hello. I was connected to you through the rental network. The listing I saw matched my needs perfectly. I didn't expect you to be a girl, and I apologize if this is inconvenient." Yangshuo was prepared to end the call, not holding high hopes for a positive outcome. "Oh," she responded, sounding surprised. "I have 2 rooms available, but you're a single person, which seems a bit unusual." She didn't outright refuse but asked a logical question. I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly. I have an 8-year-old sister, her school is near your place, so..." Yangshuo explained hesitantly. Hearing about his young sister seemed to ease the young woman's concerns. "Oh, in that case, you seem honest, so I'm in agreement. It's almost the end of the month, and you can help with the rent, hee. Her quick and easy acceptance caught Yangshuo off guard. He wondered if he had somehow become more charming, leading to her quick consent. They discussed the rental details and signed an electronic contract through the network. Yangshuo learned that the girl's name was Sun Xiaoya, and she was a junior at Jiao State University's Department of Architecture. He agreed to move in the next day and was about to hang up when he heard, "I'll finally have the funds to pay the rent." His ego and self-confidence took an immediate hit as he realized the reason for her quick agreement. The next morning, Yangshuo informed Binger that they were moving. When Binger learned they would be living with a beautiful older sister and that her school was nearby, she had no objections. They spent all morning packing their luggage and a few belongings and called a moving van to take them to their new home. They arrived at Tianyuan Community quickly and found Sun Xiaoya standing in the doorway, holding her handbag and waiting for them. It was surprising how courteous she was. Binger was carrying her little pink bag and holding the hand of a tiger doll as she opened the taxi door. After getting out, she looked around fearlessly, showing no sign of being afraid of the new environment. Her expression was one of curiosity and mischief. Seeing the adorable little girl, Sun Xiaoya's heart was instantly touched. She quickly stepped forward with her arms outstretched. "Wow, such a cute little girl. Come here, let's have a hug, little sister." Binger smiled and took a step back, saying sweetly, "Beautiful sister, hello. My name is Yang Bing, and you can call me what my brother does, Binger." Sun Xiaoya was not put off by Binger's polite refusal. Instead, she smiled and said, "Yang Binger, that's a good name. I'm Sun Xiaoya, you can call me Sister Xiaoya. Do you like it here, Binger?" "I like it a lot. It's as pretty here as our home, but there's also a beautiful sister here." "Binger is very happy, Binger replied with a smile. Sun Xiaoya had completely forgotten about Yangshuo, dismissing him from her mind as she took Binger's hand to lead her upstairs. Binger turned to look at her brother. He nodded, smiled, and gestured for her to go ahead. She quietly followed Xiaoye upstairs. Seeing Binger so adorable, Yangshuo felt a twinge of jealousy. Perhaps, he thought, he could take her to Jiao State University, walk around with her, and attract a pretty girl to marry, "Boss, should I move your things?" the driver of the moving van asked, interrupting his private fantasies. "Oh. Yes, please, up to the 15th floor. Follow the girls in front of us, quickly." Yangshuo grabbed his suitcase and hurriedly chased after Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya lived in room 1503. Upon entering, his first impression was that it was very clean. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, a main one and 2 smaller ones. She was living in one of the smaller ones. Yangshuo boldly claimed the main bedroom, while Binger took the other small bedroom across from him. After setting up their rooms and moving in their luggage and other belongings, it was already 5 in the afternoon. To express his gratitude to Sun Xiaoya and celebrate their move, Yangshuo treated everyone to a good meal. After buying groceries from the local supermarket, the mighty chef Yangshuo took over the kitchen and prepared a feast. He cooked fish, pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled beef, roasted lungs, and 7 or 8 other dishes. His cooking inspired little kitten Binger to slip into the kitchen and grab the ribs with her small hands to taste. However, she claimed she was helping him by testing the taste, so as not to embarrass him in front of her new elder sister. After the sumptuous dinner, the 3 of them retired to the living room to sit around and chat, getting to know each other better. Binger lay on the couch, her belly round and full. With a satisfied expression, she looked deadly cute. "Xiaya, why do you have such a big house for rent?" After getting to know each other better, Yang Shua, now more at ease, directly asked this question to clear his mind of any doubts. This girl didn't seem wealthy, often muttering about not being able to pay the rent. But she still rented a 3-bedroom house, which seemed a bit silly, right? "Oh, big brother Yang, if we're talking about this, I have to blame my 2 girlfriends who are off with their boyfriends. Originally, the 3 of us signed the lease for this home, planning to live together until we graduated from college. Both of them moved out to live with their boyfriends, leaving me here alone. To pay the rent, I had to rent out the rooms they were staying in. If you hadn't come in time to pay your share, I would have been eating instant noodles every day," she explained, with a resentful look in her eyes. It seemed her frustration with her former roommates was quite deep, and she was reluctant to talk about them further. Yang Shua realized that continuing to ask about this topic was probably not a good idea, so he quickly shifted the conversation to more school-related topics. He had also graduated from Jiao State University, so he could actually be considered Sun Xiaoye's senior. Thus, they had plenty to talk about. It was past 10 o'clock before they finally retired to their respective rooms. Finally settled in, Yang Shua knew he could start playing the game tomorrow, which was a crucial part of his plan for his new life. With great anticipation for the future, Yang Shua fell asleep on the 2nd night of his rebirth. In the morning, Yang Shua used his handbrain to access the Earth Online official website. He first explored the forums, noticing that there weren't many posts, and most of them were complaints about how expensive the game cabin was. A member called Gong Chengshi had posted a thread titled "The Pros and Cons of the Personal Adventurer and Kingdom Building Path," which caught Yang Shua's attention. The post used limited game data and previous gaming experiences, noting that the Lord Path required players to be skilled in territory and resource management while also needing a continuous investment of funds. Gong Chengshi did not recommend it for the average player, warning that it was far too easy to lose money without recourse if one's territory was captured. Seeing such an accurate prediction, Yang Shua suspected that Gong Chengshi was probably a beta tester. He noted down Gong Chengshi's ID number, then left the forums and headed directly to the mall area to buy the game cabin online. The cabin came in different models corresponding to various heights and body sizes, which needed to be chosen. He quickly completed the payment and was informed that his new game cabin would be delivered that afternoon. This wasn't some light novel where the main character had to wait in a long line under the hot sun to purchase the game. No, that was definitely a thing of the past. For over 100 years, almost all product purchases were made online. At 3 p.m., the doorbell rang, signaling the delivery of his new cabin. The cabin's body was a sleek, silver-gray color, beautifully styled and advanced. Under Yang Shua's direction, the staff quickly brought it upstairs and installed it in his bedroom. Sun Xiaya was a bit surprised to see the delivery arrive so quickly, but not overly so. After all, in this day and age, there were countless online virtual games. Thus, getting a game cabin to play games in was very normal. The next day was New Year's Day. Yang Shua spent the entire day playing with Binger. Xiaoya also joined in, which drove Binger into a frenzy of excitement. This was hardly unexpected, because Yang Shua was usually very strict about Binger's studies and learning. After all, no matter what era it was, knowledge should never be neglected. The reason Yang Shua was spoiling Binger so much was because he would have little time to spend with her once he started playing. The early stages of the game required a significant time investment to build a foundation, so he wouldn't have much time to spend with her after the game began. For now, it was still the holiday, and he could spend some time with her. January 1st, 2190, 8 p.m. Thousands of players eagerly awaited Earth Online to officially open. Ouyang Shuo opened his game cabin to find it filled with a semi-solid gel, with a human-shaped depression in the middle. After lying down inside the game cabin and adjusting the pressure, the chamber sealed with a gentle hiss. Ding, permission to access Cyberlink, a beautiful voice sounded from the computer. Permission granted, he stated immediately. Connection established. Customer's personal identification information has been retrieved. May we bind your identity? Go ahead. A second later, Ouyang Shuo felt a sharp, small stab on his body. Ding, personal DNA sample collection is completed and matches your personal information. May we open the nutrient pipeline to support long online playing times? Open it. A moment later, the nutrient solution tube inserted itself into his left arm. The computer would monitor his condition at all times and, if his body showed signs of hunger, it would intelligently begin transferring nutrients to keep him alive and well. The nutrient solution channel has been opened. The game cabin is fully functional. Would the player like to enter the game? Yes. A moment later, there was a rushing sensation, and Ouyang Shuo's mind left his body, involuntarily being pulled toward a colorful vortex in front of him. When he opened his eyes, Ouyang Shuo looked around and found himself in an open-air pavilion, with no walls or roof. A light mist hung around him, as if he had entered a fairyland. Standing before Ouyang Shuo was a very beautiful young woman. She had an exquisite face and curves that sent his heart racing. Ribbons fluttered gently around her, giving her a cool and otherworldly aura. She was the epitome of what a gaming avatar could be, embodying the limits of human imagination. Legend had it that 80% of male players had fallen captive to the beauty of her scarlet dress. Even after his rebirth, it still took Ouyang Shuo about 10 seconds to recover from his mesmerized stare. He knew that this fairy was actually the Skynet host AI Gaia's avatar. He could only admire her from a distance. Welcome to Earth Online. Please name your character. Names can only be composed of Chinese characters. No symbols or strange characters are permitted, and the use of insulting words or terms is not allowed. The words coming from her red lips were sweeter than honey, extremely captivating. TWO Wui. Ouyang Shuo replied immediately, choosing not to use his past ID but to take a new name. This poetic name, part of a famous battle poem, was fitting for a character destined for the battlefield. It was extremely artistic, hee. Translation: TWO Wui is a line from a Qin poem that speaks of officers and soldiers fighting together. System notification: your name satisfies the naming rules and has not been previously chosen. You have successfully named your character. Please choose the game mode you will be playing, Adventure Mode or Lord Mode. You may only select one mode. Select the Lord Mode, Ouyang Shuo said without hesitation. In the past, he had chosen Adventure Mode, but this time would be different. A year from now, the government would disclose the convention agreement, revealing that kingdom building was the essence of the game. The representatives of major powers had all chosen the Lord Mode. Special warning: lords are not allowed to leave their territories during times of peace. To compensate, players can have an adventurer sub-profession. The restriction that lords cannot leave their territories only applied to the main system, also known as the primary map. There were no such restrictions on battlefield maps, where lords could move freely. The adventurer mode was divided into combat and work occupations, with each player choosing one. The available classes for the Chinese region were strategist, general, chivalrous expert, priest, healer, and bailiff, totaling 6 professions. The combat occupations had no further advancements, but players could freely choose their cultivation methods or weapons. The chivalrous expert, for example, had access to 9 close combat weapons: dagger, sword, whip, mace, tonfa, hand axe, Zhou, Warhammer, and Morningstar, as well as 9 long weapons: broadsword, spear, staff, axe, trident, pike, hook sword, lance, and halberd, totaling 18 weapons. However, a chivalrous expert using a sword without knowing any sword techniques would be very ineffective. Work occupations included normal jobs from all walks of life, such as blacksmiths, tailors, physicians, architects, breeders, fishermen, farmers, veterinarians, winemakers, cooks, carpenters, masons, shipbuilders, and various others. Lifestyle classes had no character levels, only skill levels, and lifestyle players would not lose experience after death, providing a type of protection for those players. Select General was his former career in his past life, a familiar path. System notification, confirming occupation, generating character attributes, please review. Ouyang Shua opened the stat panel to examine his personal attributes. Name, Chiue Wui. Title, none. Territory, none. Merit, 0 out of 100. Rank, none. Identity, civilian. Occupation, general, suboccupation. Level, 1/100. Reputation, unknown, 0/100. Talent, not opened. Innate ability, initial values are randomly generated, with a maximum of 20 points and a minimum of 5 points per stat. Friendly notice, innate attributes cannot be increased by level-up points. They can only be increased by using special pills or cultivation methods. Body structure, 18 affects character toughness, survival, ability to adapt to the environment, and ability to store chi. Comprehension, 20 affects the speed and depth of learning cultivation methods. Luck, 5 affects the frequency of unexpected windfalls and the chances of loss. Charm, 8 affects first impressions with NPCs as well as the difficulty of resolving sudden interactions. Acquired attributes, each character's stats start with 5 initial points. Each level grants 2 points to be freely distributed. Every 5 levels raise all stats by 1 point. The highest point value for a stat is 100 points. Command, 5 directly impacts combat effectiveness on the battlefield, the number of troops that can be commanded, the ease of recruiting troops, and the response time for troops on the battlefield. Force, 5 directly affects the power of special attacks. Influences the chance of critical hits, ripostes, and how much the player's reputation increases with a victory. Intelligence, 5 directly impacts the duration of buffs and crowd control, as well as the field of vision for troops. It also influences the development of weapons and their manufacturing time. Politics, 5 directly impacts the effects of policies on territorial markets and farms. It also influences the success of diplomatic negotiations. Surplus free attribute points, 2. Cultivation method, none. Skills, basic gathering technique, basic diplomacy technique, basic weapons proficiency. Equipment, none. Ouyang Shua's innate stats were quite skewed. His body structure and comprehension were nearly at their highest values, while his luck and charm were just average. A high body structure and comprehension would greatly benefit training in cultivation methods. Low charm or luck, however, would likely make him very unlucky in the game and would make it difficult to trigger adventures. For the skills section, the basic gathering technique is a general skill available to all players. Basic diplomacy technique was a general lord technique, and basic weapon proficiency was a general technique for officers. Skills did not have points that could be allocated to them. However, there was a proficiency stat that could only be increased through repeated use. A certain level of proficiency was required for a skill to advance to the next level. For the acquired attributes, Ouyang Shua chose to allocate his surplus points into the command and politics stats. As a lord, command and politics were his 2 most crucial skills. System tip, please select your place of birth. You can choose random, or specify an approximate location. Choosing random has a chance to trigger an adventure, but also carries significant risks. Players, please choose carefully. Choosing a place of birth was a hidden trap in the system. Many players, enticed by the adventure chance, would opt for random, dreaming of being born in a cave, discovering mysterious cheats, and emerging with a significant advantage to dominate the game. However, the more likely outcome was starting in a precarious location, such as a tiger's den, leading to an immediate and inglorious death. Less than 0.001% of players experienced a lucky encounter or a similar event from triggering the adventure system, and most of these adventures were quite basic. Choosing the approximate location was, in fact, a subtle reward for discerning players. Lord players could strategically select an area based on their development plan, opting for a location that suited their needs. Adventurers, on the other hand, could be directly placed near a system-generated imperial city, thus avoiding the hassle of traveling to one. Please specify the approximate location. The beautiful fairy's hand waved, and a miniature 3D map of China appeared. The map was no different from the real one, except it was 10 times larger. China did not have a detailed outline of its states, nor did it use dynasty markings. Instead, the game distilled and combined 5,000 years of Chinese history, selecting 9 different ancient cities as imperial capitals: Jingdu, Xianyang, Chengdu, Dali, Luoyang, Chang'an, Shenyang, Jianye, and Quanzhou. Outside the regions of the imperial capitals lay wildlands, inhabited by beasts, bandits, barbarians, and refugees, waiting for adventurers to explore. Similarly, the territories of the Lord players were to be built in these wildlands, where they would need to overcome all obstacles to establish their territories, which was no exaggeration. Ouyang Shua chose his territory in southern Guangxi, near Vietnam and the shore. The specific location would only be known after entering the game and exploring. System notice * your birthplace has been selected. Will you start the village building quest? Special notice * the village building quest is exclusive to Lord players. Failing this starting task will result in losing the to build a village, and the player will only be able to play as an adventurer. This is a non-mandatory quest. Players can choose to give up and enter the game to find their village creation token. Open the quest. The village creation token was the first challenge for Lords. Villages were divided into 4 grades: bronze, iron, silver, and gold. 80% of starting villages were bronze grade, nearly 20% were iron, less than 0.01% were silver, and there would be only 1 gold village creation token in all of China. Ouyang Shua knew that representatives of China's major forces had custom editions of game pods provided by the government, which offered one advantage: they could skip the village building quest and receive a silver-level village creation token. This was the result of a compromise between the government and these forces. To further balance this privilege, Gaia had the single gold village creation token hidden in the village building quest, where it could be discovered by a player. With a short hum and a flash of white light, Ouyang Shua found himself teleported to a strange place. After a moment, he opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on an antique wooden bed. Before he could look around, a relieved voice caught his attention. "Sir, it is our great fortune that you have finally awakened. The Black Flag Army is descending upon us tomorrow. We cannot waste any time." The speaker was an elderly man in elegant courtier's clothing. He appeared shrewd and was waving a fan in his hand, his forked beard twitching as he spoke. Ouyang Shua blinked to regain his bearings. Waking up like this, the village building quest was indeed a scene-based quest. This type of situational quest was unique to Earth Online's quest system, where players received the quest and were transported to a separate quest space to play a specific role. At the quest's conclusion, they were returned to the main map. Time within the quest moved much more slowly. Spending 2 days in the quest equaled only 2 hours in the main world. These tasks and hidden objectives were rare, but the rewards could be very generous. As he awoke, a system notification sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System notification: Congratulations to player TWO Wui for initiating the S-ranked village building quest, non-mandatory situational quest. Quest background: in the 15th year of the XXX calendar, on October 7th, the Black Flag Army, under the command of Li Lin, is leading 8,000 soldiers to attack Sisui City. Sisui City is on the verge of falling. Quest requirements: the player is the lord of Sisui City and has just recovered from sickness. The player must control the endangered Sisui City and repel the enemy from the city. Task reward: village creation token, summoning token, and a resources bag. After reading the quest tips, Ouyang Shuo formulated a plan. A strong enemy was approaching to attack, and at this critical moment, the city lord was ill and unable to maintain control, causing the people to start panicking. Therefore, the first priority was to calm the people and restore their morale. Ouyang Shuo quickly rose, instructed the aide to spread the news of his awakening, and called the principal officials of the city to the audience chamber. With the help of a maid, he put on his official attire and, with a composed stride and demeanor, made his way down the hallway towards the audience chamber. As he walked, Ouyang Shuo slowly recalled what past players had shared in the forums about the quest, including the events that would unfold and strategies to handle the invasion. Sisui City was just a small town, with city guards numbering less than 3,000 and lacking battlefield experience. To resist the well-trained Black Flag Army, he would have to rely on the city walls for passive defense. To defeat the raiding army, players had to employ many tricks and use a great deal of unconventional strategy. Tactics included the use of fire, poison, superior numbers, and other creative methods. However, most tactics had only achieved limited success. For example, using numbers to win: if casualties reached 20%, army morale would plummet. Hearts of steel and guts of iron could not be guaranteed in battle. One of the most famous guides was written by a player who earned the gold rank village creation token from the quest. It was a fellow called Xuanlong Dianshui, a professional gaming fanatic known for his quest completions. He entered the game after a week. During that week, the Lord players had tried every method to reach the hidden condition for obtaining a gold village creation token, but to no avail. Perfectly completing the quest upon entering the game truly showcased Xuanlong's skill. Ouyang Shuo remembered that this player, due to receiving the gold village, rose to become one of China's top lords, filled with glory. This time, however, Ouyang Shuo was going to shamelessly steal Xuanlong's thunder. Thinking of this, Ouyang Shuo felt a bit sorry for him. If he had the chance, he would repay Xuanlong well. According to what Xuanlong had said, he received the quest but did not follow conventional methods. Instead of hastily organizing the city's military and civilians and posting them on the walls, he kept talking to the NPCs in the city, trying to find hidden clues or other resources to complete the quest successfully. His hard work paid off, and he finally learned something from a water management official. A short distance south of Sisui City, there was a reservoir. If the Black Flag Army encamped there and someone was stationed to suddenly dig open the reservoir, the raging flood would be enough to annihilate the Black Flag Army. However, this approach was quite harsh, as the flood would also inundate a lot of farmland and villages, causing significant suffering. If the player did not take the initiative and ask questions, the NPCs would not provide the crucial information needed to complete the quest. Perhaps this was where Xuanlong excelled. When so many people were focused on conventional defense and counterattacks, his attention had shifted outside the city to learn about the surrounding area and find opportunities there. Ouyang Shuo arrived at the audience chamber, and the main officials of the city were lined up to greet him. Despite their attempts to appear calm, it was evident that they were all anxious, with nervous minds. After inviting them to be seated, Ouyang Shuo looked each one over calmly, saying, "There is no need to panic. I have devised a plan to defeat the enemy. What you need to do is calm the citizens. We will enforce a curfew tonight to prevent theft and looting. In addition, have the city guards fortify the walls and dispatch scouts to track the enemy. We must always know the enemy's location, do not fail in this." These actions puzzled the officials, but they did not question him in front of their lord. Questioning him would only invite trouble, so they nodded obediently and followed his orders. Sir Zhu, stay. I have something to discuss with you. The rest of you are free to go. Sir Zhu was the old man from before and the lord's confidant. With a plan in place, Ouyang Shua dismissed the group of NPCs. The matter of breaching the dam was not something to be discussed publicly. If the Black Flag Army discovered his intentions, the plan would be ruined. Once the other officials had left, Ouyang Shua briefed Sir Zhu on his task and arranged for people to reach the reservoir dam that same night. The Black Flag Army was expected to arrive and set up camp by the next morning. The gates here would signal with smoke, the workers would breach the dam, and the Black Army would be washed away. Sir Zhu heard Ouyang Shua's battle plan and was secretly scared. He thought this method was quite similar to the saying, lose 800 to kill 1,000. But if this plan could defeat the enemy, the people would have no objections. The Black Flag Army conquering them might bring great harm to the civilians. With no other alternative, he did not raise an objection. The next day, early in the morning, the Black Flag Army arrived as scheduled and set up camp about 5 miles outside the city. Once the Black Flag Army was fully encamped with all its forces, Ouyang Shua gave the decisive order to light the smoke signal. As the signal rose, the people who had waited at the dam overnight immediately breached it with a large hole. To prevent accidents, the team had done more than half the work the night before. In less than 10 minutes, rolling floodwaters poured out of the reservoir and, like a winding dragon, headed for the Black Flag Army camp 5 miles away. At this time, the Black Flag Army was preparing dinner and had no time to respond as the waves swept over them. Both people and animals were killed in the mighty floodwaters. Ouyang Shua led the city officials in watching the devastation from atop the city walls. Seeing the hellish scene of a drowned land before him, Ouyang Shua's expression turned solemn. Although they were just NPCs, just packets of data, he could only blame the game for being too realistic and pretend not to be moved by what he was seeing. At that moment, the sweet tone of the system chimed in. System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui for completing the S-Class Village Building quest, Sisui City. There have been no casualties to Sisui soldiers, and the Black Water Army has been annihilated. This has met the hidden reward requirements. You are awarded a gold-level village creation token, an Emperor rank summoning token, and an intermediate rank resource bag. Fortunately, this scene was in the quest space, so players within the quest couldn't hear outside announcements or release announcements. Otherwise, there would definitely have been an uproar. System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui for completing the S-rank village building quest with 100% completion. An additional reward of 10,000 experience points, 500 reputation points, and 100 gold coins will be awarded. System notification. Player TWO Wui has leveled up to 6. Note, a player's level is calculated as EXP equals 30, N cubed plus 5N 80, where N is the current level. For this village quest, the more common people and soldiers who died, the lower the completion number of the quest. The only way to receive the gold-level village creation token was to have no casualties, which, in ancient warfare, was nearly impossible. Thus, only an unconventional method like this could achieve it. The village creation token, summoning token, and resource bag are known as the village creation set. Each player who completes the village building quest is rewarded these items. With full completion, the village creation token is naturally upgraded to gold level, and both the summoning talismans and resource bags are raised by 1 level. Ouyang Shua could scarcely wait to see what he had received, as this was a crucial step in determining his future success or failure. Name * village creation token, gold. Specialty * 50% increase in attracting settlers. 20% increase in attracting special talents. 50% increase in crop production. 20% increase in the proficiency of production skills of residents. 20% increase in experience for soldiers. Exclusive, talent breakthrough success rates in this territory are increased by 10%. Evaluation *. This token can enhance territorial strength in all areas, surpassing the normal level of artifacts. How to use these gifts is left for players to explore on their own. This item cannot be destroyed or traded. The gold grade token offers significant advantages over other tokens, a world-changing level of difference. Summoning token, Emperor rank. Summon a random Emperor level historical figure to your city. Historical figures range in rank from king to emperor, divine, and saint. It is rumored that there is an even higher rank, the Almighty Saint, which includes figures like Confucius, who stands alone above all others. In past games, no lords have been able to recruit Confucius or even meet the requirements to invite him to settle. The old man enjoys traveling and rarely stays in one place for long. Resource bag, intermediate, contains 5,000 units of food, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 500 units of iron ore. This bag holds the 4 basic resources essential for developing a territory. These resources are used in nearly all aspects of territorial development. The bag is a one-time use item. You cannot add resources to it, only use them up. Once the last resource is removed, the bag will automatically disappear. An intermediate resource bag was 5 times the size of a basic one, which made Ouyang Shua much more confident in his ability to implement his early development plan. Of course, the most critical reward was the 100 gold coins. This was still the early stage of the game, and the main currency was copper coins. 100 gold coins now was simply a massive amount of money. System notification: the quest has been completed. Teleport back to the main map? Send me back. Ouyang Shua ordered promptly. There was a hum and a white flash, and Ouyang Shua disappeared from the quest space. With a hum and a white flash, Ouyang Shua finally reappeared on the main map, somewhere in the wilderness. Before he could look around, his ears were flooded with system announcements. System notification: congratulations to Di Chen for successfully establishing the first village in China, Handan Village, special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Zhang Lang for successfully establishing the second village in China, Blood Red Village, special reward of 1,000 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Feng Qingyang for successfully establishing the third village in China, Swordsman Village, special reward of 900 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Feng Qiwang for successfully establishing the fourth village in China, Fallen Phoenix Village, special reward of 800 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Chen Shenjun for successfully establishing the fifth village in China, Pil Sun Village, special reward of 700 merit points. System notification: congratulations to Xia Pujuan for successfully establishing the sixth village in China, Azura Village, special reward of 600 merit points. Unsurprisingly, even as Ouyang Shua swiftly completed the quest to found a village, China already boasted 6 lords who had established their own settlements. In his past life, these 6 players were colossal figures and China's 6 most powerful lords, known as the 6 Tyrants of Handan. They represented major forces in real-life China and used the federal version of the game cabin, which allowed them to bypass the quest and start with a silver village. The series of announcements naturally caused a stir among the player base. If 1 or 2 players got lucky in setting up their village, that was one thing, but 6? However, 6 people, just like that, set up their village? It was clearly anything but normal. But it didn't matter if the players protested. The official response was complete silence, with no explanation given. Since Ouyang Shua knew the truth of the situation, he ignored the announcements and resumed looking at his surroundings. Looking ahead, he could only see tall grass and weeds stretching endlessly. The grass was yellow, indicating it was the dry season. The skies were gloomy with low clouds, making it feel cool and damp. The frontier region was never a paradise, death was the eternal theme here. In the distance, mountains rose up, rolling into the distance like a great sleeping dragon. The base of the mountains was cloaked in trees, but the tops were naturally cold and lifeless. System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui for discovering the new map zone Lianzhou Basin, exploration experience, plus 100. The main features of a basin are being surrounded by high ground and low in the middle, as the name basin implies. It is one of the 5 basic terrain zones, extremely common in reality. After the game map expanded the area of the planet tenfold, the hills were 10 times higher, and rivers were 10 times wider. Small basins in the real countryside in the game would become a basin territory as large as the Sichuan Basin in reality. These kinds of basin terrains are favored by Lord-class players because they are easy to defend and the edges are rich in mineral resources. The most powerful forces in the game are typically built in this kind of terrain. The Lianzhou Basin in-game covers an area of 240,000 square kilometers, as large as the entire province of Guangxi in China, or slightly larger than Romania. The western side of the basin was the China/Vietnam border, a rolling, stony mountain range that was impassable. To the north lay a gateway city called Jinan Pass, now occupied by a group of powerful thieves. Passing through, you enter the hinterlands of Guangxi. To the east was the dividing line between Guangxi and Lingnan, marked by mountains and misty jungles. To the north and south were passes, and further south, the North Bay of the South China Sea. The monsoon blew in from the sea through this canyon, bringing rain and new life to the Lianzhou Basin. In the past, the entire Lianzhou Basin was divided into nearly 100 territories. After later mergers and reorganizations, it gave rise to 3 large territories. The 3 lords fought each other, but none could completely destroy the others, leading to a balance of power known as the 3 pillars of the basin. In his previous life, even until the 5th year of the game, there was no dominating force in the Lianzhou Basin. This time, Ouyang Shua's mid-range plan was to dominate the Lianzhou Basin as its overlord. When choosing his place of birth, Ouyang Shua deliberately selected the side of the basin closest to the sea. As long as you were on the south side of the basin, you could find the southern opening of the Lianzhou Basin. Before starting, he checked his inventory. Each newly born player was automatically given a set of coarse clothing and a pair of cloth shoes. He also had a waist area that accessed his storage bag, initially with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. It could be upgraded later, and items carried within it were virtually weightless. Although he had the resource bag, village creation token, summoning token, and 100 gold coins, he didn't even have a weapon. The resource bag had to be kept separately and couldn't be stored in his bag, so he also wore it on his waist. Ouyang Shua readied the summoning token, intending to summon a helper. Otherwise, if he met something on the road and died, he would lose everything. Tearing the talisman, a white light flashed, and a middle-aged rider approached, mounted on a proud yellow military stallion. System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui for successfully summoning Shi Wanshui. Special reward, 100 reputation points. The middle-aged officer immediately dismounted and fell to one knee, solemnly declaring, "It is my honor to serve my lord." Ouyang Shua hurriedly went forward and pulled the man to his feet, patting his shoulder and smiling. "General, it is good to have your help. With your aid, it's like gifting a tiger with wings." System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui. Because of your courtesy, historical figure Shi Wanshui's loyalty has increased by +5. Taking advantage of the greeting, Ouyang Shua took a look at his general stats. Name, Shi Wanshui, Emperor rank. Title, one of the top 10 fierce generals in history. Dynasty, Sui Dynasty. Identity, none. Occupation, Special General. Loyalty, 85. Command, 80. Force, 95. Intelligence, 60. Politics, 30. Speciality. Take the lead, troop morale enhanced by 40%. Conquer to the south, fight to the north, troop speed and mobility enhanced by 30%. Insightful, troop attack power enhanced by 20%. Cultivation method, Shining Sun Spearmanship, 24 styles. Equipment, Proud Yellow Horse, Tiger Fish Scale Armor, Black Iron Spear, Refined Steel Sword, White Birch Bow. Evaluation, a hero of the Sui dynasty, Shi Wanshui is known for his bravery and skill in riding and archery. He has an upright temperament but lacks political acumen. While an excellent soldier, his management skills are poor. Ouyang Shuo was delighted to have such a formidable guard. With such a protector, he had no worries about facing any threats on his journey. The two set off southward together. In less than half an hour, they reached the southern end of the basin. The mountains stretched for thousands of kilometers, and between them lay a 50-meter-wide canyon that stretched far into the distance. A river of the same width flowed through the center of the canyon, splitting into two tributaries about 500 meters from the canyon's entrance. More accurately, two rivers merged here to form one. The western river was called the Friendship River, and the eastern one was the Chiushui River. The Friendship River was slightly wider at 35 meters, while the Chiushui River narrowed to about 30 meters. The lake's sources were naturally the runoff from the eastern and western mountains, collecting rainwater and channeling it down to them. Carefully considering his options, Ouyang Shuo chose the west side of the valley, at the foot of the mountain. The village would be surrounded by natural boundaries, to the west, a forest, to the north, the Friendship River, and to the east, the canyon. The location took into account both defense and available resources, while also guarding the only pathway to the sea. Overall, it was a very strategic spot. The only question now was how to cross the 35-meter Friendship River to build the village. Oh, and he needed to take the horse along, too. Time for some ingenuity and a little work. From his resource bag, Ouyang Shuo pulled out 10 units of wood. With the help of Shi Wanshui, he used some rattan strips to tie the wood together into a simple raft. System notification: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for making a successful raft. You have gained basic shipbuilding proficiency, ****. Raft, simple water transport. Evaluation: this is much too crudely built and can easily be overturned by waves. Please use with caution, ****. Earth Online offered a considerable degree of freedom. Ouyang Shuo could even make a raft without the basic skill, as long as he had the appropriate materials, tools, and knowledge of the method. The same principle applied to gunpowder, glassmaking, winemaking, and other technologies, all of which could be achieved in the game. The two of them rowed the raft across the Friendship River, drew it up onto the shore, and covered it with weeds. After that, they headed south to the foot of the mountain. The choice of where to build the village was critical, as once the village was built, it could not be moved. Therefore, they had to plan out their future development space in advance. The design of an ancient city was limited, bigger was not always better. Generally, the maximum size was around 100 square kilometers. Beyond this point, urban management with ancient technology would become increasingly difficult. Managing population, traffic, drainage, and health would all pose significant challenges. A city of 100 square kilometers would measure 10 kilometers on each side if it were square. The Lord's Manor was typically situated along the central axis, toward the back. Following this plan, Ouyang Shuo would build the manor at the Golden Point, 3.82 kilometers from the base of the southern mountain. It would be 10 kilometers from the eastern edge of the canyon, providing a 5-kilometer strategic buffer for defense. He removed the village creation token from his storage bag and inserted it into the soil. Following the directions, he bit his finger, and a drop of his blood fell onto the token. Instantly, the area was enveloped in a gentle golden light. The light rose into the sky, extending toward the heavens. It quickly spread out in a golden halo, reaching the limits of his territory, and then disappeared. At the same time, a golden stone slowly emerged from the ground in front of Ouyang Shua. The stone stood 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Its front was blank, while the back was engraved with 9 ancient characters: receive the mandate of heaven, live and prosper forever. Ouyang Shua placed his palm on the stone, and the system interrupted with triumphant music. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui, who has successfully established his village. Please name your village. Here, with the mountains at its back and the sea nearby, he would name his village Shanhai Village. At his words, 3 words, Shanhai Village, appeared in ancient script on the blank front of the stone. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for establishing China's 7th village, Shanhai Village. Special reward, 500 merit points. This system announcement did not attract much attention. After all, Ouyang Shua was just setting up a village, and the entire area devoted to China had heard similar announcements 6 times already. The players had become numb. Of course, while others may not have cared, the 6 Handan tyrants noted Chiue's name. They were well aware that in the entire Chinese region, there were only 6 special spots where you could directly get a silver village in the game. The 7th person could essentially be considered the first real village in China established by an actual player, so some attention was expected. However, given the state of the wilderness, it would be difficult to gather any information about Shanhai Village for a short period. The first player to establish a village received 1,100 merit points, with 100 points deducted for each successive village. After the 10th village, every village established would only receive 100 merit points. For players in the Lord occupation, merit points were actually more important than their level and prestige. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was their core statistic. Because their merit value was directly linked to the player's title, as soon as the merit value was reached, the player's title would be automatically promoted. In Earth Online, titles were divided into 5 orders: Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. Each order had 3 subclasses, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, for a total of 15 ranks. The first class of merit required 100 points, and each subsequent rank required double the previous amount. Thus, reaching Marquis required 204,800 points, and achieving the highest title of Duke required 1,000,000 merit points. Merit points were hard to obtain and could generally be earned only by contributing to your country, usually on the frontier. Ways to gain them included establishing territory, combating bandits and raiders, increasing public security, participating in battles, making significant contributions to the city, and a few other limited methods. The crucial point was that a title was directly linked to the territorial level. Territories were divided into the same tiers as titles, with 3 subgrades for villages, towns, counties, prefectures, and capitals. If the leader of a territory did not meet the required title, the territory could not be promoted. System notification * congratulations, player TWO Wui, for establishing Shanhai Village. During the village's construction, the Lord's Manor has been automatically built. In addition, you can choose one of 3 random village-level buildings to construct. System notification * 3 random buildings have been selected. Please choose one to be completed. You may select the city fence, basic blacksmith shop, or basic market. I choose the basic market. System notification * building selection is complete and will start automatically. A hum and burst of white light filled the area. Where Ouyang Shua stood, a wooden courtyard sprang up from the ground, complete with a living room. At the northwest corner of the courtyard stood another wooden building, which should be the basic market. System notification: congratulations, player TWO Wui, for establishing your village. Your reward is 10 farmers. Please prepare to receive them. All rewards are complete, please view them at your leisure. Ouyang Shua watched the golden stone slowly sink back into the ground, knowing it would only re-emerge if the territory was upgraded or attacked. System notification: Historical figure Shi Wanshui has witnessed the birth of the village, his loyalty is increased by 5. System notification. Historical figure Shi Wanshui's loyalty to TWO Wui is at 90 points. Derived feature, loyalty, enhances military morale by 10%. Ouyang Shua did not expect such a pleasant surprise. A loyalty upgrade to 90 points made Shi Wanshui respect Ouyang Shua even more. He would inspect the village properties later. Ouyang Shua took Shi Wanshui with him out of the Lord's manor, ready to go to the village gate to receive his 10 farmers. At the entrance, 10 thin farmers wearing yellow rags waited. They looked around curiously at the mountain village, and the rags wrapped around their feet were their only other possessions. With Ouyang Shua in the lead and Shi Wanshui following, they found the group quickly. Seeing a fierce officer like Shi Wanshui, the farmers showed traces of fear in their eyes. But upon seeing Ouyang Shua leading Shi Wanshui, they became more respectful and cautious. Hesitantly, one of them stepped forward, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the oldest. "Please, sir. I am Zhao Dexian. I have led villagers from my village to come to yours. We wonder if you are accepting residents." Ouyang Shua introduced himself first. "I am the lord of Shanhai village. Behind me is my general, Shi Wanshui." After his introduction, Ouyang Shua continued. "I am very happy that you came. Shanhai village is just getting started and is in urgent need of talent. Naturally, I do not wish for you to leave. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be clothing to wear, food to eat, a place to live, and fields to cultivate." These simple promises struck a chord with the farmers, and their eyes held a look of yearning for a better life. They started whispering to one another, discussing his offer. "Quiet, please," Ouyang Shua said, waiting until everyone quieted down. "We are not going to stand out here. Let's first go back to the main house and get you all settled down and fed." Hearing that they would be fed, there was a burst of cheers. Being so poor, they had not eaten for over a week. Before leaving, Ouyang Shua turned to Shi Wanshu and said solemnly, "General Shi, I have a matter to ask of you." General Shi was surprised but simply replied, "As my lord commands, so shall it be. In order to secure the territory, I would like you to patrol the borders. If you encounter beasts, bandits, or the like, do not hesitate and clear them immediately, lest they come after us before our defenses are in place," Ouyang Shua instructed. "I will do so," Shi Wanshu responded. He grabbed his horse and a day's rations and rode away, trailing a cloud of dust behind him. Ouyang Shua then settled the 10 farmers in the east wing of the Lord's manor and left some rations for them. Returning alone to the office of the village head, he saw 2 items on the desk, a letter and a booklet. The letter bore the official Lord's seal, a brass turtle. The booklet was the Lord's handbook, which recorded the basic information of the territory. Territory, Shanhai Village, Grade 1 Village. Lord, TWO Wui, First Class Baron. Title, None. People's Sentiments, 70. Security, 65. Territory Population, 12/200. Flow rate of immigrants, 10*1 plus 50% equals 15/day. Territory area, 20 square kilometers. Territorial characteristics. 50% increase in attracting immigrants. 20% increase in attracting special talents. 50% increase in crop production. 20% increase in production capacity of residents. 20% increase in military promotions. 10% increase in talent breakthroughs. Treasury, 100 gold coins. Territory resources. 5,000 units of food. 490 units of wood. 500 units of stone. 500 units of iron ore. Territorial army, none. Territory industry, none. Political index, 5/100, determines administrative efficiency and relationship with the people. Economic index, 5/100, determines trade prosperity and ability to pay taxes. Cultural Index 0/100 represents the degree of educational development and quality of life of residents. Military Index 10 out of 100 indicates military strength and morale. Existing buildings. Village level Lord's Manor. Basic Market. List of basic construction buildings. Simple fence. Basic fortification, weak defense, can stop wild animals. Construction conditions, 100 units of wood. Construction time, 24 hours. Village level dining hall. Dining area for residents. Construction conditions, dining hall construction drawings, 30 units of wood, 20 units of stone. Construction time, 12 hours. Village level bathrooms. Enhances sanitation and health of the village. Construction conditions for a toilet, construction drawings, wood 10 units, stone 10 units. Construction time, 6 hours. Wooden small residential courtyard, provides living space for 20 residents. Construction conditions, small residential courtyard construction drawings, wood 40 units, stone 20 units. Construction time, 12 hours. Basic blacksmith shop, builds a variety of farm tools, such as axes, chisels, and other iron tools. Construction conditions, junior blacksmith, blacksmith shop construction drawings, wood 20 units, stone 10 units. Construction time, 12 hours. Basic grocery shop, distributes various types of daily necessities. Construction conditions, grocer, grocery building drawings, wood 20 units, stone 10 units. Basic logging field, speeds up the collection of wood resources, with an average production of 10 units of wood per person per day. Construction conditions, wood 30 units. Construction time, 6 hours. Basic quarry, speeds up the collection of stone resources, with an average production of 5 units of stone per person per day. Construction conditions, wood 20 units, stone 10 units. Construction time, 6 hours. Simple farmland, grows crops, with an average production of 200 units of food per mu, 1/6 acre. Description: grain is planted twice a year, the first quarter of planting is during the Qingming festival, and the second quarter of sowing is in early July. If the best seeding time is missed, the yield is reduced by 10% to 50%. Basic barracks, converts farmers into militia. Construction conditions, officers, barracks construction drawings, wood 100 units, stone 40 units. Construction time, 24 hours. According to a full population calculation of 200 residents, the village needed to build 10 small residential homes. Completing all the buildings would require a total of 730 units of wood and 300 units of stone. Currently, his most scarce resource was food. The villagers needed to consume 1 unit of food per day, and military personnel required 2 units of food per day. With a population of 200, the territory had to generate at least 210 units of food per day to meet consumption needs. Game time and real time were synchronized at a 1-to-1 ratio, but day and night were inverted. The main map of the game used the Gaia calendar. It was the first year of Gaia, January 1st, and not yet rice planting time. Therefore, for the next 6 months, lords could not receive grain from their farmland. This period was the darkest for the lords. To gain food, resources such as wood, ore, and other materials had to be sold to the system, leading to stagnant territory development. Countless territories went bankrupt because of this. However, in danger, there was also opportunity. During this time, some lords took the chance to develop specialty industries in their territories early and escaped the food predicament. Most of these successful lords later upgraded their territories to the state level admirably. This was the essence of Earth Online, not letting the lords easily upgrade their territories. Various obstacles were about to start emerging, including traps in the system that were not easy to detect. Only those who could overcome these obstacles and avoid the trap choices would stand out and take the lead. Casual players who did not do so were destined to be eliminated early. Back at his desk, Ouyang Shua was most lacking in various architectural drawings and skilled craftsmen, such as blacksmiths and grocers. His most urgent task was to get the fence, dining hall, and public bathrooms built. He wasn't in any hurry to reclaim the farmland since he didn't have access to grains, and it was the wrong season. The logging yard, residential courtyards, and quarry were now his second priorities. As for the barracks, he didn't have enough people, so he was in no rush to build them. Finishing his plan for the village, Ouyang Shua headed back to the east wing. Zhao Dexian, the elder, had finished his lunch and was chatting with the other men. Seeing the village head arrive, all the men immediately rose and greeted him. Ouyang Shua smiled and asked, "Are you settling in well?" "Of course, it is better here than where we used to live," Zhao Dexian replied respectfully. "That's great. We were rushed earlier and I didn't take the proper time to greet you all. How about you introduce yourselves?" "Zhao Dexian, you start." Ouyang Shua pointed at the man. "Sir, our former village, called Zhao Jiago, was quite isolated. Half a month ago, a wounded bandit inadvertently broke into our village. We didn't know he was a bandit and kindly dressed his wounds. We let him stay in the village to recover, but as soon as he did, he left. The very next day, his associates came and looted our village. Out of more than 300 people, only 10 of us escaped. These past days, we have been in the wilderness and suffered greatly. Fortunately, Sire has not only let us enter his village but given us shelter." Speaking of this sad past, the elder couldn't help but shed tears. "It's okay, the deceased are gone. We need to look forward." "Zhao Dexian, what did you do previously?" Ouyang Shua, unsure of how to comfort a group who had endured so much, quickly changed the topic. "Sir, during our time in Zhao Jiago, thanks to everyone's support, I proudly served as the village chief." This was an unexpected surprise, as Ouyang Shua did not expect to find someone skilled in administration. He promptly checked Zhao Dexian's attributes. Name Zhao Dexian, bronze rank. Identity Shanhai city villager. Occupation civil servant. Loyalty 75 points. Command 15. Force 20. Intelligence 20. Politics 30. Evaluation former village chief of Zhao Jiago, reserved and dignified, cares for his people, and is skilled in agricultural water management. A round of introductions followed. Among the remaining 9, there were 2 fruit farmers, Zhao Yud and Zhao Yukai, who were brothers. There was a village carpenter, Zhao Yufeng, and a mason, Zhao Duong. The other 5 were pure farmers. Half of the group were special talents. This wasn't part of Ouyang Shua's prize, but a hidden reward from the system. The system couldn't really give him 10 pure farmers, or he would never be able to build a house. After reaching an agreement, Ouyang Shua immediately appointed Zhao Dexian as the leader of the construction squad, tasked with leading 5 people to build a wooden fence. He also arranged for Zhao Yufeng to take the other 3 to build a basic logging field as soon as possible to assist in collecting wood. Ouyang Shua planned to construct his fence according to the standards of a 3rd-level village, which required 600 units of wood. If he had been stuck with the original starting supplies, he would have fallen 170 units short. If he hadn't started harvesting, he might not have been able to keep up with the construction speed. According to the game design, only the Lord's Manor would upgrade with the village. The rest of the buildings would remain as they were and not be upgraded. To facilitate replanning the territory, the game included a recycling function. Buildings could be recycled and moved to more appropriate locations. However, each adjustment came at an additional cost. Therefore, visionary lords had to carefully plan the general village layout before making changes to the territory. Of course, other players didn't know what buildings were coming and had to create rougher plans. For now, Ouyang Shua was planning his village with a focus on the protection of the Grade 3 fences. He would also arrange the buildings according to the layout of a Grade 3 village. This was Ouyang Shua's advantage as a reincarnator. Others would certainly envy his extremely foresightful planning. After seeing Zhao Dexian and the others off to work, Ouyang Shua did not sit idle. He was ready to visit the beginner market to see if there were any good deals. The beginner market was located in the northwest corner of the village, near the entrance. It covered a large area. Besides a small wooden building used for transactions, the west side had an open area for receiving goods. He entered the small building, which was empty. On the left side of the hall was a display, much like a computer monitor. On the right was a teleportation formation, lit by magical lights with a hint of mystery. The market in the game was far ahead of the timeline it was set in. On the left was a product of technology, while on the right was a product of magic. To achieve long-range transportation of goods, these two elements had to be integrated. The transaction area of the beginner market covered the surrounding area of Dali City. The transportation crystal could not send living beings, and all transactions by the seller incurred a 20% transaction tax. Ouyang Shua went to the left side of the display, discovering that the entire trading program was divided into 4 sections: the material trading platform, the special items trading platform, and 2 grayed-out areas that had not opened yet, the limited time auction platform and the negotiation cooperation platform. Opening the material trading platform, he found everything from food, wood, ores, clothes, and even salt. However, weapons, armor, and other military supplies were prohibited and could not be sold. Looking at the prices, a unit of grain was 10 copper, wood 20 copper, and iron or 100 copper, which were definitely not cheap. In his territory, the thing he needed most was wood resources, so he directly purchased 500 units, spending a gold coin. He was really interested in the special items platform. Opening the screen, he found that the special items were divided into 4 categories: architectural blueprints, article manufacturing, skill books, and others. Needless to say, every building in the territory required building plans, and these were available in basic, intermediate, advanced, and special sets. For territory construction, in addition to upgrading necessary buildings, extra construction of other buildings was completely unrestricted, as long as the construction requirements were met. For example, if you had the brothel's building blueprint, you could construct it in a village, even though it was normally a Grade 3 county building. Whether you could run the brothel normally was a different matter. Nevertheless, most players would build up their infrastructure step by step, instead of leaping tiers. The main reason was that high-level building blueprints were too expensive. A brothel building blueprint cost 1,000 gold coins. Just ask any village head if they had that much money. Even if they had the money, no one would be foolish enough to waste it on one building at this stage. Ouyang Shua first needed to buy construction blueprints for the dining hall, public bathrooms, courtyard residential buildings, blacksmith shop, grocery store, and barracks. Each cost 2 gold coins, so he spent a total of 12 gold. Actually, doing this was somewhat unusual. Most players were not willing to go directly to the market to buy blueprints. Building blueprints were among the more commonly dropped items obtained by killing bandits, and all human NPCs had a distinct chance of dropping such plans upon death. Ouyang Shua was working to quickly leverage his 100 gold, aiming to facilitate the rapid development of his village. By spending his money early, he hoped to gain an advantage over others. Additionally, he spent 15 gold to purchase 3 special plans: ferry construction blueprints, dock construction blueprints, and shipyard construction blueprints. These were water-related buildings that could only be constructed near the shoreline, and thus were not included in the standard territorial upgrades of essential buildings, as they were special. After acquiring the blueprints, Ouyang Shua directed his attention to the area dedicated to manufacturing and technical manuals. Area. This section focused on the production of specific items and the establishment of industries using specialized manufacturing techniques, not general skills that people could easily learn. For instance, a master winemaker could theoretically produce various advanced beverages. However, without the specific formulas, which were often kept confidential, he would be unable to produce certain advanced liquors from the heavy earth pub. Why? Because the formulas were secret, and without the technology, the skill was useless. Ouyang Shua selected the Saltwater Technology Manual and the South-Pointing Chariot Technical Manual. The first manual cost 20 gold, the second 10 gold. In reality, during ancient times, salt was sold by government officials. However, in the game, except for military goods, anything could be traded. If the seaside lords did not master the technology to extract salt from seawater, they were squandering their natural resources. The south-pointing chariot, on the other hand, was a crucial item for completing a specific task later on, with a reward comparable to obtaining a gold-level village creation token. The third category of books contained all the standard skills, well as some unique ones. There were skill books designed exclusively for players, which NPCs could only learn through mentorship. Ouyang Shua chose the beginner books of riding, swordsmanship, archery, and scouting, spending 1 gold coin for each. The fourth category of items was varied, with all kinds of strange items appearing. Finding something useful was more about luck than anything else. Ouyang Shua was disappointed, nothing was practical or affordable. As he was about to close the screen, it suddenly refreshed with a new list. A new item caught his eye, Mazu God statue, broken, priced at 20 gold. After reviewing its properties, Ouyang Shua didn't hesitate to buy it. Name, Mazu idol, broken. Grade, silver rank. Evaluation, this is a broken Mazu idol with a weak trace of the Mazu god powers. A long period of veneration will be necessary to restore the statue. Properties, see God's blessing, maritime navigation to survive storms increased by 40%. To offer prayers to the Mazu gods, Ouyang Shua also had to buy a village temple building plan. A village temple was a must for a level 3 village upgrade and would cost another 10 gold. After these significant purchases, Ouyang Shua had only 11 gold left, having spent his money like water. After completing his purchases, Ouyang Shua headed over to the crystal on the right side of the hall. The crystal flashed with a white glow, and thus, the 10 building plans, 2 technical manuals, 4 skill books, and the statue were sent over. As for the 500 units of wood, they were directly in front of the small building's entryway. He put most of the items into his storage bag but used the skill books immediately. System notification. Congratulations to the player TWO Wui for mastering basic writing. System notification. Congratulations to the player TWO Wui for mastering basic swordsmanship. System notification. Congratulations to the player TWO Wui for mastering basic archery. System notification. Congratulations to the player TWO Wui for mastering basic law. Outside the small building, Zhao Dexian and his 7-man crew were busily constructing the fence. Ouyang Shua could do little but manage them. A level 3 village area covered a square kilometer, making the fence's total length 4 kilometers, a significant project. In Ouyang Shua's plan, the middle of the north side of the fence would have a main gate. Additionally, there would be side gates on the east and south sides for convenience. The logging field was being built on the west side of the territory, along with future quarries. Thus, the west side would manage resource imports and exports. Similarly, subsequent docks and shipyards would be built on the eastern side of the river, so the eastern gate would connect the village to the docks. Drawing a line between the side gates along the central axis would divide the village into 4 parts. The buildings along this axis would form the village's most prosperous area, while the territory would be divided into the east and west. At the southernmost point of the axis stood the already built Lord's Manor. In front of the Lord's Manor was an open area, reserved for use as the town square. To the north would be a street of commercial buildings, with all shops, inns, training halls, and other structures distributed along both sides. To the west, there would be a residential area. The southwestern area would house residences for agricultural workers, such as farmers and lumberjacks. The northwest area would be designated for industrial workers, such as miners, blacksmiths, tailors, masons, businessmen, and other craftsmen. The northern area northwest was already occupied by the beginner market. The eastern district would serve as a military, science, and educational training zone. The southeast area would be designated for science and education, with the private school, hospital, ancestral hall, and village temple located there. The northeast area would be the military zone, housing weapon repair workshops, strategic granaries, and the upcoming barracks. Ouyang Shua spent the afternoon near the fence, reviewing the plans for his town. The fence was already a quarter built, and with more people arriving the next day, he expected to complete it in just one more day. At dusk, General Shi finally returned from his patrol. Hanging from the side of his horse were pheasants, rabbits, and other game, while something was moving in the bag on the other side. Ouyang Shua stepped forward and saluted in greeting. "General, it seems you worked hard, and your harvest was not small?" General Shi quickly dismounted, cupping his hands in salute. "I only encountered a few small thieves, not worth much. I also brought a little something for you, sir. I hope you enjoy it." "Oh, what is this?" "If my general saw it, I am naturally convinced it is a good thing." General Shi laughed and turned back to the squirming bag on his horse. Opening it, a pure black young wild dog became visible to Ouyang Shua. The puppy was clearly very young, with squinting dark green eyes, and extremely cute. "Is this a young wolf cub?" Ouyang Shua asked, uncertain. "Very good, the little guy should make a great hunting partner." Shi Wanchue was quite pleased. "Haha, to be precise, it's the cub of a black wolf dog. Although it looks like a wolf, it isn't one." "Black wolf dog? Not bad, not bad. He'll be a big help in hunting in the future." Zhao Dexian and the others had also gathered around, looking curiously at the bag with the little pup. Despite trying to appear nonchalant, they couldn't hide their interest. Ouyang Shua didn't want to dampen their spirits, so he asked curiously, "General, you had such a good harvest while on patrol. There must be a story to go with it. Since everyone is here, tell us your tale. Let us know what happened." Ouyang Shua quickly had the workers sit down on the floor in a circle. General Louis laughed, having no stage fright. He also sat down and began to narrate his experiences. "Following the Lord's command, I left the village at noon and began to explore the territory. The journey was calm, but there were pheasants and rabbits here and there, which were easy to shoot. Occasionally, I would encounter one or two bandits, so poor they didn't even have mounts. I went up and killed them. On the way back, however, I met a group of wolves harassing a pack of wild goats. Without a word, I charged into their midst and killed most of them before they could escape. Following their trail, I stumbled upon their den. Surprisingly, I found this little pup and thought it might be of use to the Lord, so I brought him." Hearing that the general had encountered wild goats, Ouyang Shua fell silent for a moment, already making a plan for the next day. It was too late to set out again today. Before long, Zhao Yofeng's work crew returned, having set up a basic logging camp. Starting tomorrow, the logging site can be officially opened and operational. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shua proposed to everyone that there would be a double dinner tonight, celebrating the formal establishment of Shanhai village. The only downside was that it was a group of working men, and none of them could cook. Fortunately, there was plenty of wild game to add to the fun, otherwise, they would have little to celebrate with. Ouyang Shua was really looking forward to tomorrow's settlers arriving, hoping for a chef to help with the cooking. Quarters for Shi Wanchue were arranged in the east wing, while Ouyang Shua went back to his hall, ready to rest. Lying on the hard bed, he closed his eyes and sent out mentally, "Log out of the game." When he opened his eyes, he had quit the game. Opening the game cabin, Ouyang Shua found it was already 6 a.m. After a quick wash, he grabbed his workout clothes, ready to head downstairs for a run. Having just moved to the district, he was not familiar with the area and planned to run a few laps around the block to explore. On one side, a row of trees stood, with several older men practicing Tai Chi. In the square, some older women were up early, moving to music, practicing a communal dance. The scene was so peaceful that, just out of the game, he almost fell into a trance. After his run, he found a breakfast shop and picked up soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and sugar packets. He headed back home and quickly finished his breakfast. Needing a change of clothes, he decided to take a hot bath. Opening the bathroom door, he was instantly stunned. Sun Xiaya was sitting on the toilet, her eyes sleepy, hair disheveled. She wore a printed pajama top, the bottoms tangled under her feet. She held her kitty underpants in her hands, ready to stand up. Her exposed white thighs and the black hair between them were clearly visible. Looking up, she saw Ouyang Shua standing there, and her narrow eyes instantly widened. Pervert, she screamed, her voice rising to an inhumanly high pitch. Ouyang Shua's natural reaction was to turn and flee. He slammed the door shut, subconsciously wiping his nose with his hand. "Ah, close call," he muttered. Fortunately, he hadn't gotten a spontaneous nosebleed, or he would have been really embarrassed. Through his mind repeatedly flashed the image of those flowery white thighs and the naughty black hair. No, don't think about it, it's too evil, hee. To avoid further embarrassment, Ouyang Shua went to Binger's room. The little girl had not woken up. It seemed that yesterday had completely worn her out, and she hadn't even stirred. Opening the door, Ouyang Shua first pulled back the curtains, letting the warm sunlight into the room. He went to her bedside and saw his sister with one hand in her mouth and the other stretched out on the quilt, looking exceptionally cute. He pinched her little nose and said softly, "Little lazy pig, wake up now." She swatted his hand away, her eyes still closed, and muttered drowsily, "Bad brother, you're bullying me again. Let Binger sleep a bit longer." "I'm sleepy." "Baby sister, you can't sleep anymore, or you'll be late for school," he said. The little girl reluctantly opened her eyes and quickly said, "Ah. Binger forgot it's a school day today." "Smelly brother, you didn't wake me up." She quickly got up from the quilt and rushed to wash up. Back in the living room, Xiaya had already changed and was ready to leave. Seeing Ouyang Shua, she blushed slightly and glared at him. Ouyang Shua felt a bit embarrassed. Although he hadn't intentionally done anything wrong, the other person was a girl, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. As a man, he put on a strong front and pretended nothing had happened. "I bought breakfast, let's eat," he said. Xiaya seemed like the type who didn't hold grudges, so there was no need to be overly formal. She simply nodded in agreement. They waited until Binger had washed and changed into good clothes. The three of them sat down and enjoyed a delicious breakfast together. After breakfast, Xiaoye was the first to leave. Ouyang Shua let Binger run back to her room quickly for a dress. Today, he was personally going to walk her to school. Along the way, his little sister was smiling. Her brother was personally walking her to school, how could she not be happy? After getting back from school, Ouyang Shua opened his handbrain and headed to the game forum. The forum ID was naturally associated with the game ID, but most people posted anonymously. The top post was made by someone called Big Butler. The title was High-Priced Acquisition of Game Currency, Effective Long-Term. The post mentioned that Big Butler would pay 1 credit point per bronze of in-game currency, with no limit on the amount. The posted price point was essentially 10,000 credits for 1 gold piece. The post caused an immediate uproar. Players were rejoicing, anticipating overnight riches. The indirect result of this post was that countless professional studios turned their attention to Earth Online. Numerous top players now settled into Earth Online, ready to get to work. Ouyang Shua knew the person who posted. In his past, Big Butler was a very famous figure. He was one of the 6 tyrants of Handan, serving as the financial director for Chun Shinjun. Chun Shinjuan's real-life identity was Zhao Mingcheng, the first successor of the Tianhe Consortium. He possessed a mix of a businessman's cunning and an old-world strategist's ruthlessness, a very contradictory figure. The Tianhe Consortium was one of the largest conglomerates in China, skilled in high-end equipment manufacturing, especially in aerospace. Earth Online was commissioned under the name of Tianhe Consortium Manufacturing Enterprises. The company's space exploration branch was the largest among commercial space companies, possessing technology on par with the Federal Aviation Administration. Although the Handan Six maintained a tight hegemony, at their core, they were quite similar, sharing a deep sense of pride. Unlike Zhao Mingchen, who had a high profile, the others lacked both gold coins and a prominent status, but they agreed to arrange secret acquisitions. With his financial strength, Mingcheng truly was the first among them. Ouyang Shuo was not concerned about the tyrants buying large amounts of gold coins. Earth Online was a well-balanced game, with personal adventure paths designed to be very realistic. For now, players could only afford the basics, focusing on food and clothing. Purchasing equipment was challenging, money was very valuable. It would take at least a month before high-end players overcame the initial financial hurdle and began to profit. Starting a gold farm operation was clever, but it had to follow the game's basic rules. Naturally, the forums were divided, filled with bitter complaints from both lords and adventurers. The game was too realistic. No one could afford much, and non-humanoid monsters only left behind bodies with no drops. Humanoid monsters could drop money or equipment, but at this stage, no one had the means to buy or use them, and most bandits were too powerful to compete against. Store-bought items were expensive, and on the game's first day, very few people even had bronze-class weapons. Even with weapons, maintenance costs would continue to deplete their resources. Lord-class players were not faring much better. There were too many things to build. Establishing a village from a basic resource base was extremely difficult, and they could not afford to purchase building plans. If they ventured into the wilderness to try their luck, they had no soldiers behind them, which meant fighting bandits was unrealistic. Players who had summoned officers from their summoning talismans had an easier time, as the officers could fight to some extent. Those who summoned administrators were unlucky, as their territories were completely undefended. With such contrasts, Ouyang Shuo finally realized how lucky he was. If he hadn't completed the village building quest with 100% perfection, which upgraded all rewards by 1 tier and granted him 100 gold, he would have been far behind. At the same time, Ouyang Shuo had to remain vigilant and not become complacent. He would need to work hard to maintain his early advantages, converting them into the potential of his territory and developing it. More accumulation would lead to more advantages, laying the foundation for his dominance. After all, the player's current dilemma was only temporary. As long as one could survive the initial accumulation period, the gaps would soon narrow. This was especially true for the 6 tyrants of Handan, who, as representatives of powerful groups, had substantial resources and backers. In contrast, he was very much on his own. Earth Online was all about team building, and no great solo player could defeat 10,000 others at once. From what he remembered, at some point in his past life, people began seeking out other lords and forming alliances. A strong territory would also attract capable players. Ouyang Shuo believed in his own abilities and his capacity to lead others. Otherwise, those who tried to build alone could easily fall and find it difficult to grow. If the timing was right, roping in others could be beneficial. However, those considering recruiting players would need to wait a full year. At that point, no one would have to worry about their lives, and everyone would start on equal footing. This way, lords wouldn't have to concern themselves with real-life issues from powerful factions. After closing the forum, Ouyang Shuo began to look up various historical information online. In the past game, there was a famous saying, "If you are not familiar with history, you are not a qualified lord." The entire game world of the world online was based on historical deductions. Without a good understanding of history, it was impossible to fully integrate into the game. Ouyang Shua took this research as his main task for the day and planned to continue it long-term. At 4:30 p.m., Binger came home from school. At 6 p.m., Xiaoye returned from school. Ouyang Shua made dinner again. At the dinner table, Binger told her brother about all the interesting things that had happened at school that day. Xiao Ming had overslept, arrived late to school, and was punished by the teacher. Xiao Li had worn a new dress, but Xiao Hua had dirtied it. The teacher made Xiao Hua apologize to Xiao Li in front of the class. Xiao Yi's braids were very beautiful today, so the girls got together and learned how to braid hair from her. Ouyang Shua smiled as he listened. There was a deep understanding between them. Only he knew how much the death of their parents had affected Binger. For a long time, she had been quiet and withdrawn. Every day, Ouyang Shua stayed by her side, comforted her, made her happy, and helped her slowly heal over time. For Binger, Ouyang Shua was both a brother and a father. Outsiders couldn't understand the depth of the feelings between them. That incident had turned Binger from a lively little monkey into a quiet little girl. In her class, she only had a couple of friends. Only in front of Ouyang Shua would she become happy and carefree again. Watching Binger grow up healthily was Ouyang Shua's greatest happiness in life. Unfortunately, for the next year, Ouyang Shua would be going to bed early every night to enter the game. He had no way to accompany her while she painted, did her homework, or listened to stories before sleeping. Thinking of his sister spending every night alone doing her homework and going to bed by herself, Ouyang Shua's heart ached. This was absolutely unacceptable, even if he had to log into the game later. Looking up at Xiaoya sitting across from him, Ouyang Shua had an idea. After dinner, while Xiaoya hurried to wash the dishes, he knew her family values were strong. Waiting for her to finish cleaning up, Ouyang Shua took Binger back to her room to start her homework and then turned to Xiaoya. Wait a moment. I have something to talk to you about. Thinking of the embarrassing events from the morning and fearing that Ouyang Shua would bring them up, Xiaoya's face quickly turned red, and she started to stutter. What do you want to talk about? Seeing her reaction, Ouyang Shua scratched his head and continued. It's important. It won't take long. Important things? I don't know what he's thinking. What is he going to say? Is he going to say I'm responsible for everything? Xiaoya thought crankly as she sat down on the edge of the sofa. Noticing that Xiaoya was acting strange, Ouyang Shua got straight to the point. I started playing a new game called Earth Online yesterday. This game is very important to me, and I need to go online every night at 8 p.m. She replied blankly. Wait, he's not going to talk about this morning. He must have forgotten. Pervert. Rogue. The woman's mind was so unpredictable. Seeing Ouyang Shua's surprised look, Xiaoya wanted to slap him with her shoe. At that moment, she tried to cover her embarrassment and forced a smile. Yes. Please, continue. No matter how slow he was, Ouyang Shua could tell she was upset. But all he could do was keep going and pretend he hadn't noticed. He continued, what I want to say is simple. Can you replace me at night to read Binger a bedtime story? As long as you help me, name your conditions. Oh, no problem. I also like Binger, I see her as a little sister. No need to mention any conditions. As long as you cook dinner for us every night, I'll do it. Sun Xiaoya said readily. Thank you, you're helping me a lot, Ouyang Shua said, and left it at that. They were on the same page, and there was no need to say more. The awkward mood passed, but they had nothing else to talk about. Ouyang Shua returned to Binger's room, where he found the little girl quietly working on her homework at her desk, cute enough to be loved to pieces. Assured that Xiaoya would read her story to Binger, Ouyang Shua felt at ease. After kissing Binger, he returned to his room. Although Binger might not have been entirely happy, she knew better than to bother her brother needlessly. When Ouyang Shua logged in, the game time was just after 8 a.m. From outside the door came a whirring sound, mixed with waves of cheers. Opening the door, Ouyang Shua saw General Shi demonstrating his spearmanship while Zhao Dexian and the others watched from the sides, fascinated by his skill, and occasionally applauding. Upon seeing Ouyang Shua, they all exclaimed, "Lord Sire." Ouyang Shua quickly replied, "No need to stand on ceremony. As the saying goes, the most important time of the day is in the morning. We have a lot to do today. I'll plan the specifics after I return from the village to welcome the new villagers. If you're free, you can come with me." "Sire, please give us orders." Everyone made their way to the village entrance again. Sure enough, another group of people had gathered there. They were thin and dressed in poor rags, much like the first group. The difference was that this group consisted of 15 people, a mix of men and women, old and young. They carried more belongings, some with backpacks, making it more like a family migration than the first batch. They were led by a sturdy, tough-looking man in his 50s named Lao Zhang. After realizing who Ouyang Shua was, everyone briefly introduced themselves and did not stay out in the village for too long. Ouyang Shua personally carried the old man's luggage and led the group back. Zhao Dexian, alarmed to see Ouyang Shua carrying the luggage, quickly stepped in to help with the others' belongings and followed the group back. Respect for the elderly is one of the traditional virtues of China, so Ouyang Shua hoped to set a good example through his actions for others. Back at the Lord's Manor, a campfire was quickly set up. This time, among the 15, there was a pair of middle-aged couples. In one couple, the husband was a junior blacksmith, while the wife was a cook. After breakfast, Ouyang Shua began to understand everyone's situations in detail. Among the 15 people, 5 had special talents, while the other 10 were ordinary farmers. The older man in his 50s, surnamed Song, was a senior doctor and the first high-level talent in the village. Young child Erwazi was a shepherd, only 11 years old, very skinny and underfed, and also an orphan. Li Taizhu was a blacksmith, burly, with bright and piercing eyes, looking a bit like a simpleton. His wife, named Li, was a junior chef and a young mother. The most special was another woman. This woman was 28 and quite beautiful. She was called TWO Yingyu. Originally a businesswoman, she had been trained to help her father in the family business. Half a month ago, the family's caravan encountered robbers. Under the protection of their escort, she managed to escape but found herself lost in the wilderness. After many hardships, she had almost starved to death. Dr. Song saved her, and she eventually followed their current group of wanderers to Shanhai village. After gaining a general understanding of the situations of these immigrants, Ouyang Shua gathered everyone in the courtyard. Nearly 30 people gathered, a decent-sized crowd. Seeing the growing numbers, Ouyang Shua said proudly, "Today, 15 new brothers and sisters have joined the big family of Shanhai village. The village is still being built from scratch, and it's hard to say we are doing well, but we are here and trying. We have 3 tasks to accomplish today. First, we need to complete the fence repairs. Second, we must build a small residential courtyard to provide shelter for everyone. Lastly, I hope everyone will work together and follow orders so that we can finish everything and have your homes built before night falls." The crowd responded enthusiastically, "We will follow the Lord's commands. Here, I declare the specific personnel assignments." Zhao Dexian immediately bowed and replied, "Sir, I formally appoint you as the construction team captain, responsible for coordinating all building projects in the village." "Thank you, sire, for the promotion." Zhao Dexian then returned to his original position. System tip: Zhao Dexian has been promoted by his lord, and his loyalty has increased by 5 points. Zhao Yufeng. Sir, you are appointed as the acting chief of the logging site and are responsible for securing wood for our territory. Thank you, sire, for the promotion. He also returned to his original place. System tip: Zhao Yufeng has been promoted by his lord, and his loyalty has increased by 5 points. In addition to these two, Ouyang Shua appointed Song Dafu to collect herbs, Miss Choi to handle logistics, Miss Li to manage food, and Air Wazi to attend to him. These four were not part of the labor distribution and were temporarily included with the construction team. Song Dafu stepped forward. Thank you, sire, he said. Ouyang Shua waved his hand to acknowledge the words, then said, let's get to work. Doctor, Miss Cui, and Air Wazi, come with me. Ouyang Shua finished speaking, then stopped Zhao Dexian to give him the drawings for the residential courtyards and dining hall, providing clear instructions on their desired locations. The residential halls would be constructed in the west, aligned along the north-south line. The dining hall would be built in the southwest, close to the Lord's manor. After giving his instructions, the rest of Zhao Dexian's team set out to work. Zhao Yufeng and his group waited a moment before approaching to speak with him. Sire, I fear my team's capabilities are limited. We have a few older members. Ouyang Shua smiled and patted Zhao Yufeng's shoulder. Yes, I have already purchased 500 units of wood to cover our immediate needs. Your task is to explore the area, assess the available resources, and calculate the total amount of wood that can be harvested. Additionally, watch for any valuable trees and mark them. Yufeng, your job is crucial. Zhao Yufeng suddenly understood his role and respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, sire. We will act swiftly. Very well, get to work. After sending Zhao Yufeng and his team away, Ouyang Shua turned to address Song Dafu and the others. Dr. Song, the village currently lacks the means to establish a hospital. For the time being, you will reside in the Lord's manor. Once our territory reaches level 2 village status, we will build you a clinic. Ouyang Shua held the doctor in high regard, hence the thoughtful arrangement. Dr. Song had a pale complexion, delicate features, and an indifferent expression. As sire has arranged, I have nothing to ask except for one thing. Miss Cui is a gentlewoman, and I hope the Lord might be able to take care of her. Ouyang Shua quickly replied, This is only natural. So, I think Miss Cui might act as housekeeper, as I hope the Lord intends? They turned to look at Miss Cui. Seeing Miss Cui's agreement, Song Dafu spoke quickly, This is excellent. With this kind of treatment, if there are no objections, no one will complain. He turned to Miss Cui, before anyone else rushes to claim the job, do you have any objections? Miss Cui was the daughter of a merchant but also exhibited ladylike qualities. Her appearance was naturally elegant, with a gentle temperament, and despite her travel-worn appearance, she managed to look stylish. Her sufferings and hardships had not marred her beauty, instead, they had added a trace of new strength to her gentleness. She slowly approached Dr. Song, bowed to him, and said affectionately, I thank you, senior, for caring for this little miss. He had been caring for her all this time, and naturally, she was grateful for his protection. Dr. Song quickly lifted her back up, saying, Very good. Since you have said this, come and greet your brother. Cui Yingyu rose and turned to Shua, bowing again. Little sister Yingyu greets big brother. Thank you, big brother, for taking care of little sister. Ouyang Shua quickly answered, It is truly nothing. It is my honor to welcome Miss Yingyu. My surname is Ouyang. You may call me that if you like. Big brother Ouyang, you may call me Yingyu, as my family does. He. Once they established their brother-sister relationship, Cui Yingyu became less cautious, regaining some of her natural demeanor. System tip: Congratulations to player Chiue Wayu and NPC Cui Yingyu for setting up a brother-sister relationship, unlocking the God-sibling system. Reward: 200 reputation points. Ouyang Shua glanced at Cui Yingyu's stats. Name: Cui Yingyu, silver rank. Identity: Shanhai village villager, sworn sister of the Lord. Occupation: merchant. Loyalty: 85 points. Features: careful planning, enhances trade profits in the area by 1%. Evaluation: from the TWO Chamber of Commerce, a family of merchants, with a gentle temperament and proper business acumen. She is a silver-ranked talent, a pleasant surprise indeed. She is a valuable retainer, and with a loyalty of 85, Ouyang Shua could immediately trust this rare find. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua took the resource bag from his waist and handed it to her, saying solemnly, "Yingyu, we are family now. Your brother entrusts you with this material. I will have to trouble you with managing our resources." Yingyu solemnly accepted the resource bag, asked how to use it, and then said, "Thank you, brother Ouyang. Yingyu will not let you down." After addressing Dr. Song's and Yingyu's matters, Ouyang Shua turned to the little boy who was hiding to the side. He was playing with the black wolf cub like a little herdsman when Ouyang Shua loudly called, "Wazi, come." Yesterday, Ouyang Shua had asked Yufeng to make a wooden cage. The bottom was lined with hay, creating a cozy den for the cub. Wazi, still a child, naturally wanted to play with the cute little cub and had sneaked over to tease it. Upon hearing Ouyang Shua's call, Wazi stiffened reflexively. Goofing off in front of the Lord and being negligent, he feared punishment. "Sire," he called out, quickly trotting back to Shua. Ouyang Shua brought him to his side and patted his head. "Don't be afraid. Tell me, what did you do before?" Wazi, head down, meekly replied, "I used to help with the cattle. That was then, this is now. For now, you will follow me as a temporary servant. When there's time, Sister Cui will teach you how to read. Do you understand? I don't have any cattle to give you to manage right now." Hearing that he wouldn't be punished and would instead have the chance to learn to read, Wazi nodded excitedly and said loudly, "I understand." He thought to himself that his former landlord and this new lord were definitely not the same. Ouyang Shua said, "Study hard, and in the future, you will be a valuable asset to the territory. Additionally, I have an important job for you." He stuck his fingers through the cub's cage to tease it. "Seeing you play with it, I've decided to name it Blackfang. You need to take care of him and feed him well. Can you do it?" Hearing that he was going to take care of Blackfang, Wazi got even happier and nodded so vigorously that his head might fall off. "I can do it." Ouyang Shua patted his head and said, "Good, go play with him. If something comes up, I will call you." With the arrangements for his people completed, Ouyang Shua went to find General Sher to ask more about the situation with the wild goats. He was determined to see if those goats could be brought back into captivity. Ouyang Shua walked to the east wing of the Lord's Manor and found General Sher reading a book on military history. He did not interrupt, but the general quickly noticed his presence. He turned and saw Ouyang Shua standing at the door. Quickly, he rose and bowed in salute, calling out, "Lord." Then, puzzled, he asked, "Since the Lord has already come, why did you not enter?" "There's nothing to fear." Ouyang Shua laughed. "Seeing you so concentrated, I could not bear to disturb you." General Sher smiled and scratched his head. "My lord jokes. I have nothing else to do and just like to read books on war in my leisure time. Have you come to tell me something?" "Yes, there is something I need to ask you. Yesterday, you returned and mentioned encountering a group of wild goats. Do you remember their location? Can you find them again?" General Sher frowned, thinking for a moment, and slowly said, "I remember that the group of goats numbered about 50. Some were killed by wild dogs, the rest scattered and fled. At the moment, there is no livestock in our territory, and meat is very scarce. Yesterday, you mentioned the goats in passing. I was wondering if we could capture them and bring them back to be domesticated." General Sher was surprised for a moment. "The Lord is truly far-sighted, I admire you. With the Lord's permission, I will go back to where I encountered them and follow their tracks. That sounds difficult, but I will wait for you to bring good news." After sending General Sher away, Ouyang Shua began to wander through the village to assess the progress of the construction. During their break, he sat down and chatted with everyone, listening to them and giving them his attention. In this way, the villagers gradually recognized the work of a meticulous, intelligent, yet approachable lord. On seeing him, they would take the initiative to greet him with a salute. Ouyang Shua was not haughty and smiled at each of them in response. Before lunch, the fence was finished. At the entrance to the village, they set up a simple wooden gatehouse. Above the gate, they engraved Shanhai Village, the simple characters declaring that the mountain village was officially rooted in the wilderness. At 3 p.m., General Shi returned, bearing both good news and bad news. The good news was that on his patrol, he met a bandit riding a horse. After killing the bandit, he gained both a horse and an iron sword. The bad news was that the wild goats had left no trail and vanished into thin air, leaving Ouyang Shua to lament their loss. Ouyang Shua took the horse and iron sword from General Shi and examined their stats. Name: poor horse, bronze rank. Weight: 30 kilograms. Speed: 20 kilometers per day. Consumption: 3 units of grain/day. Evaluation: this can barely be ridden. Absolutely not a warhorse. Name: poor iron sword, bronze rank. Hardness: 5. Toughness: 3. Evaluation: this iron sword is a defective product. Please use with caution. At this stage, even bronze rank equipment was rare. Suddenly, he had 2 without even lifting a finger. If the other players knew, they'd be green with envy. This was part of the advantage of being a Lord-class player: the higher the risk, the higher the chance of better drops. These kinds of high-level monsters were nothing to General Shi. With his horse and iron sword, Ouyang Shua could now venture out to inspect his territory, no longer confined to the village. Before mastering the basics of riding and spearmanship, he was nearly useless. By evening, both the small residential courtyard and the dining hall had been completed. During the feast in the new dining hall, Ouyang Shua began to rearrange everyone's accommodations. The main hall of the Lord's Manor served as a living room for hospitality and proceedings. There were rooms to the right and left of the living room. The east room was his office, and the west room was his bedroom. Each side of the rooms had courtyards with 2 additional rooms. The east room belonged to General Shi, while the west room housed the 10 people from Zhao village. Last night, 10 people slept there, but it was cramped. With the completion of the small residential courtyard, he now had room for 20 people. Tonight, most of the Zhao people would move out, leaving only Zhao Dexin and Zhao Yufeng in their new home. The previously empty west wing would now accommodate TWO Yingyu in one room and Dr. Song and Air Wazi in the other. Over the next 3 days, the territory developed rapidly. Public bathrooms, a blacksmith shop, a quarry, and a grocery store were all built, along with 4 more residential courtyards. Logging and quarry operations began, with 10 farmers assigned each day to produce 100 units of wood and 50 units of stone. For some reason, after consuming an abundance of good luck initially, he received only 3 special talents out of the 45 new immigrants over these 3 days. The junior mason, Zhang Shanggun, was a middle-aged man whom Ouyang Shua appointed as the quarry manager. Merchant Li Fugue, a fat old man, was put in charge of the grocery store. The biggest surprise was a senior shipbuilder, the second most highly skilled person in the territory. He was called Zhang Dehai, a 30-year-old with a dark complexion, short, and pithy. It was early morning in the game as Ouyang Shua logged in at his usual time. Opening the door to the courtyard was always enjoyable. General Shi was practicing his spearmanship as usual. Like his officers, he practiced martial arts until it became instinct. Not practicing made his whole body itchy. Dr. Song was in the courtyard on the other side, doing kung fu. In the corner of the courtyard, Air Wazi was playing with Blackfang while feeding him. Since receiving the iron sword 3 days ago, he had joined the ranks of early morning martial arts. General Shi was happy to provide guidance, or the road to mastery would have taken many detours. The sword was the most profound military weapon and the most difficult to learn. Practice started with the broadsword, a one-handed flat sword, straight and pointed, practiced for 3 to 5 hours a day until you could accurately tell the difference in weight from an insect landing on the blade. Ouyang Shuo understood the reason for this practice. It was part of how the game handled skills. In Earth Online, player skills were divided into system boot mode and free mode. Boot mode meant the skills from a book. After reading them, you didn't control them. For example, when improving meditation skills, the game would automatically display any improvements. Free mode was unique to Earth Online, where the player learned skills, and the contents of a book were imprinted in the mind. Then, the players had to act according to the moves and practice tips in their minds, actually putting in practice time, much like martial arts in general. Players in the game practiced, and through the system's spiritual connection, the memory of this exercise was transferred to their real bodies. Through repeated training, this exercise was strengthened into instinct. In this way, a player could, with a little practice, awaken their body's memory in reality and display the game's martial arts. However, the choice of free mode had a prerequisite: it applied only to specific skill books open to free mode. Through these special skill books, Gaia had refined real martial arts to deduce the perfect reality-defying power law. In reality, the ancient Wu family, by contributing martial arts texts, had access to closed beta qualifications and custom game cabins. More importantly, with Gaia's incredible computing ability applied to existing martial arts powers, combined with modern human medical research, they had developed a new and more complete science of martial arts abilities. These abilities were infuriatingly hard to practice due to the extremely rare internal energy requirements. Skills like spearmanship, in the end, were only a form of physical memory. To truly master the sword, one needed to repeatedly practice it in reality. Practicing internal force was entirely different. One had to stir the spirit and body to produce internal force, and then control the chi while running it through the meridians. Therefore, players in the game practiced internal strength. In reality, the game cabin's intelligent system stimulated the same process, so that the body also produced internal forces, and the nutrient delivery system accurately transported the energy required for cultivation. This was not only more practical than real practice but also more efficient, representing a perfect combination of ancient kung fu and modern technology. In fact, this was also part of the interplanetary plan codenamed Hope. After all, nobody was aware of the condition of Planet Hope. Was it a primitive world? Had it evolved to a high level? Or was another civilization present? Everything was unknown. In this context, enhancing the physical abilities of the people was a good choice. These scientific martial arts powers were placed in every corner of the game for players to discover. Beta players were unable to distinguish between the true and false powers. A year after the release, once every human alive had logged in, Gaia announced the method to differentiate between true and false powers. The method was simple: any power ending with technique or manual was true, while anything ending with method or law was false. There was only one exception: all basic skills were true, such as basic riding and spearmanship, which Ouyang Shuo was currently learning. In his past life, one of the 6 tyrants of Handan, Feng Qingyang, had been the representative of the ancient Wu family. Relying on his own judgment of martial arts, he discovered Gaia's method for distinguishing true and false powers. Within a year, the Wu family secretly hoarded a massive number of real secret manuals. When Gaia announced the truth, it left them in a state of disappointment. In this world, Ouyang Shuo would naturally take advantage of his knowledge. Back in the courtyard, Ouyang Shuo began practicing large swings according to the basic spearmanship tips. He was prepared to continue the practice, as he hadn't found any martial arts powers to work with yet. Due to his rebirth, he naturally wanted to spend the most time practicing the best skills. Because of his arrogance, he didn't want to spend much time practicing basic skills. In China, there was a set of the highest-level classic internal strength manuals, broken into 3 sets of powers. In the past 5 years, no one had mastered more than 2 of them. In this world, Ouyang Shua's goal was to combine these 3 sets of skills with the strongest internal strength books, making their fusion his strongest trump card. After practicing with a large spear for a whole hour, Ouyang Shua ended his morning exercises. Carrying the spear, he walked toward the living room. Every morning at 9 a.m., the territory managers gathered there, a rule he had set the previous day. At this stage, only 5 people were involved in the proceedings: General Shi, Trade Manager Cui Yingyu, Construction Manager Elder Dixien, Logging Manager Zhao Yufeng, and Quarry Manager Zhang Shanpao. Additionally, if there were specific issues, relevant personnel could be invited to attend. For example, today's issues were related to the construction of the dockyard, so Ouyang Shua had informed the senior shipbuilder, Zhang Dehai, to attend. By the time Ouyang Shua entered the central chamber, everyone had arrived. The militia class change was completed, and Ouyang Shua was ready to take them out for their first leveling. He led the group out of the barracks, riding his skinny horse and standing at the front of the new squad. General Shi rode his yellow horse and followed behind. Further back were the 10 militiamen in leather armor, holding long spears in their hands. Along the way, the villagers paused their work, observing the militia who had undergone a significant change. "Hey, Niawazi, I have to join the army. I didn't know the sire was recruiting. Don't they look good? I've rarely seen an army so impressive. That armor is sparkling." Without even trying, they could blind the enemy. This was said in a jealous voice. "Wow, we finally have an army. We won't have to worry about wolves when cutting down wood. One thrust of a spear, and the beasts will surely die." This was said in a joyous voice. "Wow, the general is handsome. Auntie, please don't join in the fun. You have no taste. I think our Lord Sire is more handsome. That marvelous stubble, the dirty linen clothes, that skinny horse, people can't resist, he's so handsome. Auntie, are you praising me or mocking me, The great Lord Sire had a hurt expression. The recruits kept their eyes straight ahead, wide and unwavering. Their ears were wide open, quietly absorbing the words of praise and storing them in their hearts. They followed Ouyang Shua's black face on his skinny horse, who led them swiftly away. For this outing, Ouyang Shua chose the west side of the woods as the leveling site. This would not only give the team exercise but also remove hidden dangers for the lumber teams, serving 2 purposes. While riding, he checked his own stats. Name: TWO Wui. Title: First Class Baron. Occupation: Officer, Suboccupation. Level: 6, 10,000/15900. Reputation: Locally popular, 700/1000. Body structure: 18. Comprehension: 20. Luck: 5. Charm: 8. Commander: 12. Force: 6. Intelligence: 6. Political: 12. Talent: not open. Cultivation method: none. Skills: basic collection, basic shipbuilding, basic diplomacy, basic assessment, basic weapons proficiency, basic riding, basic spearmanship, basic archery. Mount: poor horse, bronze. Equipment: poor iron spear, bronze. TWO Wui had been busy building up his territory, so he hadn't ventured out of Shanhai village. As a result, he remained at the beginner level of 6. Meanwhile, personal adventure mode players were already surpassing level 15, and teams of high-level players had started to defeat enemies, earning the money and equipment needed to bolster their strength. This would soon lead to a phase of rapid growth for these high-level players. However, TWO Wui was not worried. Lords did not typically advance through grinding but through military action. Those whose soldiers fought the enemy received 5% of the spoils. It was common to gain several levels in a single battle. After marching for half an hour, the group reached the primary logging field. They dismounted, leaving their horses at the field before venturing into the woods. Their first encounter was with a pack of wild dogs. Yangshuo used his basic assessment skill to check their stats. Name: Ordinary Wild Dogs. Level 3. Skills: Bite, Pack. Evaluation: the dogs use teamwork to capture prey, but their individual combat effectiveness is limited. At level 3, wild dogs are only useful for training low-level characters. In front of a group of 8 wild dogs, Yangshuo told General Sher to select 2 men, each to take out a dog alone. The rest of the militia would split off to deal with the remaining 5. Seeing a wild dog charge at him, Yangshuo did not retreat. Settling into his stance with his hands on his spear, he followed the incoming dog's path. As the dog leapt at him, his iron spear stabbed straight into its neck. Unfortunately, the spear barely pierced the dog. The weight of the animal and the force of its leap transferred a huge amount of force into the spear, and he almost lost his grip. Luckily, the dog was injured. Yangshuo quickly pulled the tip out and deflected it to his right side. As the dog landed, he thrust again and pierced it through. System notification **. Congratulations, TWO Wui, for killing an ordinary wild dog. Your reward is 300 experience points. To reach level 7, you need 5,900 XP, so you need to kill 20 dogs. Using the basic collection technique, he harvested the dog's body and obtained a piece of wild dog skin. Broken wild dog skin * quality 1 can barely be used to make clothing. On the other side, General Sher was directing the 2 soldiers fighting alone, and their 2 dogs were stabbed to death. To the side, the rest of the militia were fighting. As it was their first time, their performances were naturally poor, and he was scolding them harshly. Stupid, hold the spear steady. If you cannot even hold your own weapon, go home and be a farmer. And you, aiming at empty air, are you a spearman or a flatulence expert? You don't stand motionless. Your feet should move with your hands. Yangshuo observed from the side that most of them were confused about what to do. Only 2 of them seemed to know what they were doing, jumping in and out while fighting. One of them was Zhang Daniu, who had been the first to change his class, a 23-year-old man with a long face and a tall stature. He was very simple-looking. He had said that his father was a hunter, and he used to follow his father into the mountains to hunt often. The other was San Guzi, a 27-year-old man, also very tall but thin as bamboo. In the village, he was known as Dog Lord. It took a full 10 minutes to finish the fight with the wild dogs. After a round of fighting, each militia member earned 150 XP, enough to reach level 2. 2 of them were bitten by the dogs and had to apply Dr. Song's golden cream to their wounds, then bandage them up. Taking advantage of this time, Yangshuo harvested the other 7 wild dogs, obtaining 2 good skins and 3 broken skins. 2 of the dogs died so miserably that they didn't even leave behind a broken or tattered skin. Good wild dog skin, quality 4 points, suitable for tanning. After dressing the wounded, they continued forward. Along the way, they encountered more wild dogs, sometimes in small groups, sometimes in larger ones. With General Sher's training, they didn't panic and started to show some basic discipline and teamwork. The morning soon passed, and the militia had risen to the 4th level. Yangshuo had 2,000 experience points left until he reached the 7th level. At noon, everyone returned to the logging field to rest and have lunch. In the afternoon, they went back into the woods, straight to the depths. There, they no longer encountered wild dogs, but instead faced level 4 wolves and level 5 wild boars. Name: Ordinary Wolf. Level 4. Skills: Bite, Pack, Tactics. Evaluation: a group of cunning and patient hunters, always a headache. Name: Ordinary Wild Boar. Level 5. Skills: Charge. Evaluation: looks stupid but will attack until it dies. The wolves usually appeared in groups of less than 10. The boars were typically solitary, but sometimes a piglet and its mother would appear together. By 5 p.m., Ouyang Shua had reached level 7, and his collection skill had risen to the intermediate level, allowing him to gather a lot of wolf and wild boar hide. The militia had also reached level 5, with their combat power increasing to 6 points, but further upgrades were becoming more challenging. Unknowingly, they had reached the edge of his territory. A stone marker stood at the border, engraved with the 3 characters of Shanhai village. Next to it was a line of small print, Gaia, January 1st, Year 1, marking the date the monument was set. Since he couldn't leave his territory as the Lord, everyone had to return with him, following the same route they had taken earlier. Just as they were heading back, they heard a loud squealing roar nearby. Accompanied by the sound of breaking branches and thrashing leaves, the ground began to tremble. Rushing out to investigate, they found a prime target, a giant wild boar. It was twice the size of a normal boar, with large tusks curving up from its muzzle. The hair on its back was white and bristling stiffly. With those 2 massive tusks, it looked like something dangerous to mess with. You would rather meet the god of the underworld than this wild boar king. This was an unexpected surprise. In the game, monsters rarely dropped items, with the exception of boss creatures. The drops from bosses were not money or equipment but special items. Special items were very rare and generally far more valuable than equipment. To deal with this wild boar king, they needed General Sher to personally act. Whether it was Ouyang Shua or the militia, sending either of them up would only be giving it free food. He couldn't let the militia take the risk. Unlike players, NPCs were dead once they died, you couldn't resurrect them. General Sher had spent the entire day playing coach and nanny, and his heart had long been tired of just watching. Seeing the wild boar king, he immediately grew excited. He first took out his white bow, aimed at the boar, and with one arrow, hit and blinded it in its right eye. Squealing in pain, the boar king immediately charged at him. By this time, Ouyang Shua and the militia had discreetly retreated to the bushes and hidden away. General Sher was worthy of his fierce name. Choosing neither to stand nor flee, he threw himself directly at the angry pig. Seeing the man charging towards it, the boar suddenly stopped and stomped the ground with its front hooves. The ground under General Sher collapsed, and he immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this opportunity, the wild boar king lowered its head, tusks glinting in the sunset, and charged. Just in time, General Sher's left hand slapped down and lifted the pig off the ground like a spring, evading its charge. Mid-air, General Sher twisted his body, feet together, and his spear turned to face the boar, gripping it firmly. The pig barely reacted as the heavy iron spear pierced its neck. At that moment, General Sher, anticipating the pig's response, leaped into the air. His feet landed on the pig's back, driving the spear in with his full weight. He pulled the spear out in a spray of blood, and the pig's momentum carried it forward a few more steps before it bled out and crashed to the ground. Since the boar was nearly defeated by General Sher alone, no one else received any experience points. Good. General Sher is really powerful. Ouyang Shua applauded from the side, a little stunned. This was the power of imperial officers? A strong body, superb skills, and precise combat awareness, it was all amazing. General Sher stood to one side, breathing a bit quickly, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. For the first time in a long time, I finally got a workout. Scare us just to warm up? Ouyang Shua could only remain silent. Then his greed took over, and he approached the pig to see if anything had dropped, but found nothing. He circled around it and spotted a booklet. Picking it up. Score. Such a generous pig, it was truly a treasure. The booklet was a wild boar domestication technology manual. After using it, the user automatically learns the ability to tame wild boars. Lose in the east, gain in the west. Before, he'd gone out to get wild goats in the east and to the market to get the plans to domesticate them. He hadn't expected to get no goats. But now, in the west, he'd gotten a wild boar manual instead. Putting the book into his storage bag, Ouyang Shua began to collect the wild boar's body, getting 4 wild boar skins and a pair of wild boar fangs. Perfect wild boar skin. Quality 8, high-level leather collected from the wild boar king, can be used to make leather armor. Rare wild boar fangs. Quality 7, advanced material from the wild boar king, can be used to make jewelry. After arranging all the bounty, the group began their walk back to the logging field. It was evening when the militia team finally returned from leveling. Dinner was already cooking in the dining hall, smoke rising from its chimney. The villagers gathered in small groups after a busy day, excitedly discussing what their lord had accomplished. Running to Ouyang Shua, Erwazi took his horse and weapons. Ouyang Shua greeted everyone politely, then quickly headed to his room, his work for the day complete, and logged off. The morning sunshine was warm as he ran along the park trail in the district. Breathing in the fresh air, the night's fatigue was soon cut in half. It was the weekend, and he had promised to take Binger on a picnic the day before. After 10 days of playing the game, his little princess, who had been on her own each night, was getting vexed with him. In the city suburbs, the cold wind blew, but luckily, winter in Lingnan wasn't too harsh, more like autumn in other places. The grass in the park was just beginning to turn yellow. He watched Binger pretend to be a bird, zooming around and making airplane sounds. Ouyang Shua sat down on the picnic blanket, which was mostly covered with potato chips, small cakes, fruit juice, and other snacks. Binger, come eat something, he called out. She promptly headed towards him, sweeping her arms back in a diving posture, and roared into a dive into his arms. Sitting on his lap, her hands around his neck, Binger looked sweet and tired. Brother, the suburbs are really fun, she said. Sister Xiaoya didn't come, it's a big loss for her. Xiaoya wanted to sleep in late this weekend. Binger has been well behaved, have you been listening to your big sister? The little girl nodded vigorously, saying innocently, Binger has been good. Big sister tells me a story every day and helps with my homework. She treats me so well. Ouyang Shua smiled. Since Xiaoye has been so good to you, wouldn't it be nice to bring your big sister a little gift while you're out playing? Binger nodded cutely, then frowned, her little brow furrowing as she scratched her head. She asked charmingly, what you said makes sense, but what gift should Binger bring big sister? Ouyang Shua pinched her little face, coaxing her, today, your brother will teach you how to make a garland. When you personally hand over the wreath to her, Xiaoya will love it. Binger's small hand quickly grabbed his, and she smiled, saying, okay, teach me quickly, brother. And Binger should wear one too. So, the brother and sister got up and gathered a large pile of green grass blades. Ouyang Shua showed her step by step how to use the grass stalks to make a ring the size of a person's head. Then they added some green leaves and wildflowers, dotting the grass ring until it looked beautiful. He placed the wreath on Binger's head, and she quickly stood up, turned in place a few times, and asked if she looked pretty. When they arrived home in the afternoon, Binger went to Xiaoya's door and offered the garland she had woven, holding it like a treasure. She placed it on Xiaoya's head, saying, Big sister, this is the garland I have personally woven for you. Touched by the gesture, son Xiaoya gave Binger a big hug, saying, Binger is really good, remembering to bring me a gift when she went out. She lifted her up and gave her a big, affectionate squeeze. Ouyang Shua stood aside and watched. The big and little sister made a very pretty and happy picture. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Once again online, it was another new day in the game. He played with the little black Feng puppy, which had grown quite a bit in the last 10 days, as it ran around quickly. As usual, in the morning, he practiced spearmanship for an hour before heading to the chamber for the morning proceedings. With the village infrastructure now complete, he needed to arrange the next steps for the village. He already had a plan in mind for what he wanted. 8 people were summoned today. In addition to the usual 5, the newly appointed clerk Gu Xiuwen, the soon-to-be appointed shipyard director Zhang Dehai, and the original mason from Zhao village, Zhao Duong, were also present. Previously, Duong had been Zhao Dexian's deputy on the construction team, but today Shua had a new appointment for him. Ouyang Shua sat down and said directly, "Gentlemen, after 10 days of joint efforts, Shanhai village has completed its infrastructure, even exceeding expectations with the completion of 4 additional buildings. For the next step of development, I am sure you all have some of your own ideas. That will be today's main topic regarding specific planning. I would like to ask Secretary Gu Xiuwen to report on the territory's demographics so that everyone is aware of them." Xiuwen stood and bowed in salute to everyone before speaking. "In accordance with the sire's instructions, I have been preparing the population roster for the past 2 days. Today, the total population of the village is 162 people. In 4 days, we are expected to exceed 200 people. Aside from the staff here, there are 10 people in the territory, 13 skilled individuals, including 4 shipbuilder apprentices. For lumber workers, we have 30 people. For quarry workers, 10 people, and for construction workers, 90 people, most of whom are farmers by trade." Ouyang Shua nodded and praised him for his efficient work, then said, "From the population distribution in the territory, there are 2 major problems. First, the population management is too broad, which is not conducive to fine management. Therefore, we will divide the farmers into 5 categories: farmers, builders, fishermen, herders, and craftsmen. After this division, there should be a corresponding proof of household registration. Once registered, there should be no need to change the permit or registration without my authorization, and household locations should be adjusted accordingly, with the same groups of people living closer together. To this end, I have decided to establish a new body responsible for this matter, to be called the Household Registration Office." Pausing here, Ouyang Shua looked at Gu Xiuwen, smiled, and continued, "Xiuwen, since you have done this task so well, the responsibility of this agency shall fall to you." Gu Xiuwen quickly rose and said gratefully, "Xiuwen thanks sire for his trust, I will not let you down." System tip: Gu Xiuwen receives a promotion from his lord. His loyalty is enhanced by 5 points. Ouyang Shua waved his hand, saying, "Another problem is more serious. The proportion of skilled workers is too small. We need those who are skilled with technology, and we cannot just wait. We want to cultivate and encourage these skills by recruiting apprentices and improving the way we treat them. In this respect, Zhang Dehai has done well, recruiting 4 apprentices and setting a good example. To this end, I have decided to appoint Zhang Dehai as manager of the basic shipyard." Zhang Dehai also rose and bowed to thank him. "Zhang Dehai thanks sire for his trust, I will be worthy of it." System tip: Zhang Dehai has received a promotion from his lord, his loyalty is enhanced by 5 points. Ouyang Shua continued, "I will take this opportunity to announce a few personnel changes. The logistics office will be upgraded to the Material Reserves Division, and Cui Yingyu will be the secretary. Zhao Yufeng will become manager of the basic logging plant, and Zhang Shanpao will take over as deputy manager of the stone mining factory. The Land Reclamation Division, responsible for farmland, orchards, vegetable farms, and other land reclamation work, will be overseen by the former construction team captain and newly appointed secretary, Zhao Dexian. The construction team will be upgraded to the construction division and will oversee all building projects. Zhao Duong will be in charge of this. The salt pan division will be established, and I will personally oversee the salt extraction project for the time being. This series of appointments will help the village-level administrative structure become more efficient, standardized, and orderly. His appointments placed a significant emphasis on 3 of the original Zhao villagers, who now occupy half the seats. This was both due to their competence and his desire to show care for his veterans. With Zhao Dexian in charge of the Land Reclamation Division, he is returning to his agricultural roots, which is the best move. Zhao Yufeng, though not a born carpenter, has a flexible mind and is very respectful to his lord. Ouyang Shua plans to focus on his education and will send Yufeng to a private school as soon as one is established. Zhao Duong does not have great ability, but it is not enough to significantly affect the construction work. With his limited talent pool, Ouyang Shua could only make do. After the crowd accepted their appointments, Ouyang Shua continued to preside over the meeting. With the personnel adjustments completed, the next step is to upgrade to a Grade 2 village. There are two major tasks. The first is to reclaim farmland, for which the Land Reclamation Division is fully responsible. We must till at least 500 mu of farmland. The second is the construction of the salt pan on the seashore. The Salt Pan Division is solely responsible for the construction and transport of men and materials via the shipyard, while the militia team is responsible for security and related tasks. According to the development plan of the territory, the Household Registration Office should manage 3 divisions, oversee the distribution of the 5 categories of farmers and workers, and handle staff distribution. In principle, this should follow a 3:3 to 2:1 to 1 ratio. Having finished with these matters, Ouyang Shua looked around and said, "If anyone has any questions or thoughts about what was proposed, you may now step forward." Gu Xiaowen stood up first and asked, "Sire, I have a question. In the territory, except for Erwazi, there are no herdsmen. Additionally, we have no livestock. How do we determine the number of herdsmen?" Ouyang Shua laughed and replied, "Erwazi's registration will be included in the Lord's household and not counted among the numbers. Moreover, while we have no livestock currently, we acquired a wild boar domestication technical manual yesterday. Boar domestication will be the start of our animal husbandry industry. The militia team will be responsible for acquiring more wild boars, the construction division will set up a pigsty, and training personnel to run and manage it is the responsibility of the Material Reserves Division." Gu Xiaowen sat down, now clear about Ouyang Shua's plans. Chuangyu then stood up and asked, "Sire, I have a question. In our territory, the only resources we have are wood and stone, with no grain or iron ore. I do not know what Sire is planning." She indeed had a business background, and Yingyu had zeroed in on material management with a strategic vision, not limited by what was already done. Ouyang Shua was pleased. He nodded and replied, "Yingyu, this is a very good question. Let me first address the food problem. For now, we will enter the market to buy additional food, which will require extra funds. Additionally, we will focus on the development of animal husbandry and fisheries. I have already explained the plans for husbandry, but you should prioritize the development of offshore fishing. Focus on constructing fishing boats, lease them to fishermen to encourage fishing, and manage them well. This will be temporarily under the Material Reserves Division. Regarding the issue of iron ore, the current demand in our territory is not high, primarily for building farm tools and other implements. Once we advance to a second village, we will start construction on iron mines. If the secretary is ready, please arrange for personnel to find a suitable iron ore field and begin the preparatory work." Ouyang Shua had largely finished, so it was General Sher's turn to speak. "According to my lord's arrangements, the militia team now has 2 tasks, protecting the upcoming salt pan and looking for small piglets. With the militia team consisting of only 10 people and also responsible for the territory's safety, I am unsure of my lord's specific desires. This is indeed a problem. Therefore, I will appoint you as the supervisor of the salt pan, responsible for training the salt panning technical staff and overseeing the construction of the salt pan. For now, you will be stationed at the salt panning construction site. The militia team will be divided into 2 squads. Zhang Daniu will lead the first squad and be responsible for looking for piglets. San Guzi will lead the second squad and be responsible for territorial patrols." After answering General Sher's question, no one had any more questions, and Ouyang Shua concluded the meeting. After arranging work for the territory, Ouyang Shua suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Thinking of the Mazu statue he had bought in the market, he suddenly had an idea. The village temple was located at the southeast corner of the village. As a required building for a Grade 3 village, it covered a vast area, comparable to the Lord's Manor. As a village-grade temple, it currently had only a main hall. In front of the main hall was a square, surrounded by stone walls, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Beyond the square stood the main hall, which housed the altar dedicated to the sea goddess Mazu and 2 other deities. With the carvings before the altar and the incense sticks burning there, it looked very solemn. When players built a temple, they could choose which gods to worship. Naturally, Ouyang Shua chose Mazu and her subordinate deities, 1,000-mile eyes and 10,000-mile ears. Ouyang Shua stepped out of the main hall and into the middle of the square, taking out the damaged Mazu idol. System notification, detecting player TWO Wui with a special item, Mazu idol, damaged. The item and current village temple are a good fit. Do you wish to use it? Use. A white light flashed, and the idol flew from his hands, hovering in the air. The statue gradually grew larger, almost 10 meters tall, and displayed a nearly complete figure of Mazu in white marble before descending to the very center of the square. Mazu stood with her hands clasped, her feet amid the rocks and waves, lending a serene and graceful atmosphere to the place. System notification: Shanhai Village Temple is now blessed by its Mazu idol and has been automatically renamed to the Mazu Temple. Its properties have increased substantially. Player, please view. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for the establishment of the Mazu Temple in the wilderness. For spreading the faith of Mazu, you receive a special reward of 200 merit points and 400 reputation points. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for reputation points exceeding 1,000. Your fame is enhanced. You earn the silver title Celebrity, enhancing the favor of historical people by 10%. Ouyang Shua quickly opened the bar of the Mazu Temple to explore its properties, eager to see what surprises it held for him. Name: Mazu Temple, sealed. Type: hidden class building. Function: spread Mazu's faith, enhance residents' satisfaction by 20%, and enhance the territory's reputation by 5%. Features: Sea God's Blessing, increase fleet's ability to withstand storms at sea by 40%. Evaluation: a seal is present in the Mazu Temple, with a trace of weak Mazu gods. Dedicated incense and prayers will help break the seal. Wow, a hidden class building. This was truly a grand prize, as hidden class buildings were a rare category of architecture, akin to finding an artifact. In the past 5 years, he had heard of no more than 5 hidden class buildings. Including those concealed by lords within their territories, he estimated there were no more than 10 in the game. Belief in Mazu is one of the most widespread folk religions in China. Mazu is also one of the gods in the state memorial, alongside the Yellow Emperor and Confucius. Therefore, her status as one of the revered gods naturally classifies her temple as a hidden building. The change to the temple caught the attention of the villagers. With the nearly 10-meter statue of Mazu standing there, it was certainly a prominent sight. The villagers immediately dropped what they were doing to flock to the temple. Seeing the white marble statue standing in the square of her temple, they all devoutly bowed in worship of such a miracle. At this point, the Mazu faith began to take root in Shanhai village, slowly spreading to the entire Lianzhou basin, and eventually the entire southern coast. Shua looked forward to the day when the offerings and prayers would lift the seal on the temple and restore the glory of Mazu. From the Mazu temple, Ouyang Shua went straight to the barracks. In the camp, the militia team, under the command of General Shi, had divided into 2 squads led by Zhang Dainyu and San Guzi. The 2 new squad leaders looked very excited, their faces glowing with pride. Even the usually gloomy San Guzi had a smile on his face that day. Shua did not come to stand around. He handed the saltwater technology manual to General Shi, then, after a brief accounting, took the first squad out into the western woods to hunt for wild boars. The logging team was, as usual, out in the fields. Leading his horse, Ouyang Shua called over 2 lumberjacks. They nailed a large cage to a wooden plate and padded it with hay. 2 militiamen carried the empty cage as they headed straight to the wild boar area. The journey was uneventful. Any encounters with wild dogs or wolves were quickly resolved. After all, everyone was now at least level 5, and such encounters were no longer a challenge. However, either they were unlucky, or wild piglets were scarce. During the morning, they met several wild boars, but none with piglets. Cursing his luck, Ouyang Shua's team started to become impatient. They didn't retreat to the logging camp to rest, but simply ate rations in the field, instructing everyone to rest right there in the woods. An hour later, they were ready to fight once more. Using this time, he reflected carefully, wondering if he had overlooked something, some detail he had missed. Suddenly, the technical manual that fell from the Boar King on the other side flashed through his mind. Yes, the manual had fallen from the Boar King. Did that not imply there were other boars nearby? In any case, Ouyang Shua decided to turn them around and find a better area, one where they would have more success. An hour later, they were not far from where the Boar King had died. Dainyu, come here, Ouyang Shua called. Zhang Dainyu hurried over. Sire, do you need me? Yes, we are changing the strategy for the afternoon. I've decided we are going to where the wild Boar King died to search the area. Make sure your men stay alert. Don't let your guard down, understand? I understand, sire. Go, call everyone up, and we'll start. The site of yesterday's battle between the Boar King and General Shi was still in disarray. With Ouyang Shua leading, Dainyu behind him, and the 6 militiamen following, they slowly traced the wild boar's tracks. After walking for half an hour, just as Ouyang Shua began to doubt his speculation, a squeal came from the distance, lifting his spirits. The sound was too familiar, very much like that of the wild Boar King. Was there another one? Moving forward cautiously, they found a clearing about 10 meters wide, with a cave on the other side. Through the opening, Ouyang Shua could faintly see a wild boar lying there. The wild boar was much bigger than an ordinary pig, but not as big as the Boar King. Even more gratifying was that, at the side of the boar, a dozen small piglets were lying in a row. Ouyang Shua used his basic assessment to check the properties of the wild boar. Name, Mutated Wild Boar, Elite. Level 8. Skills, Brutal Charge. Evaluation, this is a variation of a wild boar sow, with offspring from the Boar King. It was the Boar King's mate and children. A level 8 elite, it is stronger than Ouyang Shua's own strength. Facing it head-on would be pushing it a bit. The easiest way to kill it would be to surround it with the militia, using their spears to keep it in the cave. However, this approach would likely kill more than a few piglets, and the piglets were their primary objective. It would do more harm than good. The other method was to send someone fast into the cave and ambush it from either side when it came out. Once it burst out into the ambush, coordinated attacks would rapidly kill it. There would be some risk, as a careless move could lead to someone being hit by the sow's struggles. At this critical moment, Ouyang Shua was resolute and decided to take the second method. The first method was too risky for the piglets, and he did not have much faith in the militia's spear skills. For recovering the piglets, the risk was worth it, wealth and danger came hand in hand. Besides, as long as no one was seriously injured or died on the spot, Dr. Song's golden medicine would be able to treat them. The plan was to have a militiaman attract the sow. The rest of the team was hiding in the grass on either side of the cave, ready to ambush her. The man picked up a stone from the ground, ran into the cave, and threw it at the sow. Startled by the attack in her home, the pig struggled to her feet, ready to rush out and turn the intruder into kibbles. Seeing her stand up, the militiaman quickly fled the cave. The sow ran right into the ambush. 5 people sprang from the grass and mercilessly plunged their spears into her. Not greedy for the credit, they pulled their spears out after inflicting fatal injuries and quickly jumped back. However, at the crucial moment, an accident occurred. One of the spears got stuck in the sow's ribs and couldn't be pulled out. As he tugged on it, forgetting to retreat, the sow whirled around and, angry and wounded, charged at him. This time, Lianzhou reacted from the other side of the pig. He plunged his spear into her again, breaking her attempt to charge as she whirled around to face him. Seeing Lianzhou facing the pig alone, Zhang Dania rushed back with the rest of the militia, and they also stabbed with their spears. With one final stab, the sow was unable to stand and fell to the ground, seriously injured. Lianzhou ordered the militia to hold back, and everyone stepped back, waiting for the sow to die from blood loss. He knew a seriously wounded beast was very dangerous, and being killed by a final lunge was no joke. Good hunters had patience, impulsive fools had long since become prey to the beasts. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for killing a mutant wild boar, elite. Reward, 1000 experience. System notification: player TWO Wui is now level 8. A white light flashed, and Lianzhou smoothly rose to level 8, while the militia reached level 7. He stepped forward to harvest the sow's body and received 2 wild boar skins. Perfect wild boar skin, quality 6. Can be used to make high-level leather and leather armor, ***. After killing the sow, everyone felt safe to collect the rewards. They entered the den, where the dozen piglets huddled together. Lianzhou was momentarily at a loss. A dozen piglets was a significant harvest. The 6 of them surrounded the piglets, who offered little resistance as they were placed into the cage. Just as they were about to leave the cave, Lianzhou noticed a flash of light in the corner. Searching carefully, he discovered a black ring. Name: Ring of Courage, black iron level. Properties: enhances the morale of troops by 5%. Evaluation: the ring has only one power. A rousing speech can have a greater effect on your soldiers. For black iron equipment, this effect is quite good, and jewelry is rarer than most other types, ***. Lianzhou put the ring directly on his right ring finger. A burst of system announcements followed, and he paused to read them all. System notice: congratulations to player Di Qin for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to a second-grade village, with a special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Di Qin for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to a second-grade village, with a special reward of 1,100 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Di Qin for becoming China's first lord to upgrade to a second-grade village, with a special reward of 1,100 merit points. The leader of the 6 tyrants of Handan, Di Chen. The reality of having a strong political group among the new players was evident. They had built China's first villages, and now one of them had achieved the first upgrade. At this stage of the game, the only real restriction on the major forces was their lack of architectural blueprints. Lianzhou's population constraints did not affect them. They could appeal directly to adventurers to bolster their numbers. The inertia of history was still strong. Lianzhou was still a butterfly. To flap his wings and start a hurricane was still a ways off. Over the next few days, the other 5 tyrants of Handan should also upgrade to level 2 villages. As Lianzhou led the line of militiamen through the village, the villagers looked curiously at the cage of small piglets. The piglets, only half a month old, had brown fur with black stripes on their backs, truly very cute. On the road, he had reviewed their stats. Mutated small wild boar piglets, produced by the wild boar king, and a mutated elite wild boar sow. These piglets are very adaptable, their meat is delicious, and they have a growth cycle of 3 months. Before their return, Zhao Duong had already arranged for people to build a pigsty. It was constructed behind the dining hall for convenient feeding. The pigsty was a small room with an inner and outer area. The inner area, 3.5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, was for sleeping and eating. The outer area was 50% larger than the inner area, equipped with a drinking trough and open to the sun. Hay was scattered inside and outside the pen, making it easy to keep the area dry and clean. When Ouyang Shua's militiamen carried the pig cage to the pigsty, TWO Yingyu and Zhao Duong were waiting for them. Behind them stood a third man, a 30-year-old with an honest but cautious face. Yingyu introduced him as Zhu Baokai, a renowned pigmaster from his original village. Yingyu had selected him to be their pig keeper and domesticator. Ouyang Shua, trusting Yingyu's judgment, handed the wild boar domestication technical manual to Zhu Baokai, saying, "Master Zhu, the task of domesticating these pigs is yours. It is very important for our territory to cultivate a good species of wild boar. Wild boar farming will be a core industry in the territory one day. At the right time, we will expand the scale of the pig farms. I hope that the first true pig farm can be raised by you, Master Zhu," Zhu Baokai said, seeing that the Lord was very easygoing. He was no longer so cautious and spoke about his skill at raising pigs with more confidence. "Please do not worry about the pig breeding, I already have some experience. Look at these little piglets, also strong and healthy. They are a fine breed, and I have great confidence in raising them." After finishing with the pigmaster and saying a cordial farewell, Ouyang Shua returned to his office. As he sat down, Gu Xiuwen came in. Ouyang Shua asked him to be seated and inquired if he had anything to report. Gu Xiuwen replied, "Sire, I discussed with the heads of 3 divisions today and have completed the personnel distribution for farmers, builders, fishermen, herders, and craftsmen. Please approve this, sire." "Ah, your efficiency is impressive. Let's talk about how you allocated the resources," Ouyang Shua said. "In the territory, we have 130 farmers. 39 households have been allocated to the Reclamation Division to cultivate farmland, while the original 40 farmers have been maintained and moved under the management of the Material Reserves Division. For the fishermen, we have allocated 25 people, and they will remain until we have more fishing boats. Once they start fishing, they will also be moved under the Material Reserves Division. As for shepherds, we have only 2 who are responsible for pig farming. The carpenters were assigned 24 people, and their main project at this time is the saltpan field construction under General Shi." Ouyang Shua pondered for a moment, then asked, "On the shipyard side, are you clear on the progress of the fishing boat construction?" "According to my understanding, the construction of an ordinary fishing boat requires 50 units of wood, and each boat can carry 2 fishermen out to sea to fish. The shipyard, at its current size, can build 1 fishing boat a day. The first fishing boat was requisitioned by General Shi, who is using it to transport personnel and materials for the construction of the salt pan," Gu Xiuwen replied. As a clerk of the territory, it was one of his basic tasks to understand the latest developments in all walks of life, and he was well prepared. "Not bad. Let's stick to the distribution plan. Beginning tomorrow, other than special talents, everyone is to be assigned to the saltpan division. At the same time, in addition to the 5 fields, set up a separate household. Personnel information is as important as military information and must be kept confidential. As for the saltpan division, you must pay close attention to it. I will clear this up with General Shi. In addition, starting from tomorrow, we will be changing the meetings to once per week. Who attends should be fixed. In principle, only the secretaries of the various divisions need to meet. If there is a need, you can take 1 or 2 deputies along to the meetings. If you have problems day to day, you can report to me directly." Gu Xiuwen nodded and, seeing that his lord had nothing else to say, rose and departed. The next day, Ouyang Shua stopped in on General Shi to ask about the construction on the saltpan fields. Although he was a military man, General Shi was quite familiar with military books and reading. Even in an unfamiliar area, he was still able to think clearly. He stated unambiguously, "The intrinsic principles of the sun-drying salt technical manual are solid and backed by experience. You need 1 salt worker per 2 mu on average. The average monthly harvest is 200 units of salt per mu. Given our limited manpower, I recommend the first phase of construction to be 100 mu of salt fields. According to the final estimates, the entire beach is expected to open up tens of thousands of mu of salt fields. Ouyang Shua made some mental calculations. In the market, a unit of salt sold for 20 copper. In other words, a mu of land could produce a gold coin in pure profit, which was very impressive. Unfortunately, the sea salt cycle took an entire month. They could not count on the first harvest when building the Grade 2 village. Ouyang Shua knew the population limit for the second village was 500 people, a gap of 300 people from the first village. According to the average flow of immigrants, it would take 20 days to reach the full population. With that delay, and the need for additional funds for work in the secondary village, he had to think of another method. General Shi stood aside, watching him stand there in a daze, amused by Ouyang Shuo's bemused expression as he wrestled with the problem. Ouyang Shuo blinked, returning to normal, and asked, "When can the first phase of 100 mu be completed?" "You needn't worry about the labor, I have already discussed it with Xiuwen yesterday." General Shi relaxed. "According to the current progress, we'll be finished tomorrow afternoon." "Excellent, I'll be waiting for your good news." General Shi nodded and walked away. Just then, a series of system announcements sounded. System notice: congratulations to player Chen Shenjun for becoming the second lord in China to upgrade to a Grade 2 village, reward 1000 merit points. System notice: congratulations to player Chen Shenjun. System notice: congratulations. The Tianhe Consortium truly had strong financial resources. Chen Shenjun had managed to become the second in China to upgrade to a Grade 2 village. Unfazed, Ouyang Shua knew the most important thing to do now was to handle the tasks at hand. Today, he planned to do only one thing: visit the territories of all the skilled talents to encourage them to take on apprentices. Among those people, advanced shipbuilder Zhang Dehai had already enrolled 4 apprentices and did not need to be visited. Basic carpenter Zhao Yufeng and basic stonemason Zhang Shanggun were designated for the civil service and were no longer suitable for training apprentices. Yingyu had found 2 young business apprentices, a man and a woman. The man was called Qian Lifei, originally the owner of a brothel. His village had been looted, and he had come to Shanhai village. The woman was called Du Xiaolin, the daughter of a merchant. Yingyu took her in and deliberately kept her around, teaching her carefully. Both were placed in the Material Reserve Division by Yingyu, acting as her assistants. Ouyang Shua's first visit was to the small courtyard of Dr. Song. He was the first high-level talent in Shanhai village, but he had not yet recruited an apprentice, which made Ouyang Shua a little dissatisfied. Thinking about this, it was all well and fine for the doctor, as he was living in the Lord's house as a symbol of the Lord's power. But the old man, aside from occasionally going out to gather herbs and mix his golden medicine, did nothing else. When Ouyang Shua entered, Song Dafu was leisurely reading medical books in the room. Seeing him come in, Song Dafu said lightly, "I did not know you were coming, sire. It's unusual to see you here, I don't think you came just to see me." "What is the matter?" Seeing Song Dafu with this attitude, Ouyang Shua's irritation grew. However, knowing he needed the old man's help, he patiently replied, "Recent affairs in the territory have kept me busy, and I've neglected you, elder. Please don't worry." Song Dafu's feelings were stirred, and he said, "Sire, your words are heavy. I am a free man, doing nothing, and I am fine. You are the lord of the village, with many things to attend to." As they conversed, Ouyang Shua quickly grasped the crux of the problem. The old man was not as indifferent to fame and fortune as he appeared. Ouyang Shua offered some courteous words, but he listened well. The doctor's meaning was clear: he lived in a small courtyard, while others had found official positions, and he felt left behind. When Ouyang Shua came, he treated him with respect and considered his future. Now, with another helper, he felt overlooked. For so many days, not even a word of greeting. Even Yingyu, the busy girl, had no time to see him. He felt invisible. Even Erwazi did not speak with him, so how could he not be frustrated? Ouyang Shua had not expected this. The old man looked so grand and strong, but his desire for fame and fortune was so strong. Hey, yeah, a desire for recognition was good. He was really afraid that the old man would not accept his request and did not know where to start again. So, Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "Soon, I will set up a special medical institution, a hospital, to take over the medical affairs for the entire territory. To get it started, there must naturally be enough people. Elder, you are a noble person, so I should not disturb you. But there is no one else in the territory who can help me at this time." Dr. Song was moved. "Sire, do not worry. These bones may be old, but I can certainly handle teaching 3 or 4 young folk without a problem." Ouyang Shua laughed. "Then I shall leave this to the great elder of Shanhai village without worries." After speaking with Dr. Song, the other skilled people were much easier to convince. For basic blacksmith Li Taizhu and his wife, Li the basic chef, Ouyang Shua promised to arrange a separate small courtyard for them to live in at the right time. The couple was happy to promise to recruit 2 apprentices each. Merchant Li Fugue had recruited an apprentice yesterday but had not reported it yet. Today, Ouyang Shua promised to build a carpenter's workshop for basic carpenter Lu Guangji for woodworking and to look for a south-pointing chariot technical manual for his research. The carpenter immediately agreed to recruit 2 apprentices. After a round of all this lobbying, Ouyang Shua's voice was hoarse. However, it had all been worth it, for the territory had gained 10 more apprentices. Adding voluntary enrollment brought the total number of apprentices to 17. When they complete their initial training, the village will see a small surge in talent. During the next 3 days, the system announcement for China rang frequently. 3 more of the 6 tyrants of Handan managed to upgrade their territories to Grade 2 villages. However, Zhang Lang, the military representative, could not unscrupulously use credits to buy in-game currency like the others and had fallen behind, not managing to upgrade yet. Ouyang Shua's territory remained very calm. The workshop he had promised to his carpenter, Lu Guangji, was already built. Under the leadership of Elder Dixien, 500 mu of farmland on the north side of the territory, near the Friendship River, had been successfully cleared. Simple farmland, remove the weeds and treat the soil, and it can grow all kinds of crops. The salt pans being built under General Shi's supervision were also smoothly completed. 40 salt workers were stationed there to begin spreading salt water across the panning field and drying it out to produce salt. The first salt field to open was officially named the Northern Salt Field by Ouyang Shua. On the pig breeding side, Zhu Baokai did not disappoint. The 12 piglets, after a brief period of discomfort and panic, had now fully adapted to life in the pen. The development of breeding pigs was a new industry that was just around the corner. On the 14th day of the first year of Gaia, at 8 a.m. in Shanhai village, all of the core staff had gathered in the chamber early, waiting for a historic moment. Gu Xiuwen was calmly registering the day's newest population. Ouyang Shua did not care about their stats and was solely focused on leveling up the village. With a hum and a flash of white light, a golden stone slowly rose from the ground in the center of the chamber. Ouyang Shua placed his hand on the front of the stone, and the system notification sounded. System notification, detecting Shanhai village's upgrade conditions. Condition 1, population 200 people. The village is over the limit and has met the requirements. Condition 2, all required infrastructure has been completed and meets the requirements. Condition 3, the rank of the Lord has reached second-class Baron and meets the requirements. Congratulations to player TWO Wui and the established Shanhai village for meeting all required conditions to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. From the stone, golden light once again spilled out, reaching up to the sky and forming a golden halo. The halo spread to encompass the entire village, sweeping out to the edges of his territory before disappearing. System notification. Congratulations to player TWO Wui for becoming the 6th lord in China to upgrade to a second-grade village. Reward, 600 merit points. System notification, congratulations to player TWO Wui. System notification, congratulations. This time, Ouyang Shua had beaten Zhang Lang of the 6 Tyrants of Handan, and history began to shift. The announcement in the game caused an uproar. Players were speculating on who TWO Wui was, defying the hegemony of the 6 Tyrants of Handan. Earth Online had only been open for half a month. The identities of the 6 Tyrants had been the subject of endless gossip among players, and gradually their real identities had surfaced, no longer as mysterious as they were at the beginning. Unfortunately, the more players knew about the identities of the tyrants, the more depressed they became. China had never lacked for ambitious players, especially with Earth Online holding meaning far beyond that of a typical game. Even those with great ambition, in the face of the 6 Tyrants' status, were afraid to move ahead and defy them. Now, Ouyang Shua had succeeded in defeating a member of the 6 Tyrants of Handan. This shook up the status quo, exciting the players, and suddenly the situation in China became less clear and not as set in stone. In Blood Red Village near Jianye City, a determined young man rushed into the office of the village chief and sat down. He was Zhang Lang, his expression gloomy. Opposite him sat another young man. "Lieutenant, it's time to stop being cautious. Get on the line and start buying the game currency at whatever price is required." "Yes, sir." At the same time, in King Village near Lianzhou, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows heard the system announcement and smiled with interest. "Oh, there's actually someone beyond the 6 Tyrants. It seems they are not invincible. Well, it seems that my King Village could become worthy of its name as well. Ha 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 ha." For a time, inside and outside the game, people were surging with new emotions. At this time, Ouyang Shua didn't have time to really care what was going on, as he was still working on upgrading his territory. System notification, congratulations to TWO Wui for upgrading to a level 2 village. The Lord's Manor is automatically upgraded. In addition, the player may choose one of 3 random village buildings to establish. System notification, random buildings selected, please choose Village Ancestral Hall, Village Private School, or Village Granary. Please choose. Choose the Village Granary. System tip, building automatically generated. Player, please check it out. With a hum and a flash of white light, the golden heartstone slowly sank into the ground once more. Telling everyone to wait, Ouyang Shua took the opportunity to slowly review the village's properties. Territory name, Shanhai Village, Grade 2 Village. Lord, TWO Wui, 3rd Class Viscount. Title, None. People Sentiment, 80. Security, 75. Territory Population, 200/500. Flow rate of immigrants, 10*1 plus 50% equals 15/day. Territory area, 50 square kilometers. Territorial specialty, 50% increase in attracting immigrants, 20% increase in attracting special talents, 50% increase in crop production, 20% increase in production capacity of residents, 20% increase in military rank. Treasury, 10 gold coins. Territory resources, 3,100 units of grain, 180 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 300 units of iron ore. Territorial Army, Militia Team, 10. Territory Industry, Northern Saltfields, 100 mu. Political Index, 25/100, determines administrative efficiency relationship with the people. Economic Index, 10/100, determines the degree of trade prosperity, ability to pay taxes. Cultural Index, 10 out of 100, determines the level of education, quality of residence. Military Index, 20/100, determines military strength, stable internal relations. Basic buildings, village lord's house, basic market, simple fence, village canteens, village latrine, wooden residence small courtyard, 10, basic blacksmith, basic grocery, basic logging, basic quarry, simple farmland, 500 mu, basic barracks, pigsty, carpentry workshop. Special buildings, ferry, wharf, basic shipyard. Hidden architecture, Mazu temple, sealed. List of potential capital construction buildings. Village ancestral hall, for worshipping the ancestors. Construction conditions for the ancestral building, 80 units of timber, 40 units of stone. Build time, 1 day. Village level hospital, provides medical treatment for the villagers. Construction conditions, basic doctor, medical museum building drawings, 60 units of timber, 20 units of stone. Build time, 1 day. Village private school, an educational facility for the children of the village. Construction conditions, scholar, private school architectural drawings, 150 units of timber, 80 units of stone. Construction time, 2 days. Basic martial arts dojo, a training building for basic martial arts. Construction conditions, martial artist, martial arts architectural drawings, 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone. Build time, 2 days. Village granary, a warehouse for storing grain. Construction conditions, granary construction drawings, 400 units of timber, 200 units of stone. Build time, 3 days. Note, the building has been generated and awarded. Basic tailor shop, a shop for sewing clothing. Construction conditions, basic tailor, tailor shop construction drawings, 40 units of timber, 20 units of stone. Build time, 1 day. Basic mining field, increases the collection of ore, boosting average production to 2 units of iron ore/person/day. Construction conditions, 40 units of timber, 20 units of stone. Build time, 1 day. Simple arrow tower, a basic defensive structure with a weak defense. Construction conditions, 80 units of wood, 10 units of stone. Build time, 1 day. Lianzhou analyzed everything for a moment. To elevate to a grade 3 village, he needed to meet 3 conditions. The first condition was the new population limit, which, at present, he had no way to accelerate. Based on his current immigration rate, it would take 20 days to reach the new upper population limit. His low population was his biggest weakness, due to the lack of individual players. The third condition, meeting the rank requirement, was the easiest, and he was not worried about it at all. The hardest to meet would be the second requirement, infrastructure construction. This required 3 conditions on its own. The first was building materials, which he didn't need to worry about, as he could easily meet all storage capacity needs. He wasn't concerned about the second condition, the basic needs of talents to staff the buildings, because of his territory's special trait of plus 20% in attracting special talents. As long as he was patient, the talents would naturally come. The biggest difficulty was the architectural blueprints. In the basic market, every 2 village blueprints cost 5 gold coins. However, for the new buildings such as the ancestral hall, hospital, private school, dojo, and tailor shop, he needed a total of 25 gold coins. Lianzhou and every other lord had to worry about where they would get the gold from. After analyzing the village's stats and reviewing everything, he had time to take everyone to visit the upgraded lord's manor. In his home, the courtyards were now larger, and the area had nearly doubled. The courtyards had become much more refined. The original 3 rooms had expanded to 5, the rooms were more spacious than before, and even the furniture had improved in quality. The middle of the hall was still the chamber, but now, instead of a dirt floor, it was covered with slate. On the eastern side of the room near the chamber was still the head office of the village. The main difference was that now there was a row of bookshelves, weighed down with new books. On the east side of the new room was the administrative office, where Gu Xiuwen and the other officials had their own office space. On the west side of the building, Lianzhou's bedroom remained, with a dining room between it and the chamber. From now on, he wouldn't have to go to the dining hall and eat with the commoners, there was a small stove to prepare food. On the east and west sides of the chamber, the number of rooms increased from 2 to 4. Taking advantage of everyone being there, Ouyang Shua began to rearrange the accommodations. In the East Wing, the first room was still for General Shi, followed by rooms for Gu Xiuwen, Elder Duxian, and Zhao Duong. In the West Wing, the first room was naturally where TWO Yingyu was living, followed by rooms for Air Wazi and Dr. Song, with the last room temporarily empty. Once the hospital was built, Dr. Song would move in there, much like Zhao Yufeng and Zhang Shanggun, who had moved to the logging field and quarry they were overseeing, respectively. After the tour, everyone returned to the chamber. Since Shanhai village had just been upgraded to a Grade 2 village, it was time to inform everyone about the next steps. Everyone sat down, and Ouyang Shua went straight to the main topic. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, Shanhai village has successfully upgraded to a Grade 2 village, and we are the 6th in China to achieve this feat. This is the result of the hard work of all the villagers and each of you gathered here. It is truly worth celebrating. Therefore, I have decided that tonight we will hold a grand bonfire party to celebrate. Tonight's celebration will be prepared by TWO Yingyu. TWO Yingyu nodded. Big brother, you can rest assured. I will make it as grand as possible. Speaking of which, this is the first time our territory has undertaken such a celebration. You have to perform a show to help with the entertainment. As she finished, General Shi took the lead in applauding the idea. Even the typically sedate Zhao Duxian looked excited and cheered at the suggestion. Ouyang Shua gave a wry smile. Yingyu, you're trying to corner me. But your idea is very good, and I firmly support it. It is more joyful to share the joy than to keep it to oneself. Everyone here will have to prepare at least one performance or play. If you want to cheer, you can't avoid getting involved. If your sire has to contribute, then you do as well. Yingyu laughed, as performing was, for her, naturally something that took no effort. The others, however, looked a bit unhappy and dejected, as if they had lifted a stone only to drop it on their own feet. After the upgrade, there are many things to do. Here, I'm going to make general arrangements. We have a lot to do, so please hold your advice and opinions until I am done. First of all, work arrangements for the construction division. The private school, hospital, and other buildings cannot be built at the moment due to the lack of building plan blueprints. However, there are still significant responsibilities that lie with you. We do not need blueprints to construct the basic mining field and the simple arrow tower, so build them as soon as possible. The Material Reserve Division needs to stay in good communication with you to select the field to be developed. Build 2 arrow towers, one on each side of the village entrance. Additionally, the second phase of the 15 small residential courtyards needs to be completed quickly, and you must pay close attention to it. Most importantly, you must cooperate with the Salt Pan Division to carry out the construction of the second phase of the Northern Salt Fields. The Northern Salt Fields is the only industry in the territory at the moment and an extremely important source of funding for the future. I have decided that the second phase will open up another 400 mu, for a total size of 500 mu. This will require a lot of labor. The Household Registration Office will need to actively cooperate with the current stage and prioritize channeling people to the salt fields. The total number of salt workers will need to reach 250 to maintain full productivity in the salt harvesting operation. For the Material Reserves Division, the numbers involved in quarrying and logging will remain about the same at 20 people after the completion of the primary mining field. The number of fishermen should gradually increase to 30. As for the militia, we will expand them directly to 50 people. Make formal preparations, 10 people in a squad, led by a sergeant, 5 squads as a platoon, led by a lieutenant. The remaining labor will be sent to the Reclamation Division to cultivate farmland, up to a total of 2,000 mu. According to the above arrangements, the Household Registration Division will allocate manpower as needed and confirm proof of residence for the new work arrangements. If there are any questions, they can now be raised. Digesting the orders that Shua had laid out before them, the directors considered their areas of expertise and divisions before speaking up with comments or suggestions. General Shi was the first to stand up. "My lord, I have something to say. With the militia expanded to 50 people, it will be necessary to have 5 sergeants to command the teams. General, please submit your recommendations to me for approval. As far as possible, choose from the veterans, but ensure your selections are well considered and not unconditional. Abilities are the primary criterion. Additionally, Zhang Dainyu and Sanguzi can be directly promoted to team leaders. The squad leader of the militia will naturally be you. As the northern salt fields are on track, it is time for you to move and focus on militia team training. For the safety of the fields, rotate Zhang Dainyu and Sanguzi with a militia team in charge." General Shi grinned. No longer being stationed in the salt field clearly made him very happy. However, he was not a fool and had long deduced that something was afoot from Ouyang Shua's words. He directly asked, "My lord, what is the main reason behind this expansion of the militia?" Ouyang Shua nodded approvingly. The expansion of the militia is to address a variety of new security challenges. With the new upgrade, our territory has expanded to 250% of its original size. I anticipate that in half a month, a beast riot will emerge from the wilderness, leading to severe beast attacks. Therefore, General, you must not only oversee the development of the militia but also establish a detailed defense against the beast attacks and a combat program. Please report to me for review." General Shi responded loudly, "Sir, I will see this done." Xu Yingyu then stood up. "Big brother, regarding the number of fishermen, I have a different perspective. At this moment, we have only 4 fishing boats, each capable of carrying 2 men, while the shipyard can only produce 1 boat per day. To get 30 fishermen to work will take at least another 11 days. From what I understand, a fisherman can harvest 50 units of fish daily on average. With the amount of fish harvested, we simply cannot consume it all. Why do you need so many fishermen?" Ouyang Shua understood her point. Fish could not serve as a staple food and was difficult to store for long periods, making it unsuitable to replace harvested food and forage. However, he had his own plan. "Yingyu, what you have said is true. But you haven't considered that if we salt and dry the fish, it can be easily stored. Dried fish is not a living thing and can be easily preserved. The market price for a unit of dried fish is 15 copper. It takes 2 units of fish to make 1 unit of dried fish, and 1 unit of salt can be used for 5 units of dried fish. Excluding the cost of the salt, a single fisherman's daily harvest can generate a profit of 355 copper for the territory. PMID 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 PMID. Once the first batch of salt in the salt fields is produced, the territory's construction funds can be entirely financed by the sea. As for the fishermen who are not yet in boats, arrange for them to work on salting the live fish. Cui Yingyu could see that Shua had thought everything through, and said with sincere admiration, "Big brother, you have really thought this through. I am far from your level." Ouyang Shua waved his hand. "I am no genius. I have been worrying about the territory's funds and plans for some time, and this idea came to me." This was certainly not Ouyang Shua just coming up with words to comfort her on the spot. He had been considering all these plans and points as early as when he selected the Lianzhou basin to establish his village. As a lord player, if he couldn't make full use of marine resources, he would be ignoring his geographical advantages. Sea salt and marinated salted fish were the two methods he wanted to establish to accumulate early capital. To this end, he had not hesitated to spend his early reward money on the saltwater technology manual and those 3 special building blueprints. This was the advantage of rebirth. While powerful players were paying real money to buy the game currency, he was developing a perfect industry to provide a steady stream of building funds. This advantage would become more apparent over time. His current industry was just starting, resulting in limited profits, but he was just beginning. Once he expanded the scale of development, the profits would naturally increase several times over. Strong lords in the past agreed that for sustainable development, they had to develop their own industries. After all, they could only use credit points to buy the game's currency for less than a year. Finally, Zhao Dexian stood up, saying, "Sire, I have some questions." As Sire has arranged for the Reclamation Division to cultivate 1,500 mu of farmland, there is naturally no issue. My question is, for these mu of farmland, I was wondering what crops Sire might want us to plant? Ouyang Shua decided to test him, asking, "Secretary Zhao, based on Lianzhou Basin's climate, what do you think are the most appropriate crops to plant?" Zhao Dexian was a farmer with a lifetime of experience dealing with farmland and was familiar with the planting times for all kinds of crops. He answered, "This is the middle of the season. Winter is not over, and spring is not here, so it is not suitable for planting any crops at this time." Ouyang Shua smiled mysteriously and said, "Good answer. However, the Lianzhou Basin has a special climate, and there is one crop that you can grow in winter here, namely sweet potatoes. Although we missed the best planting season in November due to the monsoon, we still have suitable growing conditions. If we plant now, we can harvest them in April and May, and completely solve the problem of crop shortages." Zhao Dexian was momentarily surprised and then replied gloomily, "I am ashamed to say that I did not think of such a crop." In fact, this could not really be blamed on him. His previous village of Zhaojiago had been in the forest and had very rarely planted sweet potatoes, so he did not think of such a crop on the spur of the moment. Ouyang Shua smiled. "So, these mu of farmland should be planted with sweet potatoes as quickly as possible and must be completed before the end of the month. As for the seedlings, I will buy them from the market." After answering Zhao Dexian's questions, the others' doubts had been cleared, and Ouyang Shua announced the end of the meeting. Waiting until the crowd dispersed, he headed over to the basic market to procure some items. The treasury only had 10 gold coins at the moment, but he had set aside 4 gold coins to grow the militia, leaving him with 6 gold coins to use. He first spent 1 gold coin to get enough seedlings to plant 3,000 mu of sweet potatoes, with 3 mu being the maximum area he wanted to devote to sweet potatoes for now. Then, he spent another gold coin and bought 500 units of salt, which was enough to make salted fish for the time being. Later, his salt fields would produce more than enough salt on their own. With the remaining 4 gold coins, he simply purchased 4,000 units of grain directly. Combined with the initial 3,100 units of food from his previous purchases and the fisherman's harvest as a supplement, it would be enough to support the entire village on its way to becoming a Grade 2 village. With his procurements complete, Shua's pockets were now empty. After arranging for people to put the purchased materials into the warehouse and granary, he had nothing more to do for the moment. That night, the bonfire party, as promised by TWO Yingyu, was very lively. everyone gathered in the public square in front of the Lord's manor and built large fires with firewood. Groups of people gathered around them, singing and dancing. Yingyu's Lingbo dance wowed the whole town. It was a soft dance with light steps, like clouds floating in the air and sunlight dancing on the water. It made her look like a fairy floating on the waves through her dance. The short steps of the Lingbo captivated anyone who saw it. General Shi's sword dance was also wonderful. His sword was like a white snake, hissing in the wind. It moved like a dragon, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, striking like thunder and moving like lightning. The silver light from the square could have pierced a chest from miles away. Not to be outdone, Elder Dishian, along with the original villagers from Zhao village, arranged a pole dance. The percussion instruments had a strong rhythm, with crisp, high-pitched sounds, and were very lively. Bursts of laughter mixed with the light and sound of bamboo flutes conveyed the mood of the people. The celebratory music showed their happiness, stirring up the whole of Shanhai village with the joy and happiness of the dance. At the climax of the evening, Ouyang Shua sang a modern version of Luo Shenfu. Luo Shui River in the east. Legends spread through ages, a paradise on earth. In my dreams, I see a woman of heaven, tripping lightly like a startled swan. 6 dragons, carriage of clouds, carry her back to the high heavens, leaving tales behind. When the tales are told, people will say, "It was a dream of Xiang King." The dream ended, tears soaked the towels, flowing down my cheeks. Her youth, untouched by time, yet the paths of human and God diverged. Only the earrings remained as a souvenir. The wind blew, and time flew. Historians recorded and marveled at the anonymous. If asked today about the memorial temple by the riverside, it is an ode to goddess Luo, soothing and comforting the heart. The scent she left, her image in my mind. The wind blew, time flew, and the universe turned from nothing into everything. What is love if not a force that drives humans to madness, and makes them succumb to goddesses? An ode to goddess Luo, who still chants the poetic lines. The river flows on, heedless of time. The people of Shanhai village, including Ouyang Shua and General Shi, were all displaced and fated to meet. A simple bonfire party that lightened the pain of displacement helped to unite them. The celebration solidified the feeling that Shanhai village was truly their home. System notification: congratulations to player Chiue Wui on the successful bonfire party. The villagers appreciate their lord's hospitality. Morale has increased by 5 points. Ouyang Shua didn't need to see the system prompt. He was absorbed in the vibrant atmosphere of the party, and the notification only reminded him that it was all just a game. As the night grew late, he returned to his room and logged off. When he emerged, it was already 9 a.m. This time, Binger had gone to school by herself, and Sun Xiaya was long gone for her classes. Too lazy to go downstairs for breakfast, he fried up 2 eggs and drank a glass of milk for a simple meal. Opening his handbrain, he found he had a new email. Opening it, he found it was an invitation letter from his former junior high school. The letter, sent by his class president, Yuan Ping, invited him to a reunion party. The letter stated that since graduating from junior high, the class had not gathered for a long time. This year, during the Spring Festival, a class party would be held at Guifeng Park. Yuan Ping hoped everyone would arrange their schedules in advance and attend. It had been 7 or 8 years since Ouyang Shua had seen his junior high classmates. He could hardly remember many of their names, and his memories were hazy. If nothing important came up, Ouyang Shua decided he would go. After all, this might be their only reunion. A year later, they would board a starship, and if they met again, it would be after many years. There was still time until the Spring Festival, so there was no need to worry about it yet. Opening the game forums, Ouyang Shua looked at the trending posts from other players. At the top of the discussion was, Shanhai village has broken the monopoly of the 6 tyrants of Handan, claiming the 6th promotion to 2nd grade village in China. Browsing through the comments, Ouyang Shua was lost for words at the chaos. First poster, I bet Chiue Wui is a descendant of a secretive great family. Second poster, bet +1, keep it up. Third poster, invisible but, the two above have read too many novels. Fourth poster, top floor, I think he's just lucky. Fifth poster, Chiue Wui, people want to have a child for you. Sixth poster, upstairs is a dinosaur, identified. Seventh poster, Mad Warrior of the World, recruiting members. If interested, please contact Mad Warrior quickly. Eighth poster, upstairs advertising, pay for advertising, thank you. Ninth poster, Mad Warrior of the World is a garbage guild, don't be fooled by their recruitment. 10th poster, upstairs, I want to kill you. The posts were completely crazy. Ouyang Shua silently moved on, ready to look at other popular threads. As expected, after Chun Shinjun, Zhang Leng had sent his trusted subordinate, Blood Wolf, into the forum to publicly buy more of the game currency. Unfortunately, there was still no fixed market price. Hadn't he seen Chun Shinjuan's financial officer set a purchase price at 2 credits for 1 copper? Another post caught Ouyang Shua's attention. Among the adventurers, someone had finally obtained a mercenary token and set up the first mercenary group in the game, the Blood Evil Mercenary Group. The leader of the mercenary group was called Blood Romance, a level 21 chivalrous expert, currently ranked number 1 on the player list. They were the first to set up a mercenary group but still hadn't received a system announcement in the game. This highlighted Gaia's preference for players in the Lord game mode. Browsing a bit more, Ouyang Shua found no other useful information and closed the forum. It was time to start learning some history and recharge himself. In the evening, when Binger came back from school, she seemed a little resentful that her brother hadn't woken up in the morning to see her off. Ouyang Shua had to pull out all the stops and make a few of her favorite dishes to alleviate her displeasure. Sun Xiaya, seeing Ouyang Shua place such importance on logging into the game every day, was also very curious. She asked, "Hey, this Earth Online game really so fun?" I asked around, and none of the students in my classes played that game. Ouyang Shua smiled mysteriously. This game's greatest charm lies in how territory is constructed and its realism, not the kind of no-effort leveling games. Most people aren't patient enough to play it. If conditions permit, I suggest you learn to play it. Xiaoye rolled her eyes. Please. I'm not like you, able to spend 100,000 credits on a game cabin without batting an eye. Ouyang Shua reluctantly shared only this much. If she didn't listen, it was her own loss. He couldn't tell her about the truth of the game from his past. He had no proof to show her that there was a problem, even if she would believe him, nor could he explain how he knew such a thing. He certainly couldn't tell her that he was reborn from the future. To make up for not being there in the morning, Ouyang Shua didn't log on at night right away. Instead, he first helped Binger with her homework and read her a fairy tale before bed. By the time he coaxed his little sister to sleep, it was already 10 p.m. For him, the game was important, but Binger was the most important. The game was only a means to success, intended to help his family. Often, people were misled by appearances. Without a clear understanding of means and purpose, they would lose themselves. Moreover, Shanhai Village had established a complete organizational structure due to his efforts in promoting people. Even if he were away for a short period, his territory would still operate smoothly. Once logged in, it was time to go out and work. Shua went to the edge of the courtyard, teasing Blackfang. The horses didn't really like dogs, so Ouyang Shua wasn't comfortable letting the dog run around freely. Usually, it was tied up in the yard. When he had free time, he would hold Blackfang as he walked around the village. With nothing special to do today, Ouyang Shua's guilty conscience prompted him to take Blackfang and visit the village. Walking around, he looked at the houses that had sprouted from the ground, feeling pleased and proud. This was the village that belonged entirely to him, and he had led everyone out of the wilderness to establish it. It had started from zero, from the first log laid down. The villagers loved and trusted him for providing them shelter in the wilds. His subordinates respected and admired his foresight, grateful for the opportunity to perform at a higher level through his guidance. Along the way, the villagers who saw him would smile and bow. Ouyang Shua didn't act arrogant, he would stop to chat and ask if there were any issues he was unaware of. If there were difficulties, they had to be shared to better help everyone solve them. Last night's bonfire party was clearly on everyone's mind, especially Yingyu's beautiful lingbo dance and the momentum of General Shi's sword dance. Of course, there was also their lord's singing. It wasn't bad, but the tone had been a little strange, as if people were listening to some foreign music. When he entered the village, Ouyang Shua saw Zhao Duong overseeing the construction of the first arrow tower with a crew. General Shi was standing to the side, studying the work. The general clearly had much more authority in building the tower than Secretary Elder Dexian, as he knew more about it. Seeing Ouyang Shua coming, the two of them quickly approached. General Shi's voice, as usual, was quite loud. "Lord," he nearly shouted. Zhao Duong followed behind him, greeting promptly, "Sire." Shua waved away formalities, still in a very good mood. Smiling at Duong, he said, "No need to stand on ceremony. Secretary Duong has been busy, truly worthy of praise." Zhao Duong still held the title of Deputy Director of Construction and was naturally intent on proving himself through his actions. His fear that he was not doing well and that his lord was about to criticize him was put to rest, soothing his heart. Modestly, he said, "I dare not claim the credit. The reason this tower could be built so smoothly is thanks to General Shi's advice. Without his guidance, we would not know where to start." General Shi was not one to know modesty. Smiling to the side, he said proudly, "This is not that difficult. This is the simplest of arrow towers. I used to lead men in war, those siege towers were much more powerful." General Shi turned to look at Ouyang Shua. "My lord, based on my last observation of the terrain, we should build a tower at each corner of our fence to enhance the village's defensive power. Unfortunately, we do not have enough bows and arrows, nor the means to train the rookie recruits in their use." Ouyang Shua nodded slightly and looked back to Zhao Duong. According to General Shi's suggestion, have the construction division coordinate the arrangements. Zhao Duong hurriedly said that within 2 days, he could have all the towers built. Ouyang Shua nodded, and with no more reason to stay, turned to head back to his courtyard, holding Blackfang. 1. Luo Shenfu, an ancient Chinese poem from the late Three Kingdoms era. 2. Dream of Xiang King, an ancient Chinese romance story about a king and a goddess. Ouyang Shua headed back to the Lord's manor, tying Blackfang back up before entering the office. Just as he sat down, Gu Xiuwen, his clerk and household registrar, came in with 2 tall men. One of the men was about 30 years old and unarmed. He had an evenly spaced face, wide and open under his thick eyebrows, with a pair of shrewd, deep eyes that flashed as they looked him over. He had an extremely developed physique, particularly in his shoulders and arms. The other man was in his early 20s, armed with a spear and a knife at his waist. His face was exceptionally attractive, with chiseled features that looked as if a sculptor had carved them, definitely a lady's man. Gu Xiuwen asked Ouyang Shua about his well-being and introduced the 2 men. "Sire, these 2 heroes are special talents who have just arrived in the village. They are a pair of brothers. This gentleman is Linyu, who is excellent at unarmed combat and an advanced martial arts instructor. His younger brother is a basic general called Lin Yi." The Lins took the opportunity to come forward, clasping their hands and bowing slightly. Linyu, Lin Yi, pays respects to the Lord. An advanced martial guru and a basic general? Ouyang Shua was definitely interested and responded with pleasure. 2 heroes, welcome, welcome. It is Shanhai Village's fortune to welcome such talented men today. He gestured for them to sit before continuing. Since both of you have such great skills, would you be willing to fight for our army? Hearing this, the younger man, Lin Yi, revealed an eager expression, obviously quite willing to do so. But the older brother remained quiet, not showing his inner thoughts. Seeing the older brother's reserve, Ouyang Shuo suppressed his emotions. Obviously, this wasn't an easy man to win over, and Ouyang Shuo nodded in approval. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. My lord, I will not lie to you. I have the ability to teach fist fighting and some footwork, but I am not suitable for the military. I suffered a serious injury in the past, and its effects still haunt me. I fear I could not live up to your expectations. My brother, although stubborn, is skilled in martial arts. If the Lord is willing, he can be set up in your army, and some strict discipline will be good for him. He will serve you well for both of us. Ouyang Shuo nodded slightly. This Lin Yu was an honest man through and through, not just a simple instructor. At this moment, Ouyang Shuo wasn't going to delve deeper into his history. Master Lin has an illness in his body, it would not be good to force you. The village has an advanced doctor, and I will ask him to diagnose and treat you. In addition, the village is about to establish a martial arts dojo. When you have the time, I will have to ask Master Lin to sit down with the villagers and arrange classes to teach them martial arts. This will help them get more physically fit and let everyone learn some self-defense. With the wilderness nearby, a little protection could go a long way. I hope that Master Lin will not refuse my request. For such a noble purpose, Lin Yu could naturally not decline. Moreover, the establishment of a dojo was exactly in line with his desires. I thank the Lord for his consideration, I would not dare to disappoint you, he replied quickly. Ouyang Shuo laughed and then said, as for younger brother Lin, I think you will be excellent material for the militia group's leader. I think that with your abilities, you will fulfill my trust. Master Lin bowed again. Thank you, Lord. We will not disappoint you. Ouyang Shuo took the opportunity to check the stats of the two brothers. Name, Lin Yu, Silver. Identity * Shanhai Villager. Occupation * Advanced Martial Arts Instructor. Loyalty * 75 points. Feature * Proficient in fist fighting, enhances the fist martial arts of the territory by 10%. Evaluation * Mysterious origin, once a famous fighter. Forced to leave due to residual injuries. Name, Lin Yi, Black Iron. Identity * Shanhai Village Militia 3rd Sergeant. Occupation * Basic General. Loyalty * 75 points. Command * 30. Force * 40. Intelligence * 20. Political * 15. Internal power * Lin family spearmanship, a total of 12 types. Equipment * Fine iron spear, belt knife. Evaluation * has studied the art of war, practices spearmanship. However, his temperament is unruly and unconventional. The brothers were definitely different from one another. Master Lin was evaluated by the system as a fist-style master, helping to raise the fist fighting ability of the entire territory. Such an ability was a significant boon for the whole village. Ouyang Shuo guessed that if he could cure Master Lin's injuries, he would become at least a master martial arts instructor. For this, he could only place his hopes on Dr. Song, though he didn't have high hopes that an advanced doctor would be able to solve the problem. Lin Yi was not simple either. Although only a black iron character, he came with his own techniques and equipment. He had great potential and opportunity for growth. Placing him in the army under the command of General Shi, and with a bit of luck in the future, he would become a major asset. Over the past few days, Ouyang Shuo had gradually noticed that the system appeared to have revised its rules for generating immigrants. Initially, the closer to the start, such as an upgrade or the establishment of the village, the more likely the system was to introduce some special talent. If the village had already met the required special talents for an upgrade, the system would generally just send more farmers and seldom deliver special talents. Additionally, he noticed that as the village's characteristics improved, it could also attract higher-level talents from time to time. One must understand that a Grade 1 village was expected to focus on basic elementary talents, and Shanhai village already had 3 high-class advanced talents. If the other lords knew this, they would be envious to the point of jealousy. For many lords, an intermediate talent was still unattainable, and advanced talents were downright unimaginable luxuries. After their welcome meeting concluded, Ouyang Shuo instructed Gu Xiuwen to arrange comfortable lodging for Master Lin. He would take younger Lin to the barracks. As a basic general, Lin Yi did not need to change his class. The fundamental difference between a soldier and an officer lay in the number of troops they could command. According to the military system, a soldier could be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, leading a platoon of 50 soldiers. With 10 platoons, a unit of 500 soldiers is formed, led by a major, requiring at least a basic general. 5 units, comprising 2,500 soldiers, formed a regiment, led by a colonel, necessitating at least an intermediate general. 5 regiments, along with an additional 1,000 personnel under a major general, formed a division with a total of 13,500 members, demanding an advanced general. 4 divisions formed a legion, comprising 10,000 people under a commanding general, for a total of 55,000 people. This was a massive army, and only special generals could command it. If you grouped several legions together into a legion corps, only a lord or a lord-appointed marshal could take charge. Thus, the demand for generals in any territory would be very high. It was unrealistic to expect high-quality generals if you lacked the resources to attract them, unless there was a powerful territorial draw, such as Shanhai village, a gold-level village. Most generals were promoted from soldiers. The intermediate class barracks class change chamber could transform level 10 militia into rank 1 soldiers. Soldiers had 9 ranks to climb, ranks 1 to 3 were normal soldiers, 4 to 6 were veterans, and 7 to 9 were elite soldiers. Ordinary soldiers needed to advance to rank 9 elites before they could undergo an advanced barracks class change chamber to become basic generals. This was why Ouyang Shuo paid so much attention to Lin Yi. When the two arrived at the barracks, General Shi had just returned. After Lin Yi reported to his new commander and recounted his history, Ouyang Shuo was ready to leave. Suddenly, General Shi stopped him, saying seriously, "Lord, I have something to report." Ouyang Shuo paused, a bit puzzled, and asked, "Oh? What's happened?" "One of the scouts just reported back to me. They recently returned from patrol and accidentally discovered a raider camp." Ouyang Shuo was momentarily surprised by this development. Raider and bandit, the two scourges of the wilderness. "Did the patrol alert them?" he asked urgently. General Shi shook his head, saying they were not alerted. The patrol, led by Sanguzi, was quite clever. They spotted the camp from afar and set up to monitor the larger force from a distance, sending a runner back here to report. "Excellent. They have done well, and we must be careful. Given our current strength and without knowing the enemies, we must remain calm and restrained. General, find out 2 things, the size of the enemy and their overall strength. If necessary, go there personally. The other task is to seize the opportunity to quickly select troops for the militia. The selection of these troops will be our primary focus in preparing for this fight. I will coordinate with the village secretaries to ensure this is done," Ouyang Shuo said, with great caution. General Shi was very excited, loudly declaring, "Rest assured, the patrol will return to camp tonight. I'm eager to see what these raiders are capable of." Since General Shi was going to act personally, Ouyang Shuo felt at ease. The discovery of this temporary camp could actually benefit the territory. It would allow him to train the militia team. Killing the bandits would help them level up faster than killing monsters. After destroying the camp, there was a high chance of obtaining some much-needed building blueprints. The next day, Ouyang Shuo logged in and hurriedly summoned General Shi to his office, eager to learn about the results of the previous night's investigation. With his high skills, General Shi had sneaked directly into the enemy camp last night and conducted a detailed reconnaissance. My lord, here is the summary report. The entire camp numbers about 100 people. The fighting population numbers about 60, the rest are women and children. The fighting force is divided into 3 categories. The first category consists of ordinary bandits, poorly equipped and on foot, with their strength roughly equal to our militia. The second category includes elite bandits, well equipped with bows, spears, and horses. From the look of their stables, I estimate there are about 20 of these elites. The third category is their leader, one commander with a lieutenant, whose strength is comparable to Lin Yi from yesterday. Ouyang Shua's face turned solemn. The strength of this group of bandits exceeds my expectations. Even the ordinary bandits are as strong as our militia. In a head-on fight, we would suffer greatly. The elite bandits with bows and arrows pose an even greater threat. It seems this time we need to be clever and not simply charge in. General Shi responded with some disapproval, as if acknowledging cowardice. This is the end of my report, but I do not agree. These bandits are nothing to me. If I charged into their camp, I could likely kill more than half of them. Ouyang Shua gave a wry smile. My brave general, I understand your courage. However, as the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant. You going alone is far too risky. If you failed, the loss would not be worth it. Although you have courage, the militia with their basic equipment cannot support you in such a fight. General Shi smiled. So, by your lordship's meaning, what should we do? Ouyang Shua responded calmly and confidently. At this stage, the most important thing is to accumulate the militia's training and shape them into a formidable force. We will maintain the status quo and quietly accumulate strength, waiting for the right time to strike. Of course, we need to keep up our surveillance and alert the others. We should also make arrangements for the staff in case the bandits move. Additionally, we need to ensure the village's defenses are in place to avoid any accidents. Understood. With the meeting concluded, General Shi promptly left to arrange the village's defense. Shortly after General Shi departed, TWO Yingyu entered Ouyang Shua's office. Ouyang Shua smiled and asked her to sit down, laughing as he said, "You seem to have come with a purpose?" He asked this for a reason. Yingyu was a workaholic. In a society where women in such positions were not common, she had to be exceptionally strong to take on a role like this. Big brother, you're making fun of me. I work so hard, all for the sake of your territory. Yingyu's face turned red as she pouted at his teasing. Ouyang Shua quickly apologized and hurriedly said in a coaxing manner to ease her embarrassment, Okay. Don't be angry. What's the progress on the basic mining field over there? He was careful to maintain a positive atmosphere. Yingyu, who trusted him more than any of his other staff, was effectively his little sister. Being the target of his teasing was very embarrassing for her. She had come to report on her work, but now she didn't know where to start. Seeing that Ouyang Shua had shifted the conversation to business, she sighed with relief. She composed herself and calmly reported, 3 days ago, I found the blacksmith, Master Li, and asked him to take people to start looking for mining areas. Yesterday, they finally reported back that in the southwest of the territory, at the foot of the mountain, they found an open iron ore field. It is not only large in area but also has rich deposits of ore, and should be very easy to collect. Some of the ore is directly exposed to the air and can simply be lifted out of the ground. Ouyang Shua nodded happily at this news. This is good news. Although the demand for iron in the territory is not great yet, it will surge as soon as we start making weapons. With a good open field mine, we won't have to worry about iron ore for a long time. Have you managed to find any talents familiar with mining? The main reason I came here today is to tell Big Brother that among the new immigrants is an experienced intermediate miner named Yuan Xiaoping. I suggest he be put in charge of the operations for the new basic mining field. Yangshuo replied without hesitation, yes. Bring him along, no problem. Then appoint him as the manager of the field, assigned under your material reserve division. Moved by his trust, Yingyu smiled, thank you for your trust, brother, he. Yangshuo waved his hand and smiled, you are my little sister, I trust your ability and vision. Just don't be too hard on yourself. Yingyu replied softly, and between the two of them, they grew a lot closer. After Yingyu left, Yangshuo didn't want to stay in the office. It was time, he thought, to check on the carpenter's workshop. Since giving the south-pointing chariot technical manual to the carpenter Lu Guangji, Yangshuo had no idea if he had studied it or if there had been any progress. The pointer chariot could be very useful in the upcoming First War, so he wanted to get it into production quickly. The carpenter's workshop was located on the central street in the commercial area, next to the blacksmith shop. Yangshuo walked into the woodshop. Master Lu was working with 2 apprentices, laboring around a wooden carriage. Yangshuo was surprised for a moment. Understanding the manual was not easy, and he had actually constructed the pointer carriage so quickly. This was truly remarkable. One must know that this was a challenging technology to master. The ancient south-pointing chariots utilized differential gears, unlike modern compasses, which rely on geomagnetic forces. The carriage employed a gear transmission system based on the rotation of the wheels to indicate direction. Regardless of the car's turns, the wooden hand always pointed south, making it simple to determine the carriage's direction. One of the apprentices looked up and saw Yangshuo. He quickly alerted his master, who was intensely focused on the carriage. Lu Guangji recovered, hastily bowed, and said fearfully, I was too engrossed and have neglected my lord. I will accept any punishment. Yangshuo smiled and said, Master Lu is passionate about his work, truly deserving of everyone's admiration and emulation. What is wrong with that? Carpenter Master Lu smiled with embarrassment and said, My lord has witnessed an embarrassing situation. Yangshuo did not want to get entangled in formalities and pointed directly at the wooden carriage. If I am not mistaken, this should be the south-pointing carriage described in the technical manual? I did not expect Master Lu to make such incredible progress in just a few days. Hearing Yangshuo's praise, the man's dark face turned even redder. He said, somewhat shamefully, I am ashamed and do not deserve the Lord's praise. We have been working diligently according to the book, trying to construct the south-pointing carriage. It is a pity that this carriage does not truly point south as the directions in the book suggest. Yangshuo abruptly realized this was just a test product, which made it more plausible. There is no need for you to feel ashamed, Master Lu. As I understand it, the pointer carriage is a highly sophisticated instrument, and even with a technical manual for reference, it would take more than a short time to master its construction. In any case, there's time, and you should not be depressed, ashamed, or anxious. Master Lu, take your time to study, and perhaps you can use this opportunity to increase your carpentry level. Master Lu's face was a bit pale, and he said gratefully, I thank my lord for his trust. I will seize the time to study and strive to create a true pointer carriage as soon as possible to repay your kindness. It's a relief to hear that. You're busy, so I won't keep you and will take my leave. Walking out of the woodshop, Yangshuo turned and walked into the neighboring blacksmith shop. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the basic blacksmith, Li Taizhu. The reason was simple, the blacksmith couldn't forge weapons or armor. At best, he could make arrowheads, and not even the more intricate broadheads. Since military goods weren't allowed to be sold in the market, Lord players could only acquire weapons and equipment in 3 ways. The simplest was when the military camp issued basic weapons and armor. This happened when upgrading soldiers, such as when farmers were upgraded to militia and equipped with leather armor and a spear. The system provided these items mostly to avoid the awkwardness of naked soldiers and could only be considered the most basic equipment. Of course, the shortcomings of this gift were very apparent. The free weapons and equipment were of very low quality and broke or were destroyed easily. The second way to acquire military goods was to smuggle them in from the big cities, working with major businessmen. As long as the payment was worth the risk, the deep connections of these cartels would take the risk. They would arrange a private shipment overland, escort it all the way, and deliver it directly to your territory. This was certainly not an easy task. First, you had to contact the cartels, which required upgrading the basic market to the advanced market, opening the fourth platform of the market, the negotiated cooperative trading platform. Smuggling weapons and equipment was extremely costly, and if you weren't rich, you simply couldn't afford it. Even casually smuggling something in could bring your territory close to bankruptcy. These cartels were anything but generous, they were greedy and ruthless. They risked losing everything, so they required 5, 7, or 10 times the profit to be satisfied. Worse still, the cartels only sold the products, they were not responsible for maintenance. After-sales service was not even a topic of discussion. The last method was to build your own military industry. Once he had his own military industry, he wouldn't have to rely on others. It would all depend on him, how much he wanted to produce and what he was capable of producing. Although this approach seemed ideal, it was the most difficult of the three paths. Why? Because weapons and equipment were prohibited items, and any advanced weapon required the appropriate technical manual to construct. For instance, to manufacture the famous Northern and Southern Mingguang armor, you needed the Mingguang Armor Manufacturing Technology Manual. In general, technical manuals like that were not available in the basic market. There was only one place to buy them, upgrading to the intermediate market and the opening of the third platform, the limited time auction platform. The game would hold time-limited auctions on a regular basis on that platform. During these events, there would usually be some rare items. In the past, most of the technical manuals for weapons and equipment had come from the auction. Ouyang Shua clearly remembered when the first auction was held in his past, early in the third month. That was also the day the credit points and game currency trading platform officially opened. Back to reality, Ouyang Shua's plan to start weapon workshops really required an advanced blacksmith to manage them. Therefore, he didn't have high expectations of basic masterly. So, he did not expect that a simple visit to the smithy would result in Masterly giving him a surprise. The burly blacksmith, upon seeing Ouyang Shua, said happily, "Haha, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and here you are." "Oh. I didn't know Masterly needed to find me. What news do you have?" Seeing the usually calm and capable blacksmith looking so excited, Ouyang Shua was a little surprised. "Yesterday afternoon, while building a plow for a farmer, I made a natural breakthrough in my bottleneck and was officially promoted to intermediate blacksmith." Listening to him, Ouyang Shua immediately thought of the gold-level characteristic of his territory, which increased the proficiency rate of skilled residents by 20% and the chance to break through promotional bottlenecks by 10%. He had not expected it to play a role so quickly in the village, but indeed, it was quite powerful. "Oh, then I really must congratulate Masterly. I would like to ask, when you broke through, did you have any special feelings? I feel that my smithing skills have improved greatly. Problems that once confused me now seem as simple as up and down, as if I had been enlightened by the heavens." About his own breakthrough, Masterly seemed more than a little surprised. "Well, no matter what, this is a good thing. Masterly can now try to craft some arrowheads and spears, and the territory will put them to good use." Pleased to be able to craft weapons, Masterly felt honored by this duty. After a brief discussion of his needs, Ouyang Shua left the blacksmith shop. Gaia, first year, first month, 20th day. At the military camp school, 50 militia were assembled in their teams. Standing on the temporarily erected platform, Ouyang Shua began the pre-battle mobilization. "Soldiers, I, the Lord of Shanhai Village, address you. 5 days ago, a raiders' camp was found within our territory. They are our enemies. They are numerous and well-equipped. We have fewer soldiers and our weapons are not as good. If you are afraid, stand up now, and you won't have to go. Remember this, my soldiers. Since the moment you entered the barracks, you are no longer farmers tied to the earth. You severed your ties to your past. Who are you? You are the specially selected warriors of Shanhai, and a soldier's mission is to defend their territory. Now, the villagers are looking at you, their children are watching you. Will you be worms or dragons? It all depends on this battle. Are you afraid? Not afraid. All the militia shouted back together, none of them were cowards. Do you have the confidence to win? We have. Very good. We shall begin. Under the leadership of General Shi, the militia left the barracks in an orderly manner. In just 4 days, the militia team had not only been fully recruited, but all of them had also been brought to the maximum rank of 10. Yangshuo had also trained with them, and his level had reached 14. Just this morning, the soldiers responsible for monitoring the raiders' camp had relayed some information. Today, early in the morning, the 2 leaders of the raiders had taken 12 elite raiders and 20 ordinary raiders and led them out to plunder. All of a sudden, the forces of the raiders' camp were cut in half. Faced with such a good opportunity, Yangshuo naturally wasn't going to let it go. Immediately, he called together the full militia and headed straight to the raiders' camp. Of course, even with so many people gone, the raiders' camp was still comparable in strength to the militia. To reduce casualties, Yangshuo knew he would have to use some tactics. He planned to have Sanguzi lead a militia squad, pretending to be migrants, to lure some of the raiders out of the camp. The rest of the militia would wait in ambush by a small hill 3 kilometers from the camp. Half an hour later, the militia reached the ambush site and quickly moved into position. Yangshuo waved Sanguzi forward, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't get close enough to be chased down by their cavalry. Remember, don't get too close, they can see anyone who approaches within 1,000 meters." Sanguzi, one of the fastest and most clever of the militia, was not only unafraid at this point but very excited. "Sire, rest assured. I'm great at being bait, heh. Yangshuo kicked him, smiled, and said, "Brat, see if you can do it. Get out of here." Sanguzi gave him a big smile before setting off with the other 9 disguised militia members. They first had to make a big detour to the side, then pretend to come from the opposite direction, making it look like they were coming out of the wild. Otherwise, it would be too easy to reveal their origins. The bandits, who had survived in the wilderness, wouldn't be easily fooled. Planning the attack while thinking the enemy leader was a fool would be really stupid. 20 minutes later, Sanguzi's squad approached within 1,000 meters of the raiders' camp and entered the field of vision of the sentry on duty. The sentry glanced at the small group of displaced people and did not think much of it. He quickly went down to report that a line of 10 small, plump sheep had walked into their hands, not far from the camp. The camp's leader was busy enjoying a woman and, hearing that it was only 10 people, impatiently snapped, "Go away. This isn't worth my time. Tell Zhao Lu to go deal with them." Zhao Lu was an elite raider and, upon receiving the order, looked very excited. He led 4 other raiders on horseback and rode out of the camp. Sanguzi was clever, stopping 1,000 meters from the raiders' camp. Pretending to recognize what the camp really was, with panicked looks, the whole squad turned and ran. Zhao Lu, seeing the frightened appearance of the small group, laughed. Not only did he not race to catch up quickly, but he slowed down, unhurriedly catching up to Sanguzi. He was ready to play a game of cat and mouse and get his fun out of this group of fragile victims. Soon enough, the 2 groups became visible to Yangshuo. He could see the mocking expression on Zhao Lu's face and thought to himself, "You bastard who thinks you control life and death, you will pay for your arrogance with your blood." When the raiders were 100 meters from the hillside, the militia rushed out of hiding, springing their ambush. Everyone stood in a unified formation, both hands on their javelins, and they rushed together, throwing them at the raiders. General Shi stood off to the side, holding a bow and arrow. General Shi's arrow shot Zhao Lu off his horse. The raiders had no time to react before they were pierced by the militia's 40 javelins, like hedgehogs. With their first battle victory, morale naturally surged. Ouyang Shua arranged for Lin Yi to take some people to clean up the loot and ensure all the raiders were dead. Since everyone used their javelins directly against the raiders, only one of the 5 horses was wounded. Besides the horses, the most useful loot were the 5 bows. Ouyang Shua looked at their stats. Name * ordinary horse, black iron level. Weight * 50 kilograms. Speed * 30 kilometers per day. Consumption * 3 units of grain/day. Evaluation * this barely qualifies as a warhorse. Name * ordinary wooden bow, black iron level. Length * 1.2 meters. Range * 150 meters. Evaluation * a single stave shortbow made of Manchurian ash wood, with deer tendons for the bowstring. Don't expect much power from it. Ouyang Shua immediately arranged for 2 militiamen to bring the 5 horses back to the village. The 5 bows were quickly distributed to the 5 sergeants. Unfortunately, except for Lin Yi and Zhang Daniu, who both knew basic archery, none of the others had ever touched a bow before. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Shua's force did not linger and immediately headed straight to the base camp. Ouyang Shua took full advantage of the fact that the camp had no time to react before their attack arrived. With his timing, the balance of strength had shifted. There had been 20 elite raiders. 12 had left, 5 had already died, leaving at most 3 elite raiders in the camp, who no longer posed much of a threat. Before the fight, Ouyang Shua quietly told General Shi to let Lin Yi deal with the raider camp leader once the fighting started. General Shi's main duty was to use his bow to eliminate any surviving elites, then cover the militia to reduce casualties. 300 meters from the camp, General Shi, riding his horse, drew his bow and shot down the 2 sentries. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Shua ordered the larger force to move forward quickly, rushing into the raider camp. The people inside, caught off guard, immediately panicked when they saw outsiders rushing in before they could gather together. General Shi, charging to the front, became a human-killing machine, with no one able to stand against him. Inspired by his example, the morale of the militia soared. With General Shi leading them, they feared no ordinary bandits. In contrast, the bandits, reeling from the sudden attack on their camp and General Shi's unstoppable presence, saw their morale plummet. At that point, the bandit lieutenant finally donned his armor, wielding a large axe, and rushed into the fray. Lin Yi, seeing him, charged up to the raider and engaged him without further orders from Ouyang Shua. The 2 were fairly evenly matched, but one wielded an axe, while the other danced with a spear. As the old saying goes, an inch of reach is an inch closer to death. Watching the 2 fight, the outcome was clear. In less than 20 rounds, Lin Yi spotted a flaw in the other's form and, as fast as lightning, pierced the big raider through the center of his chest. Seeing their leader slain by Lin Yi, the other bandits tried to break off from the fight, scatter, and flee. Unfortunately, the camp was not large and there was nowhere to run. The sergeants and their squads hunted them down one by one and killed them. As for the 3 elite raiders, they had already been killed by General Shi. The fighting began and ended quickly. After the battle, the militia team had 2 seriously injured and 12 slightly injured. Fortunately, no one had died. The 2 seriously injured, even if healed, could probably never fight on the battlefield again. Ouyang Shua reluctantly arranged for them to retire. The 12 with minor injuries, after applying some metal laceration medicine and a few days of rest, would be fine. Through the destruction of the raider camp, Ouyang Shua's level soared directly to 18. He took the opportunity to check his own stats. Name, Chiue Wui. Title, Celebrity, Good Impression on Historical Figures plus 10%. Territory, Shanhai Village. Merit, 1300/1600. Title, Third Class Viscount. Occupation, General, Suboccupation. Level, 18, 652, 100/723, 860. Reputation, well known, 1200/10000. Body structure, 18. Comprehension, 20. Luck, 5. Charm, 8. Command, 26. Force, 8. Intelligence, 8. Political, 26. Talent, locked. Technique, none. Skills, intermediate collection, basic shipbuilding, basic diplomacy, basic assessment, basic weapons proficiency, basic riding, basic marksmanship, basic archery. Mount, poor horse, bronze. Equipment, poor iron spear, bronze, ring of courage, black iron rank. While Shuo was reviewing his stats, General Shi directed the cleanup of the battlefield. In the game, NPCs do not resurrect, and their bodies do not remain for long. Typically, when an NPC dies, their body stays for about an hour. During this time, if someone takes care of the corpse, they can be buried in a cemetery. Otherwise, their fate is the same as these bodies, eventually turning all white and disappearing. This reflects a user-friendly design in the game. Otherwise, with thousands of slain after a war in the late game, it would be quite gory. With the capture of the raiders' camp, the amount of plunder seized was plentiful, though he didn't have the exact statistics at the moment. Another significant aspect in the camp was the number of women and children, whom Ouyang Shuo prepared to bring back to his village. There were 32 women and 3 children, a total of 35. These women and children were essentially kidnapped by the raiders and taken to serve them. These captives could not only quickly supplement the population of his territory but also, to some extent, improve the population structure. In the early days of the system, most of the incoming immigrants were men. The system logically determined that, among the migrants, the more powerful adult men would be more likely to survive. Most of the elderly, weak women, and children could not endure the harsh conditions of the wilderness. Bringing these women back to the village was not to force them into marriage or childbearing. Ouyang Shuo would not interfere in such matters, everything would be decided by the villagers themselves. As a lord, his role was to ensure that they were not discriminated against in his lands and to guarantee their personal safety and freedom. By 11 a.m., they had finished clearing the entire battlefield. The raiders' weapons and equipment were all collected, including the horses in the stables, the materials stored in warehouses, and even various personal possessions in the dwellings were plundered clean. Shuo really needed the money. He had only 10 silver coins left because Linny hadn't needed to use the barracks for his class change. Encountering such a lucrative bounty gave free rein to his miserly nature. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he wasn't going to let a single copper coin get away. Shuo first called over Lin Yi and Zhang Daniu, telling them to take their men, the wounded, and the women, children, and goods they had seized back to Shanhai village. The wounded were to be handed over to Dr. Song for treatment, and the women and children placed under the guidance of Clerk Gu Xiuwen. As for the resources, they would first go to Secretary of Material Reserves TWO Yingyu for a detailed breakdown, which he could look into after he returned. After they departed with the goods and prisoners, Shuo immediately took the rest of the men back to the raider camp. Shuo had not forgotten that a group of raiders had gone out and not returned. Without wiping them out, how could he be assured of eliminating the threat they posed? Shuo made some quick calculations. In addition to himself and General Shi, there were 36 militia left behind. Given the size of the remaining raider force, there might be some difficulties. That group of bandits had 12 elites. He would have to use some strategies. Oh, wrong choice of words, it was time to use some wisdom and tactics. Shuo told the militia to quickly take advantage of the time they had and restore the camp to its original appearance. He was perfectly ready to give the returning raiders a feeling of safety, just before he used an urn to catch a turtle, trapping the bandits in their own camp. They had to wait until 6 p.m., the usual time the bandits returned. His people had to stay in a tight group near the main gate and camp square. They had set their trap and were getting more impatient as time passed. The gang of raiders finally returned, not only with their own numbers but also with a dozen kidnapped women herded in the center of their group. It seemed they had once again found and ransacked another unfortunate village, drenching it in blood. The gang of raiders rode right into the camp before they finally realized that something wasn't right. They hadn't seen the sentries, and the camp was too quiet. They finally figured out something was wrong, but even if they wanted to leave, it wasn't that easy. They were unwilling to just run, they had to at least figure out what had happened there. Moreover, their money and personal belongings were hidden in the camp. The fools rushed in. Relying on their strength and the tactics they had used in the past, the bandits drew their blades and moved into the camp, gathered together in formations, and moved slowly forward. After entering, the raiders' second leader was also alert, trying to keep everyone together. Unfortunately for them, Shuo had cleaned the camp well, and on the surface, they didn't find anything strange. Not believing it, he told his men to dismount, spread out, and look around to see if they could find any clues. And with that decision, the nightmare of the raiders began. Having lost the advantage of both horses and archery, they were picked off one by one. The militia stayed in their fighting units, surrounding smaller groups and eliminating them quickly. The raiders' leader was left for General Shi and Lin Yi to deal with, and the general once again became a source of dread for the raiders. Compared to the battle in the morning, this one had no suspense at all. In less than half an hour, all 33 bandits were eliminated. After the blood and fire of the morning's fight, the militia had been exposed to the battlefield and adjusted mentally, becoming much more experienced. In the battle, only 4 people were injured, none of them seriously, and there were 0 casualties. Shuo's level also rose directly to 20. Because it was already late, Shuo told his men to quickly sweep the battlefield. He then made his way to the center of the camp, to its Hall of Brotherhood. In the hall, a stone had risen from the ground. Shuo stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone, and system prompts began to sound. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for destroying a basic raider camp. Please choose what you would like to do with the camp: acquire it, transfer it, or destroy it. I choose to destroy it. Transferring it was impossible at this point, and there was no value in possessing it given his plans for his territory, so the only choice left was to destroy it. System notification: player TWO Wui has destroyed the basic raider camp, randomly gaining access to 20% of the camp's building blueprints and 20% of the camp's building resources. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for gaining stables building blueprints, martial arts dojo building blueprints, 200 units of wood, and 80 units of stone. System notification: congratulations to player TWO Wui for destroying a basic raider camp. Special reward of 100 merit points and 200 reputation points. A white light swirled across the screen in a flash, and the entire camp vanished. At the same time, the 2 building plans appeared in his storage bag, while the ground where the clubhouse once stood was now a pile of stacked wood and stones. The cleanup of the battlefield was much simpler this time. They only needed to salvage the raiders' armor, weapons, and the 12 horses. Oh, and 11 women. This was a significant achievement. The raiders' camp had contributed 46 people to Shanhai's population, equivalent to 3 days' worth of immigrants. As for the pile of wood and stone, Shuo had no resources at the moment to store large equipment. He could only wait until the next day and send people from the Material Reserves Division to arrange for transporting it all back to Shanhai. By the time they returned to Shanhai with all their loot, it was already 8 p.m. The villagers had spontaneously gathered to welcome them, awaiting the return of the raiders' conquerors. Hey, I heard that the Lord directly destroyed those thieving raiders' camp. He is magnificent. I remember that the raiders used to loot our village, and now the Lord has killed them all, cutting them down like radishes. Our militia team was great, they didn't bring shame to our Shanhai village. They fought well. Right, I heard that their boss was stabbed to death by Lieutenant Lin Yi. Your information is outdated. Both leaders were killed by the lieutenant. Due to the late hour, Shua had everyone disperse early. The militia handed over their loads to the Material Reserves Division and were asked to return to the barracks. The 11 women were to be dealt with by Gu Xiuwen. Shua didn't stay for long. He had some quick conversations with TWO Yingyu and Gu Xiuwen before logging off. The next day, he logged in eager to see all the spoils. He summoned Yingyu and Xiuwen to his office and had them report on yesterday's rewards. Yingyu was very pleased, smiling as she said, "Big brother, I have to say, we had quite the bumper harvest last night. My division had to work late to calculate all the data." She paused, hanging a bit to whet Shua's appetite before proceeding. "According to our calculations, yesterday's 2 battles yielded 32 gold coins, 76 silver coins, and 25 copper. We also gained 3,540 units of grain, and 3 building blueprints, a hospital, a tailor shop, and a weapons workshop. In addition, there was a special item, a basic soldier token. As for weapons and armor, there were 22 horses, of which 2 were of exquisite quality and the rest ordinary. There were 30 bows, including 2 basic composite bows and 28 short bows, along with 1,000 arrows. 1 suit of ordinary iron scale armor, 2 sets of ordinary studded leather armor, 20 sets of ordinary leather armor, and 27 sets of poor leather armor. 30 swords, 1 fine iron sword, 10 ordinary iron swords, and 19 poor iron swords. 30 spears, of which 1 is fine, 10 ordinary, and 19 poor. We also have an exquisite axe and an exquisite iron spear." Although mentally prepared for the report, after listening to Yingyu detail everything, Shua still felt as if he had struck the lottery. The game rules set poor quality as the lowest level of bronze equipment, ordinary equipment was black iron level, equipment with the fine prefix was silver class, and exquisite class equipment was gold level. Gold class equipment would be the mainstream for a long time to come. Between it and the highest tier of god level equipment were the dark gold and platinum levels. He couldn't wait to see the properties of the equipment. And, oh yes, there was a soldier token. He had a feeling that this basic symbol token was the biggest trophy this time. Before he had much time to ponder, Gu Xiuwen began his report. "Sire, I have some good news." "What good news?" "Don't tell me, there were some special talents among the women from yesterday, right?" Shua joked. His moment spoiled, Xiuwen made a face. "Sire's guess is quite accurate. Yes, out of the 2 groups from yesterday, there are 2 special talents. In the morning batch, there was an advanced chef named Gu Sanyang, who cooked for the raiders. And there was an 18-year-old advanced tailor named Mu Qingxi. That was another blockbuster." Shua was almost happy enough to faint. An 18-year-old advanced tailor? This was just wicked talent. With this kind of talent, coupled with Shanhai's characteristics, promoting her to master was just a matter of time. It was very possible she'd even reach the higher levels of the Grandmaster class, hee. I would like to let them live in the Lord's manor for now. There's an empty room in the West Wing, have them live there. Let me deal with this batch of resources, and then I will pay them a visit. For such advanced talents, Shua would be more than happy to extend his hospitality and a level of courtesy. Noted. Xiuwen nodded in agreement. When Xiuwen is in charge, I am always at ease. Shua turned to Yingyu, smiled, and said, "Yingyu, take me to see our loot, I can't wait any longer." The grain from the batch of resources had already been stored in the granary, so Shua had no interest in seeing it. The money, drawings, and various small objects were laid out on tables in the room, and Shua put them directly into his storage bag. The weapons and equipment were piled in the courtyard, and the horses were tied up in the square in front of his house. From the weapons and armor, Shuo chose a composite bow, a fine iron sword, and an exquisite iron spear. He planned to award the rest to the militiamen for their meritorious service. Wazi was squatting at the edge of the courtyard, curious and touching everything. Shuo knocked on his head, smiled, and said, "You're going to the barracks. Tell General Shi that I want him to send people to take away the weapons and armor from here." Wazi smiled and trotted off, heading straight for the barracks. Taking advantage of the time, Ouyang Shuo took out his 3 new pieces of equipment and examined their stats. Name: Basic Composite Bow, Black Iron Grade. Length: 1.4 meters. Range: 200 meters. Evaluation: A composite bow. It uses tough black birch for the inner layer and larch pine for the outer. The 2 layers of wood are bound using deer or cattle tendons. Fine fish glue is used to firmly adhere them, and the bowstring is made from deer skin. Name: Fine Iron Sword, Silver Grade. Hardness is 15. Toughness, 20. Evaluation: Forged from extremely fine steel, repeatedly hammered to achieve a sharp edge and good toughness. Name: Exquisite Iron Spear, Gold. Hardness, 30. Toughness, 45. Evaluation: A spear forged from high-quality iron with barbed wood. The spearhead has been meticulously crafted through repeated forging. Ouyang Shuo nodded in satisfaction. This was a significant upgrade from rookie to pro. He slung the iron sword at his waist, while the bow and spear he would store in his room. Not being a full-time warrior, he only needed those 2 weapons when combat was imminent or for practice. In the square, 22 horses were lined up in a row. The most striking were the 2 on the left, a black and a white one, standing out notably. Ouyang Shuo took an immediate liking to the black horse. It had a beautiful black mane, was full of vigor, and exceptionally handsome. Name: Exquisite Warhorse, Gold. Weight: 60 kilograms. Speed: 40 kilometers per day. Consumption: 3 grains/day. Evaluation: This is a high-quality horse from the northern grasslands, capable of enduring the rigors of the battlefield. Ouyang Shuo said admiringly, "What a fine horse. I will call you Black Tornado." The horse seemed to understand human emotions and, as if comprehending his words, nodded its head. This made Ouyang Shuo desire it even more, and he brought it to his yard. Just yesterday, he had received the building plans for the stables, and now he was prepared to build a small stable for Black Tornado in the yard of his manor. In less than 10 minutes, Wazi had led General Shi back with a full group of 30 men. As he walked into the yard, General Shi's booming voice proclaimed, "Ha, my lord, I hear that you are ready to reward your men with weapons and armor?" "That's right," Ouyang Shuo answered, pointing to the heap of weapons and armor in the courtyard. "This time, for destroying the raider camp, we must reward the militia for their meritorious service." "Haha, that's a great idea." General Shi called out, promptly ordering the militia with him to gather up the weapons and armor. In addition, a dozen men were ordered to lead away the horses. Everyone walked back to the barracks. Ouyang Shuo waited until all the troops were assembled on the training field before beginning the merit awards. "Lin Yi, come forward." "Here," the young officer answered, looking very excited. During the Battle of the Raider Camp, Officer Lin Yi beheaded the enemy leader, performing great deeds. Ouyang Shuo paused for emphasis. "As a token of gratitude for your efforts, you are awarded an exquisite horse, a basic composite bow, and ordinary iron scale armor. Thank you for the rewards, my lord." With Ouyang Shuo gifting Lin Yi a horse, bow, and metal armor, the rest of the militia looked on enviously. Lin Yi already had a fine iron spear and an excellent knife. With these new awards, he was now essentially fully equipped as an officer. "San Guzi, step forward." "Sir." During the battle at the raider camp, Sergeant Sanguzi effectively lured the enemy into an ambush and displayed great courage in subsequent battles. "As a token of our gratitude, you are awarded an ordinary horse, an ordinary wooden bow, ordinary studded leather armor, and a fine iron spear. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Zhang Daniu, step forward. Sir. During the battle at the bandit camp, Sergeant Daniu fought bravely and with great power. As a token of our gratitude, you are awarded an ordinary horse, an ordinary composite bow, ordinary studded leather armor, and an exquisite axe. There was a slight contrast here, as Daniu's reward was slightly better than Sanguzi's. However, Sanguzi was an agile soldier, and spears suited him better. Din Yo, on the other hand, was a strength-based soldier more suited to using an axe. Jiao Sihu, Li Mingliang, step forward. Sir. During the battle at the bandit camp, Jiao Sihu and Li Mingliang proved themselves to be brave and effective fighters. Each of you is awarded a set of ordinary armor. Thank you, my lord, for your reward, the two men called out eagerly. These two had been in the second group to join the militia. After this battle, they had come up from behind, leading the 4th and 5th squads as sergeants. General Shi had been comfortable with their move into command positions and had already recommended them to Ouyang Shua before they became sergeants. To appease the older militia members, Ouyang Shua decided to temporarily delay their promotion to sergeant until he saw how they performed against the bandits. Sure enough, they did not disappoint. In the battle at the raider camp, their performances were outstanding. Ouyang Shua was thus very supportive of their promotions to sergeant status. After distributing the main rewards for combat merits, Ouyang Shua did not reward the ordinary soldiers himself. Instead, he delegated the task of handing out rewards to General Shi, to maintain his own prestige. General Shi had no issues taking over this responsibility. Ouyang Shua cleared his throat and announced, the following individuals, please come up to General Shi to receive your rewards when your name is called. Everyone, give General Shi a round of applause. The soldiers immediately applauded warmly. General Shi began calling out names from the platform, awarding soldiers based on their performances, one by one. Taking advantage of the lull, Ouyang Shua removed the basic soldier token from his storage bag and assessed its properties. Crossbowman token, basic 100 fully trained militia can be directly transformed into crossbow cavalry. This was incredibly powerful. Ouyang Shua understood better than anyone the value of this soldier token. Firstly, it was an upgrade that did not require an intermediate barracks. It directly transformed militia into soldiers, saving a significant amount of upgrade costs. Transforming a militiaman into a soldier cost 1 gold coin, 10 times the cost of turning farmers into militia. Secondly, the militia were promoted to first-rank soldiers. There were only 3 types of soldiers: infantry, cavalry, and navy. In other words, the initial choice of a soldier type was from the broad categories. After that, they would be further categorized into specific sections based on the skills they learned and the equipment they received. For instance, if the infantry's commander was an expert with the sword, they could be given swords and shields and trained to become sword-shield infantry. The token directly influenced which subdivision the soldiers would join. The token in Ouyang Shuo's hands could transform them into cavalry soldiers capable of using crossbows. After General Shi finished the awards, Ouyang Shua stepped up onto the platform again, surveying the assembled soldiers. When we destroyed the raider camp, you all did not let me down, nor did you disappoint the villagers of Shanhai. The page of history has turned. I do not want you to dwell on past glories. We are soldiers, and fighting is our duty. Today, we eradicated a raider camp. Tomorrow, more formidable enemies will await us. As warriors, all we can do is train harder, even harder. So that in every battle, we can charge forward bravely and defeat the enemy without fear. Now, a new opportunity lies before you. Ouyang Shua raised the token symbol before the soldiers. This is a crossbow cavalry token, the most valuable spoils of our battle. I will use this to change your roles, and I hope everyone takes advantage of this rare chance to train hard, as a greater challenge will soon confront us. Are you ready? Then, everyone, go into the class change chamber of the barracks, line up, and we will begin the process. Ouyang Shua got down from the raised platform and stepped to the door of the class change chamber. He laid his hands on the door, and the symbol token in his hands lit up. System notification, detecting crossbow cavalry soldier symbol, use now? Yes. A flash of white light and a hum, and the soldier symbol vanished from his hands. System notification, congratulations, player TWO Wui, for the successful use of the crossbow cavalry soldier symbol. The transformation room has been updated to increase its power to include crossbow cavalry soldiers as an option, until 100 transformations have been completed. Should the transformations be started immediately? Yes. System notification, please select the number of transformations. 47 people. Ouyang Shua had arranged for the seriously wounded militia to retire, so there were only 47 people to transform. Once he rose to 3rd village, he could do a one-time makeup to round out the numbers. System notification, the number of transformations has been selected. Use of the transformation chamber has begun. Transformations remaining, 53 people. In addition to Lin Yi, the rest of the militia teams began to go in one by one into the transformation room. When the first one came out, Ouyang Shua naturally had to look at his stats. Name, Zhang Daniu. Identity, Cavalry Crossbow Soldier Sergeant. Occupation, Crossbow Cavalry. Level, Rank 1. Combat Power, 20 points, Attack/Defense Comprehensive Index, Crossbow Cavalry gain plus 5 points. Consumption, 5 units of food/day. Skills, Basic Archery and Basic Riding. Equipment, Ordinary Horse, Basic Composite Bow, Ordinary Crossbow, Basic Iron Sword, Basic Javelin, Basic Armor, Basic Wooden Shield. Evaluation, the ability to ride increases movement, and being equipped with a crossbow and bow enhances their armament. They are well equipped for scouting, raiding, and archery. Typically, a max-level militiaman has a combat power of 11. When upgraded to first-order soldiers, this increases to 15. The crossbow cavalry, with their superior weapons and skills, gain an additional 5 points of combat power. This significantly enhances their fighting ability, largely due to their black iron equipment. A group of first-grade crossbow cavalry is comparable in power to the highest-level player, such as the Blood Romance of Blood Evil Mercenary Group. Even after seizing a lot of equipment from the raiders, most of it was not on par with the crossbow cavalry's gear. This underscores just how valuable the symbol token is. After completing the class changes, Ouyang Shua left the barracks. He did not plan to intervene in the daily training of the mounted crossbowmen, territorial patrols, or those stationed at the northern salt fields. The military was in the capable hands of General Shi, and with a tenacious lieutenant like Lin Yi, as well as the increasingly mature and skilled sergeants, he was confident in their abilities. He wanted to empower them and let them be tested so they could grow more quickly. Of course, the core duties of appointing and removing personnel were not something he was willing to relinquish. These were the key elements of his influence over the army. If he truly took a hands-off approach, it would be difficult to say whether the soldiers would recognize his authority as their lord after some time. This was part of the game's charm. NPCs were more than just rigid bundles of data, they had their own feelings. The more advanced the NPC, the higher their intelligence. Take General Shi, for example. As an emperor-level historical figure, his experience and awareness were even higher than a player like Ouyang Shua. Although General Shi would never violate his orders due to the system rules and his historical background, if Ouyang Shua's actions were too absurd, he would not be able to convince the general to do his best for him. Thus, their loyalty stat was not just a simple summary. While they would not betray Ouyang Shua in principle, there was a possibility that they might fight over authority or become slack and neglect their duties. This, in turn, allowed lords to use the full force of the system to exercise their authority and hone their decision-making skills. After all, the cost of making mistakes in the game was still much less than in reality. Outside the barracks, Ouyang Shua pondered his next move. Everything in the territory seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner, and progress toward the Grade 3 village was moving forward slowly. Just a little while ago, he was troubled by financial problems, but the destruction of the raider camp seemed to have completely resolved this. Thinking of that, it reminded him that he still had building blueprints in his storage bag. There were 5 building blueprints in his storage bag: the stables, the dojo, the hospital, the tailor shop, and the weapon workshop. Among them, the stables and the weapon workshop were required for Grade 3 villages. Ouyang Shua looked at the construction requirements and found out that, unfortunately, they could only build stables at the moment. Stables, a place where horses are kept. Requirements: stables building plans, 200 wood, 50 stone. Build time, 1 day. Weapon workshop, a comprehensively equipped weapons and armor manufacturing facility where you can build ordinary weapons and armor. Requirements: advanced blacksmith, weapon workshop building plans, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. The weapon workshop required a high-level blacksmith, and Shanhai currently didn't have one. His only blacksmith, Li Taizhu, had been promoted to an intermediate blacksmith just a little while ago, and it would be difficult to upgrade to an advanced blacksmith in a short time. Fortunately, there was still time, and Ouyang Shua could hope to directly get a randomly generated advanced blacksmith. As for the Grade 2 village buildings, Ouyang Shua still lacked the ancestral hall and the private school. Now that he had money, he headed directly to the basic market, where he spent 10 gold coins to buy both sets of building blueprints. In this way, he could start building all the required infrastructure for a second-grade village, even though he still needed a scholar for the school. Over the previous 5 days, the construction division had completed the arrow towers, the primary mining sites, and 15 small courtyard homes. Heading back to the Lord's Manor, and entering the administrative office, Ouyang Shua ran into Deputy Director Zhao Duong. He handed him all the building blueprints and instructed him to build all 5 structures as soon as possible. Additionally, he specifically asked him to build a stable for Black Tornado next to his own courtyard. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua visited the 2 seriously injured militiamen. After being treated by Dr. Song, they were both out of danger. The first one was a 20-year-old young man named Song Yi. In the fight, 2 fingers on his left hand were cut off, leaving him permanently maimed. Seeing Ouyang Shua visit him, the young man could not hold back his emotions and cried like a child. The other man, about 30, was named Li Tai, and his right eye had been completely shot out by an arrow, blinding him. Despite this, Li Tai remained strong. When Ouyang Shua visited him, his emotions had stabilized, and he was still able to talk and laugh. With a mix of seriousness and jest, he said, "Sire, I, Li Tai, may only have 1 eye, but I am still able to kill the enemy." Ouyang Shua's heart ached. "Well, I believe in you. However, you will not be on the front line. When Shanhai rises to the level of a town, I will set up a special security team for the territory, and both you and Song Yi will be part of it. For now, your task is to rest and take care of yourself until your injuries heal. Do not stop your martial arts training. I will not take you into the security team if you cannot even catch a thief." Li Tai immediately exclaimed, "Sire, rest assured that I will never bring shame to you or the militia team. I believe you. Keep your spirits up. I will leave and let you recuperate. Remember my words and ease your mind. Your faith and good work I will remember, and at the right time, I will make up for what you have lost. Thank you, sire, for your care." After Ouyang Shua's appeasement, coupled with his promise, the 2 felt reassured and calmed down. He headed back to the manor and saw 2 women chatting in the corridor of the West Wing courtyard. "Sister Gu, we have come today as requested. The Lord did not say how we were to be settled, and we don't even know what he looks like," said the young woman in a dress. Although her clothing was made of ordinary linen, the workmanship was extremely delicate, giving her an innocent air. Little girl. I heard that our sire is a handsome teen. Do you have any thoughts about him? The other woman was middle-aged, wearing very simple clothing with little to no makeup. The young woman frowned. Sister, you're making fun of me. Although I am curious, you should know about repaying a debt. Sire rescued me from the bandits, and I have nothing but gratitude for him. I do not have any other thoughts. Do not say you do not know what it is like. Every day in the raiders' camp was simply painful, the older of the two continued, clearly emotional. However, I have heard things. The Material Reserves Division Secretary, Lady Cui, was just like us, living in the wilderness. The Lord took pity on her and cherishes her talent. So, not only does the Lord take care of her, but also entrusts her with tasks. Lady Cui not only lives up to the Lord's trust, but her Material Reserves Division is kind and has won everyone's respect. Sister Cui is not only beautiful but also capable. I admire her greatly. The younger woman, still a girl, immediately latched onto Yingyu as a role model. Young girl, do not pretend that your talent in tailoring is insignificant. Shanhai village is outstanding, and your future achievements must not be any less than Lady Cui's, the older woman advised wisely. At this moment, Ouyang Shua stood in front of the yard, feeling rather embarrassed. From their conversation, he had guessed that the two before him should be the two Gu Xiuwen told him about that morning, advanced chef Gu Sanyang and advanced tailor Mu Qingxi. Accidentally overhearing their private conversation in his own home, he had not gone in yet. Ahem. Ouyang Shua deliberately coughed to let them know he was coming, then entered the yard. Yes. Turning to see Ouyang Shua, Mu Qingxi's little face immediately turned a slight shade of red. It was the older one who spoke, uncertainly asking, "Has the Lord come back?" "I am Gu Sanyang, greeting my Lord." "I am Lord Ouyang Shua. I was busy earlier and have neglected the two of you. Please forgive me." Gu Sanyang looked at Mu Qingxi and saw her standing there with her head bowed, blushing deeply, unable to speak, her hands tucked into her sleeves. Mu Qingxi wasn't usually so shy, but their conversation with Gu Sanyang had been quite private. With Ouyang Shua, the subject of their talk, suddenly appearing before them, she felt naturally shy and uncertain, unsure of when he had come and how much he had heard. Her heart was uneasy, and she was shy about their new home. She waited for Ouyang Shua to set the tone. Gu Sanyang, noticing her discomfort, quickly pulled on her sleeve to get her to respond and bow in greeting. "Mu Qingxi greets sire." Ouyang Shua pretended not to notice her distress. "Miss Mu, are you well? Is this home to your liking?" "Thank you, Lord, for your concern. I am well." Mu Qingxi began to calm down and knelt before Ouyang Shua. He quickly intervened, helping her to her feet and earnestly said, "Miss Mu, there's no need for such formality. Our ages are close, if it's not too much trouble, you can consider me a brother." Ouyang Shua felt a sense of empathy for this young 18-year-old girl. Mu Qingxi blushed, certain that Ouyang Shua had overheard their conversation. She hastily shook her head and said, "Mu Qingxi is of low birth, I dare not presume such a distinction." Ouyang Shua waved his hand. "In this village, we are family. There is no difference in status between us. Let's leave the past behind. We are in Shanhai village, each relying on our own skills, duties, and self-reliance. Therefore, you will not pretend to be small. If you do not agree, then I will have to be angry." Ouyang Shua deliberately made his face stern, watching Mu Qingxi. The young lady's cheeks turned pink as she watched Ouyang Shua and called out, "Big brother." Ouyang Shua replied happily, "That's right. This is Shanhai village, rest your heart. I have long admired your tailoring skills. Gu Sanyang, at this stage, you will be responsible for cooking at the Lord's manor. When the village finally opens a restaurant to serve everyone, I will ask you to take that over." Gu Sanyang smiled. "I will comply with the Lord's arrangements." Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07. Don't ask me about the tree sap. Gaia, first year, 24th day. A sunny day in the game. Yangshuo was riding Black Tornado, galloping through the wilderness. Since he had acquired his horse, he had ridden it every morning, like the wind, through his lands. Black Tornado clearly preferred the vast expanse of the wilderness to the narrow confines of the stables. Dew sprinkled from his hooves, and he faced the morning sunshine, clearly enjoying his run. At Friendship River, over 2,000 mu of farmland had been reclaimed, neat and orderly, arranged in 4 squares. He couldn't see the far edge from where he rode. The river ditches had been dug, forming a simple and practical irrigation system for the farmland. The farmers were planting sweet potato seeds in the furrows, looking forward to the harvest in the future. Yangshuo studied the farm from the side, watching the rolling furrows and the busy farmers. He could see the hope of a future harvest. He could rely on the potatoes to help meet some of the people's food needs for the first half of the year. Looking over everything, according to the reports given to him, they were expected to finish planting by tomorrow. He was very pleased with the efficiency of the reclamation division. Zhao Zhixian was a true talent at management, whether it be the construction team before, or the reclamation division now. He had managed everything well and never disappointed Yangshuo. Yangshuo firmly believed that after these experiences, Zhao Zhixian could later assume even more important positions, such as his personal assistant. Yangshuo returned from his run along the farmland, taking less than half an hour to return to the village. On both sides of the village, 2 arrow towers had been built. Now, 2 crossbowmen were stationed nearby, firmly guarding the entrances to Shanhai. Entering through the main entrance, he encountered the initial buildings of the commercial street. On either side, a basic grocery shop, an intermediate smithy, an intermediate wood shop, an advanced tailor shop, an advanced dojo, and other structures stood, infusing the area with a lively atmosphere. Indeed, both the tailor shop and the dojo were of advanced level, not the basic tier. This was due to the game system for setting building levels. In the game, all buildings fell into 5 categories. The first category comprised simple fences, residential small homes, towers, the ferry, and stables. These were primarily structures that provided living space and were not hierarchical. Once built, they could not be upgraded. The fence, for instance, would have to be dismantled to construct stronger brick walls. The second category included the smithy, tailor shop, wood shop, dojo, or hospital. These structures produced items based on the skills of the experts who worked there. For example, a smithy's capacity to produce farm tools or weapons depended on the level of the smith. Therefore, the building's level was directly connected to the expertise of the individual inside. When the basic smith, Li Taizhu, was promoted to an intermediate blacksmith, his smithy was upgraded from basic to intermediate status. The third category was shipyard buildings, which relied not only on skilled personnel but also on the quality of the facilities themselves. Even with an advanced shipbuilder, if the shipyard and dock were still basic level, the entire facility remained at that level. To improve, the building itself had to be upgraded, alongside the expertise of the individuals working there. The fourth category included the village temple, ancestral hall, market, and barracks. These buildings needed upgrades but did not require skilled personnel. To improve them, you had to acquire higher-level building blueprints. The fifth category comprised resource acquisition buildings, such as logging sites, quarries, and mines. The level of these buildings depended on the volume of resources stored and the number of people working them. If the stored resources were abundant and the workforce expanded to a sufficient level, they could be directly promoted. According to the game settings, the basic level accommodated up to 100 people. Levels 100 to 500 people were considered intermediate, 500 to 1,000 people were advanced, and more than 1,000 people were special. At the end of the business street, Yangshuo returned to his manor and office. On his desk, some paperwork awaited him, detailing the defense plan against the incoming beast wave, as worked out by General Shi. He was not in a hurry to examine the papers, as a thought had struck him. Passing through the commercial street, he had seen many villagers going to work in their old clothes and suddenly realized something needed to be done about it. The villagers worked hard every day for the territory, yet the only thing he had done for them was ensure they were well fed. He remembered the promise he made to the Zhao villagers when they first came to him, to provide them with clothes to wear, food to eat, and a place to live. The villagers were still wandering about in their original ragged clothes, and even Cui Yingyu, the lady of his household, had no decent clothes. But now they had Mu Qingxi, an advanced tailor. His treasury had funds once again, and it was time to improve everyone's living conditions. Wazi. Ouyang Shua shouted out the door. Lord. Wazi, who had been playing in the courtyard, responded immediately and scampered rapidly into the office. Go find Sister Cui and Sister Mu and bring them to my office. I have something to say to them. I have it covered. Wazi shouted back energetically and eagerly trotted out of the office. Taking advantage of the time, Ouyang Shua began to review General Shi's defense plan for the beast wave. In the plan, General Shi provided a detailed description of the strategy that Shanhai needed to implement. Summarized neatly, its core content was active defense, active attack. Active defense meant expanding the village's defensive perimeter into the surrounding area. To effectively protect the village, layers of defenses should be set up outside its walls. After all, animals, unlike human armies with intelligent commanders, would be in a violent and irrational state when attacking in waves. Pits should be dug and scattered randomly across the area, with sharpened stakes at the bottom. This would hurt and trap many of the frenzied wild animals and encourage them to flee. They should also take the initiative to attack, fully utilizing the potential of their mounted crossbowmen. Defending by retreating into the village was not ideal. Instead, they should use the cavalry flexibly, leveraging their speed to employ guerrilla warfare tactics. After reading the plan, Ouyang Shua nodded, acknowledging the expertise of General Shi's strategy. 10 minutes later, Yingyu and Mu Qingxi walked in together. After these last few days, the two girls had grown very close, almost like sisters. Big brother, you've been looking for my sister and me. You must have something important to discuss, Mu Qingxi said, laughing at Ouyang Shua from the doorway. After a few days of settling into her new home, she now felt that her new lord and big brother was quite approachable, and as a result, her shyness had vanished, making her much more gracious and open. Naturally, I have something important to discuss, or I wouldn't dare to disturb such esteemed young ladies, Ouyang Shua replied, not letting the teasing go unanswered. This young lady, ever since they had come to an understanding, had become bolder. Although it was all in good fun, he couldn't let her get too mischievous. Ah. Seeing Ouyang Shua returning her jest, Mu Qingxi was finally a bit embarrassed. True to her character, she whispered, Big brother is bad, teasing a child like this. Mu Qingxi still had that innocence about her. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but think of his real sister, Binger. Despite the age gap, the same innocent and carefree beauty was just as touching. When Binger finally joined the game, the two of them would surely be playing together. Ouyang Shua ignored her whispered rebuke with a dignified turn, then looked at Cui Yingyu. Yingyu, having the two of you here will be the beginning of a major event for the territory. This task requires both you and your little sister to see it through to completion. Yingyu had a softly puzzled expression on her face as she asked, I don't know what you plan, big brother? When we raided the bandit camp, we came away with a bounty of 32 gold coins. I took out 10 coins for the building blueprints, leaving more than 20 coins behind. Plus, Mu Qingxi's tailor shop has already opened. I want to see if you can buy linen from the basic market and make a new set of clothes for every villager in the territory. It will be a special reward for the hard work everyone has done. Yingyu smiled, her eyes twinkling, and said sincerely, Big brother, this is a great move. Does this apply only to the existing villagers, or also to newcomers who arrive in the village? This plan is intended to be part of the basic welfare of Shanhai, so it is a long-term policy. On the day of Shanhai's founding, I promised the villagers this as their lord. I was unable to do so in the past, but now I am capable and naturally will not go back on my word. Mu Qingxi's big eyes fluttered energetically as she heard this, her gaze flashing as she looked at Ouyang Shua, her face full of admiration. Wow, big brother, I am starting to worship you more and more. How do you manage this? Ouyang Shua coughed lightly and said, no need to worship me, I am just a legend. FO, big brother is such a narcissist, shame, shame. This little girl was becoming more and more bold. Regardless, Ouyang Shua asked her, little sister, about these clothes, you are the advanced tailor and thus the most qualified to talk about them. Tell your big brother what you need to accomplish this, how much cloth, time, and so forth. Mu Qingxi pondered for a moment. According to what I know, a roll of cloth is around 30 meters long. Using an average of 2.5 meters per person, it can clothe 12 people. Based on the maximum population of 500 in a grade 2 village, we will probably need at least 42 rolls of cloth. With 4 apprentices, we can sew 20 sets of clothing per day. Ouyang Shua nodded and looked at the two of them. It seems this will be a long-term project. So, I am going to set up a division of labor. I will be responsible for purchasing the cloth rolls to be tailored for the villagers. Qinger, you will handle the sizing and sewing of clothes. Yuer, you will manage the distribution on a first-come, first-served basis. In addition, I will buy another roll of fine silk to make a fine dress for both of you. Don't decline, consider it a gift from your big brother. Girls naturally care about their appearance. Even though they initially refused, they eventually accepted this gift from him. Ouyang Shua went to the basic market and opened the material trading platform. He first looked at the prices. A roll of linen was priced at 10 silver coins, and fine silk at 50 silver coins. In this case, 42 rolls of linen and a roll of silk totaled out to 470 silver coins, less than 5 gold coins. This reflected how tough it was to build up gold reserves and the purchasing power of silver. The materials arrived at the hut, and Yingyu came over with her material_reserve_division workers to take the cloth away. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Shua also cleaned up the beast furs in storage. The most precious were undoubtedly the 4 pieces of quality 8 king boar skin and the 2 quality 6 mutant boar hide. Additionally, there were 30 pieces of damaged beast fur at quality 1, 40 quality 2 ordinary furs, and 10 quality 4 perfect furs. He took all the fur out and, along with the cloth, had it all delivered to little sister Mu. After dealing with the cloth supply, he was ready to go to the blacksmith shop to check on the production of arrows. Arrow consumption was very fast. They had seized 1,000 arrows from the raiding camp, which, when divided among the soldiers, was only 20 arrows each. That was barely enough to meet daily training requirements. In order to deal with the upcoming beast wave, Ouyang Shua had instructed blacksmith Li Taizhu to make only arrows. He walked into the smithy, which was in full swing. Coincidentally, Sergeant Zhang Danyu of the 1st Militia Squad was leading 4 men to the shop to retrieve the completed arrows. Seeing Ouyang Shua, Danyu hurriedly saluted, "Sire. How are you adapting after the class change transformation?" Ouyang Shua asked directly. "Sir, after the class change, everyone is very happy and eager to fight. General Shi has been assigning us strict training and work details, and we are all eager to show our strength." "Very good." Ouyang Shua turned to look at Smithly. "Master Li, you've been working hard these past few days. How many arrows have you crafted?" "Since receiving my lord's orders, we have managed to make 1,500 arrows. At this rate, before the expected arrival of the beast wave, we should be able to make another 1,600 arrows." "Excellent, that is very efficient," Ouyang Shua nodded in satisfaction. 3,000 arrows should be enough to cope with the incoming beast wave. Dainyu, pass these words to General Shi when you return to the barracks. Tell him that his defense plan is excellent and to start making the preparations to implement it. Yes, sire. Good. Seeing that arrow production is proceeding smoothly, I will leave you to your work. Heading back to the manor, Gu Sanyang was preparing lunch. Ever since the advanced chef had moved into the manor, the food had become increasingly delicious. Thus, as long as they weren't busy, the people living in the manor would return to eat there. The only exception was General Shi. Since establishing his crossbowman cavalry, his enthusiasm for training had taken over completely. He had been living with the soldiers in the barracks, returning to the courtyard less and less often. With Ouyang Shua there were no rules to keep quiet while dining. This opportunity to sit and eat together made it easy to talk about what everyone was doing in their respective divisions. This kind of crosstalk was valuable, as sometimes they could solve problems while eating at the dinner table. Seeing Ouyang Shua eat 2 mouthfuls of food, little sister Mu smiled and said, "Big brother, you're so bad." Ouyang Shua blinked in confusion. "How is that so? Did I bully you?" Everyone was curious to see what would come out of this young lady's mouth. "Big brother, you sent me those beast furs, and some were actually quality 8. You didn't tell little sister, and they were mixed in with the other skins. If I hadn't seen them, they would have been given to the apprentices. Such a terrible waste. You were truly bad, big brother." Sister Mu was clearly proud of herself for catching his mistake and making trouble for him. Ouyang Shua was a bit embarrassed, as it was indeed his fault. "I forgot to tell you when I had the idea to include them. It's fortunate that little sister has such keen eyes, and I didn't make an irreversible error." Of course, he knew Sister Mu liked to hear compliments, so praising her was easy. Sure enough, she grinned so hard her eyes squinted. Hee, with such high-quality leather, little sister can sew something up for big brother. Well, then, big brother will thank his little sister in advance for her work. Lunch ended with much laughter all around. Ouyang Shua didn't go out that afternoon, opting to stay in the office and concentrate on reading. In the game, although there was no reading skill in one's stats, a certain degree of reading would increase his inherent comprehension value. Therefore, since the office was lined with bookshelves, Ouyang Shua enjoyed staying there to read. At the same time, he looked forward to improving his comprehension. It had been proven in the game that reading here or in reality was the same. To truly benefit, one had to read each word with the intention to learn, not just turn the pages to appear busy. Gaia Year 1, Day 25. It was a sunny day, ideal for travel, completing planting, opening the market, and avoiding migrations. Ouyang Shua began to chair the weekly meeting. "Everyone, today's meeting has only one theme: in 5 days, the beast wave will arrive. We need to discuss the defense plan for Shanhai." General Shi stood up after the introduction, emphasizing the importance of explaining the matter to the secretaries. "First, we need to check the household registration for any hunters. The layout of the trap defense chain will require their cooperation, especially those skilled in setting traps." Gu Xiuwen stood up with a smile. "There's no need to worry, General. I was about to report to Sir that 2 special talents have emerged among the new immigrants, one of whom is an intermediate hunter." General Shi laughed upon hearing this. Perfect timing indeed. "Where is he now?" Ouyang Shua waved his hand. "General Shi, there's no need to be anxious. With Xiuwen handling the task, we can rest assured it will be done well. Xiuwen, why don't you take this opportunity to tell us about these 2 special talents?" "The hunter is named Yang Jue, a young man of 25 years. The other is an old man named Fan Jin, a scholar," Xiuwen said concisely. "Oh. This is twice the joy." Ouyang Shua was not interested in delving deeper into this matter at the moment, however. After all, the meeting's theme was the beast wave. He turned back to General Shi. "General, please continue." General Shi went on, since we have a hunter, I hope the construction division can assist with digging the traps. Additionally, we will need to mark the edges of the traps and clearly inform the villagers to watch their steps and avoid stepping into them. That is definitely something we need to pay attention to. Xiuwen, draft a notice about the traps, clear and concise, and have it posted in the village, Ouyang Shua said to Gu Xiuwen. Yes, sire. Xiuwen was not about to decline such orders that protect the villagers. Additionally, I have a proposal. We can mobilize all the villagers to participate in the defense of our territory. I suggest that the logging field produce a number of wooden javelins. General Shi could arrange some of his cavalry to train the villagers in javelin use. Ouyang Shua hadn't expected Gu Xiuwen to have such a strategic mind behind his scholarly facade. He nodded and praised him. Yes, this is a good idea, Xiuwen. I very much agree. General Shi glanced at Xiuwen and said, I agree as well. We have no issues in the reserve division and estimate that we should be able to produce around 5,000 simple wooden javelins over the next 5 days, TWO Yingyu said promptly. As for the construction division, we have completed all the buildings except the private school. They should be able to assist the hunter Yang in digging traps, Ouyang Shua added, turning to Zhao Duong. Zhao Duong readily agreed to this as well. At this time, Reclamation Secretary Zhao Duxian stood up and said solemnly, Sire, I have something to say. Please speak up. Sire, I worry about the beasts during the siege. If they intrude upon the farmland, will it cause the planted potatoes to go bad? This batch of potatoes, considered the hope of the territory, was something he attached great importance to. This is a problem. Do we have any solutions? Ouyang Shua asked. The farms are located on the edge of the river and at the edge of our territory. We can speculate that the animals will be directed towards the village and will not wander around, so the farms and fields should stay fairly clear, General Shi said. At the edges of the fields, we can dig a trench, perhaps sprinkle some dung in there. By and large, the beasts should avoid the farmland. Even if some random stragglers stray into the farmland, the loss will not be much and can be remedied. Hearing this, Zhao Duxian laughed. The general's words are very good. Digging the trenches will not be a waste, they can be integrated into the irrigation system. Wonderful, wonderful. General Shi just smiled. He had not considered that point, having looked at it strictly from a military perspective. Seeing everyone talking about the event, Ouyang Shua took advantage of the moment to end the proceedings. We all want a lot of good countermeasures to defend our territory. I hope everyone performs their duties as we prepare for war. In addition, Dr. Song has moved his quarters to the hospital. Please make temporary accommodations for Scholar Elder Fan in the courtyard. Yes, sire. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua visited the southeast district of the village, which was designated for culture and education. The newly built hospital, the ancestral hall, and the private school under construction were all situated in this district. He first went to Dr. Song's hospital, where he saw the cheerful face of the elderly doctor. Whenever Dr. Song was not busy and had time, Ouyang Shua would proactively visit the hospital. The hospital had 2 sections. At the front was for dispensing medicine and treating patients, and at the back were the accommodations. Ouyang Shua walked in and saw that Dr. Song was with a patient. He did not want to disturb them, so he simply greeted the doctor and walked out. Then he entered the ancestral hall next door. The hall for worship also had 2 sections. At the front was a gatehouse, which was separated by a square in the middle, leading to the underscore back where was the true ancestral hall. As Shanhai village was a versatile settlement, the hall was not dedicated to any single clan, and the surnames of the villagers were diverse. Ouyang Shua, therefore, decided to focus on the Yellow Emperor, the progenitor of Chinese civilization, for general ancestral veneration. Next to the ancestral hall was the Mazu temple, which flourished. More than 80% of the people of Shanhai village had chosen to place their faith in Mazu. Close by, the private school was being constructed, with Zhao De personally overseeing it. Ouyang Shua did not intrude, choosing instead to return to the manor. On the 27th, the private school opened. A village-level private school mainly provided basic education. The teacher taught reading, the basic 1,000-words or so, and then the great classics of Chinese literature. The students were mostly the children of the village, including Erwazi, making a total of 12. Specifically, Ouyang Shua had added an additional requirement. The school also offered an adult literacy class to teach basic reading and writing to those he wanted to cultivate as talents. These included the logging field manager Zhao Yufeng, the quarry field manager Cheng Shenggu, the mining field manager Yuan Xiaoping, and some civil servants. Zhang Daniu, San Guzi, Zhao Sihu, and Li Mingliang, the sergeants of his soldier squads, also required this training to advance to officer positions. None of these individuals knew how to read a single character. To develop their talents, Ouyang Shua issued a strict order, requiring them to attend school for half a day every day, no matter how busy they were. He also instructed Elder Fan to monitor their progress daily and report any issues immediately. Ouyang Shua had his methods to motivate the reluctant. At the opening ceremony of the adult literacy classes, Ouyang Shua said, "You are all very lucky. At this age, you have the chance to return to school. Before coming to Shanhai, most of you were farmers. Perhaps you dreamed of learning to read in your spare time, but attending school was not something you could afford during your youth. Now that you are grown, you might think reading is no longer important. Even if you can't read, you are still alive and surviving like everyone else. However, I want to tell you, you are wrong, wrong, wrong. The people who came to this village are no longer the same as they were before. You are now the managers of strategic resources for this territory. The things you are doing now and will do in the future are far more important than what you did before coming to Shanhai village. In these important roles, to enjoy your rights, you must also fulfill your duties. Therefore, to progress further, you must lay a strong foundation. I do not want you to fall behind because you are illiterate. I am going to tell you very seriously that no one will wait for you. So, please cherish this opportunity. I can tell you clearly that this is only a small part of the territorial training program, just a starting point. There will be many more advanced training opportunities in the future. In time, I hope to see your faces and lecture you again." The 7 people sitting there had varied attitudes. Some were listening attentively, some looked as if they understood, and others seemed a bit confused. Ultimately, it was up to them to seize their own good fortune. After the lecture, Ouyang Shua left the podium to Fan Jin. The old man had long outgrown the age of ignorance, and what time had left behind was an elder filled with wisdom. Though old, he was still spirited, his bones still strong, and unlike other professors who were all talk and no action, he was active and a true scholar who teaches knowledge to the world. Ouyang Shua had great respect for such a scholar and happily sat at the back of the classroom with the other students, carefully listening to the first adult literacy class. After the class, Ouyang Shua walked out of the school, heading for the commercial street district. Last evening, little sister Mu had told him that she had finished the leather made from the king boar hide she had been working on for him, and he needed to remember to stop by the tailor shop. During this time, little sister and her apprentices were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. Completing a goal of 500 sets of clothing was no easy task. Though Qinger was usually very playful, she was focused and precise when working. Her expression was serious, and she was strict with her apprentices. Just watching her, the apprentices feared her as much as mice fear cats. Ouyang Shua hadn't imagined his little sister had such a side to her. However, in this world, success wasn't accidental. Talent was important, but her dedication and love for tailoring were even more crucial. Indeed, when Ouyang Shua stepped into the tailor shop, everyone's heads were down, busily sewing the clothes on the table. He stood at the door for 10 minutes, and none of them noticed him. Seeing little sister work so seriously, Ouyang Shua couldn't help but feel a soft heart. However, He wasn't prepared to be too lenient with her. This little sister was quite thick-skinned, and her ability to take advantage of him was considerable. If he spoiled her too much, Yang Shuo feared she would become difficult to handle. Cough. Little sister, your big brother is here, and you haven't come to greet me? Yang Shuo teased her. Little sister raised her head and retorted, "Oh, bad brother. Can't you see your lovely sister is busy?" Yang Shuo had to change the topic. Yesterday you said the leather armor you made was ready. I've come to pick it up. This time, I made a gold-level armor from the leather. Oh, my brother, what a wonderful reward. What? Gold-level leather armor? In his estimation, a silver-level leather armor piece would have been quite satisfying. He really had not expected little sister to give him such a big surprise. It is the honest truth. Little Mu said, taking out a set of leathers from the side. In addition to the armor set, there was a pair of dark red boots and gloves. Yang Shuo took the armor and looked at it carefully. As a whole, it was black, wrapping around the whole chest and stitched together with multi-level leather chain. Everything was made of leather, except for the metal buckles. The leather felt very sturdy, fashionable without affecting its practical functions. The whole piece was very consistent with his preferences. Yang Shuo loved it and didn't want to put it down. Yang Shuo was amazed and realized that little sister really had a talent in tailoring. She was not only skilled but could personalize items to each person's differences. He could hardly wait to see the properties of the armor. Name, Brutal Guardian, Gold. Type, Leather Armor. Weight, 3 kilograms. Defense, 45. Toughness is 50. Maker, Mu_Scorching with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by Senior Tailor Mu Qingxi from Quality 8 King Boar Hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. Sure enough, 45 points of defense and 50 points of toughness, enough to ensure that without gold-level weapons, it would be difficult to break it. Seeing Yang Shuo's surprised expression, little sister Mu was extremely happy. I thought of the name for the leather armor, as I want it to be a good guardian for big brother. With her help, Yang Shuo put the leather on and immediately felt safer. Wearing it, he would no longer have to worry about danger from arrows. Yes, this is really good, our family has a good child. At this moment, Yang Shuo could only appreciate little sister even more. Well, of course, people call me the genius girl. Little sister had no modesty, responding the same way to all praise. Also, big brother, there is a set of gloves and boots. I made them from the Quality 6 Mutant Wild Boar Hide. Although not as good as the armor, they are also silver-class armor. Sister Mu handed the new treasures to Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo took the gloves and boots, looking at their properties. Name, Brutal Gloves, Silver. Type, Leather Armor. Weight, 1 kilogram. Defense, 30. Toughness, 40. Maker, Mu Qingxi with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by Senior Tailor Mu Qingxi from Quality 6 Mutant Boar Hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. Name, Brutal Boots, Silver. Type, Leather Armor. Weight, 1.5 kilograms. Defense, 30. Toughness, 40. Maker, Mu Qingxi with equipment naming rights. Evaluation, made by Senior Tailor Mu Qingxi from Quality 6 Wild Boar Hide. Exquisite workmanship, practical design, excellent protection. This was a full set of leather armor made by Mu Qingxi. Qinger's skill had improved quite a lot. Yang Shuo could not help but look at his own personal stats. Name, TWO Wui. Title, Celebrity, Good Impression on Historical Figures plus 10%. Territory, Shanhai Village. Merit, 1/400/1/600. Title, Third Class Viscount. Occupation, General. Sub-occupation, level 20, 1027, 540/1-109980. Reputation, well-known, 1-400/10000. Body structure, 18. Comprehension, 20. Luck, 5. Charm, 8. Command, 29. Force, 9. Intelligence, 8. Political, 29. Talent, not open. Cultivation method, none. Skills, intermediate collection, basic shipbuilding, basic diplomacy, basic scouting, basic weapons proficiency, basic riding, basic spearmanship, basic archery. Mount, exquisite warhorse, gold. Equipment, exquisite iron spear, gold, ring of courage, black iron, brutal guardian, gold, brutal boots, silver, brutal gloves, silver, fine iron sword, silver. Just as Ouyang Shua stepped out of the tailor shop, a burst of sound erupted from the system in his ears. World announcement asterisk. In the first month of the year, new people have entered the wilderness, overcoming all obstacles with weapons and toil, plowing the soil, and establishing their foundations. The beasts of the wilderness have suffered great slaughter and have been driven into a frenzy. In 3 days, on the first day of the second month, under the leadership of their mightiest kind, the animals will attack the territories of the player lords. They will repay their slaughter in blood and wash away their hatred in war. Lords, prepare for battle, sharpen your swords, and defend your honor and dignity. World announcement asterisk. The Siege of Beasts, a mandatory global defense quest, has begun. If the beasts successfully raid a village in the territory, the village will be immediately removed. If you successfully defend your territory from the beast attack, you will receive additional incentives. The top 3 in the regional, national, and world rankings will receive substantial rewards, and you can qualify for more than one list. During this quest, non-lord players cannot stay in a lord's territory. World announcement asterisk. The top 10 regional rewards are as follows. First place, 100 merit points. Each lower rank will receive 10 fewer merit points. World announcement asterisk. The top 10 national ranking awards are as follows. First place, 1,000 merit points and 100 gold coins. Each successive rank will receive 100 fewer merit points and 10 fewer gold coins. World announcement. The top 10 ranking awards in the world are as follows. First place, 3,000 points and 600 gold coins. Each successive rank will receive 200 fewer points and 50 fewer gold coins. Additionally, first place will receive a random secret building, second place a random special item, and third place a basic soldier token. The announcement sparked a huge global uproar. The weak feared their territories would be completely destroyed, while the powerful and confident professional gamers were enticed by the system incentives, their blood boiling with excitement. They all geared up to compete for the title of global leader. Even with prior knowledge, Ouyang Shua found himself excited by the prospect of such a rich reward. His goal was to ensure he made it into the global top 10 rankings and strive to enter the top 3. To achieve this, he needed a secret weapon. That afternoon, Ouyang Shua headed to the barracks. Inside, the soldiers not out on patrol or missions were practicing archery. Upon seeing him enter, they stopped their practice and lined up to meet him. Seeing the soldiers continue their training, Ouyang Shua said to General Shi, "General, I see you are still working hard." General Shi smiled proudly. "As a general, this military life is just what I love." "What are the levels of these soldiers now?" Ouyang Shua asked directly. General Shi responded proudly, "After this period of training, all the soldiers have been promoted to rank 2. Additionally, the 4 sergeants have been promoted to rank 3. Very good. The training is living up to our expectations. How are the trap layouts for the territory? The territory is large, and the plan is to have 4 layers of traps laid out in defense. After 2 days, we have completed 2 layers of traps. At this rate, we will finish the rest of the layout in the next 2 days. General Shi was not vague but direct and ambitious. Each layer of pit traps would consist of 1,000 or more. Ouyang Shua nodded and asked, "Have you heard of alchemical fire oil, General Shi? The magical black liquid that can ignite directly?" "Yes, I am well aware of it," General Shi smiled, slightly embarrassed. "My lord asks about this fiery weapon, but why? If we could buy a lot of alchemical fire oil, would that help the general defense plan? The wild beasts, like us, are afraid of fire. With alchemical fire oil, we could set up a fire array before the village gates and confidently destroy a wave of beasts in one fell swoop." "Excellent. These are the general's words, and I am free of worries. Bring some soldiers, I am off to the basic market to procure some alchemical fire," Ouyang Shua said happily. General Shi immediately gathered 2 squads of men, 20 soldiers, and accompanied Ouyang Shua to the basic market. Ouyang Shua strode into the wooden hut, opened the trading platform, and searched for alchemical fire oil. Fire oil was sold in barrels, each containing 50 liters and priced at 1 silver coin. During the walk there, General Shi estimated that to complete a fire array, they would need around 40,000 liters of oil, or 800 barrels. In order to be foolproof, Ouyang Shua gritted his teeth and spent 10 gold coins to buy 1,000 barrels of fire oil. Additionally, to enhance the early warning capability of the territory, he spent another 10 gold coins on the outpost tower building blueprints. These towers were made entirely of stone, making them difficult to destroy. Each tower's top held a fire beacon for early warnings, and each station could accommodate 2 sentries. Stone Outpost *. Basic military facility with strong defense and early warning capabilities. Requirements: 20 timber, 200 stone. Build time: 1 day. The barrels appeared in the wooden cottages at the front of the square. Grinning fiercely, General Shi ordered the soldiers to bring the barrels to the barracks. These were dangerous goods, and he didn't want to worry about them if they were stored elsewhere. Ouyang Shua also gave the just-purchased outpost tower blueprints to General Shi, who then transferred them to Zhao Duong and the construction division. The decision on where to place the towers and who would be posted there was naturally left to General Shi. According to his plans, building 3 or more outposts would ensure sufficient warning time. After leaving the market, Ouyang Shua finally felt at ease. In the face of the impending beast wave, everything he could do was already done. The entire territory was ready for the fight. The key to victory in a war was nothing more than the battlefield. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been preparing for this fight from the very first day he upgraded to a Grade 2 village. The other lords would have only 3 days of preparation time, and he also had a geographical advantage. 4 rings of traps, supplemented by early warning outpost towers, coupled with the fire oil array ready. He truly had an extreme advantage in terrain. His final major advantage was his people, and his advantage here was even greater. He had true soldiers, marking the foundation of a territorial army and moving out of the militia era, jumping ahead of the usual sequence of events. Coupled with General Shi's history of being one of the top 10 officers, there were simply no weaknesses. Finally, he had strong logistical support, with adequate arrows, a massive inventory of javelins, and enough supplies to last for the battle. Back in his manor, Ouyang Shua sat down and read for an hour before logging off. In the brick-and-mortar world, it was still winter. The leaves in the gardens were slowly turning yellow, falling to the road one by one. Ouyang Shua ran on the gravel road, enjoying the fresh morning air, both physically and mentally refreshed. Returning home, Xiaya and Binger got up for breakfast. The 2 beauties, watching the breakfast in their hands, smiled and sat there quietly. Some say habit is a fearsome thing. Before Ouyang Shua and Binger moved in to live with her, Xiaoya only had breakfast irregularly once a month. Within a month, she had grown very accustomed to hot soy milk and fried dough sticks. She was also getting used to coming back in the afternoon and finding a good dinner waiting for her. And she had become used to sending Binger off to bed with a fairy tale. Unconsciously, whether eating or living or working, a lot of changes had taken place in her life. Xiaoye was largely pivoted by it all, perhaps it was just the fate between people. It was a wonderful event, bringing Ouyang Shua and Binger into her life like a new brother and sister. Now, living with them is natural and harmonious, like a family under one roof. As usual, Ouyang Shua sees Binger off to school and opens up his handbrain when he gets home. Today's forum was particularly lively. Needless to say, the root of everything was the big system announcement last night. The top headline was a survey questionnaire. The survey's theme was to guess who the top 10 finishers in China would be. In addition, guessing who among the lords in China would make the top 10 in the world rankings. There was no doubt that the 6 tyrants of Handan were still the most popular candidates. Everyone was interested in who, in addition to the 6 tyrants, could occupy a place in the top 10 in China. Among the candidates, Ouyang Shua showed up because of his 6th place promotion to a grade 2 village. In addition to him, there was Xiangba's King Village, Wandering Magic's Fallen Leaf Village, Wufu's Stone Village, and Baihua's Consonance Village. He and the other 3, except Baihua, were the top 10 players to make grade 2 villages in China. Baihua could be included in the list of candidates simply by virtue of her ID. She was a longtime occupant of the Chinese Esports Games Hall of Fame, first among the mystery players. How could attention not be paid to her? There were intense discussions and predictions about who in China could reach the top 10 list in the world. There was no doubt that Di Chen of the 6 tyrants of Handan was the most popular candidate. As for the other underscore players, no one was sure. After all, the world is too large, full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A great many people boldly predicted that, due to China's population, at least 2 individuals would make the world list. Ouyang Shua looked at the players participating in the speculation but posted nothing. From what he remembered, in his past life, the only Chinese player to make the list was Di Chen, ranking 3rd in the world. The other world rankers naturally did not make the list. The remaining 9 spots were occupied by players from the United States, Canada, Russia, Korea, Japan, Britain, Germany, France, and India. No country held more than 1 spot, illustrating the intensity of the competition. This time, with Ouyang Shua as the biggest variable, the final outcome was uncertain. Note, Long Taos are side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Note, 12.47 to 13.07, this refers to a specific time or timestamp, but the context is unclear. Gaia, 1st year, 2nd month, 1st day. Cloudy. A day for blessings, migrations, and making deals. An outing is discouraged. At dawn, 3 horsemen rode away from the barracks, heading straight to the outpost towers outside the village. The construction division had built 3 outposts in the outlying areas, each 2 kilometers away. Due to limited manpower, only 1 soldier was assigned to each station. Their tasks were the same, to watch the movements of the beast packs and to raise smoke to warn the village when they spotted them. At the same time, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th cavalry squads, under the command of Lin Yi, rode away from the western gates, heading towards the mining field area at the southern edge of the territory, only 300 meters from the west end of the woods. Because of Shanhai's surrounding terrain, beasts couldn't come from the south, where the foot of the mountain was located. Similarly, the east, with its wide river and canyon, would have so few animals that it wasn't worth considering. Therefore, the main appearance of the packs would be from the west side of the woods and coming down from the north out of the wilderness, along the Friendship River. Of these 2, the west side of the forest was the main focus of their defense. Many beasts lived inside those woods, and it was the primary training ground for the militia. Given this terrain, Ouyang Shua was commanding the 2nd Cavalry Squad at the northern gate of Shanhai. General Shi was commanding the 4th Squad at the western gate. As for the eastern gate, Ouyang Shua had entrusted it to Lin Yi's older brother. Master Lin was leading more than 20 martial arts students from his dojo in guarding that gate. To strengthen the western gate, the construction division had built towers on both sides of it. Their last trump card, the fire array, was placed in front of the western gate on the open ground. The fire array covered 100 square meters. On its sides were 2-meter trenches, dug a couple of hands deep. These trenches were filled with alchemical fire oil and water, then covered with wood, and the wood was covered with hay. From above, you could not see the array itself. The rest of the fire oil was placed in the open space in front of the north gate. Since the northern gate required a more passive defensive strategy, there was only a single 200-meter-long ditch, with the same combination of oil on water, covered with wood, and then hay. The villagers and remaining crossbowmen were ordered not to leave the village. Outside the village, the ferry, logging and mining fields, quarry, shipyard, wharf, and salt fields had all ceased operations. The incoming beast wave was going to attack Shanhai itself, driven to destroy all the villages out here in the wilderness. They wouldn't care about the industries outside the village. Acting on Gu Xiuwen's proposal for the defense strategy, Ouyang Shua formed 2 large militia reserve teams. All members of the reserve teams had been trained by the soldiers to skillfully throw javelins. Militia Reserve Team A, consisting of 120 people, was led by the Reclamation Division Secretary, Zhao Zhixian, with the Quarry Field Manager, Zhang Shanpao, as the temporary lieutenant. They were stationed at the Western Gate and responsible for defending the West. Militia Reserve Team B, consisting of 100 people, was led by the Deputy Secretary of the Construction Division, Zhao Duong, with the Mining Field Manager, Yuan Xiaoping, as his lieutenant. They were stationed at the North Gate and responsible for any fighting in the north. The rest of the people, in addition to the elderly, women, and children, were all in the wartime_logistics_ department. This numbered close to 200 people, and Chuangyu, the Material Reserves Division Secretary, was the acting director. The logistics department was divided into 4 groups. The first was the medical rescue group, led by Dr. Song, with his 4 apprentices and 20 women to assist him, responsible for the treatment of the wounded. The second was the material handling group, 60 people headed by the lumber field head Zhao Yu_Feng, responsible for moving, supplying, and retrieving arrows and javelins. The third was the collection group, led by Advanced Tailor Mu Qingxi, responsible for collecting beast corpses and fur. The last group was the cooking group, 20 people headed by Senior Cook Gu Sanyang, responsible for the food and drinking water supply for everyone. In this way, Shan_Hai's human resources were _deployed to their limit. O_U_Yang Shua's inner idea was that this war would be fought and won with proper organization and logistics. Establishing a sound and efficient organization and leadership system, combined with a scientific and rational logistics system, would be the key to winning this battle. It was 7:30 a.m., and all the villagers of Shan_Hai took their breakfast, and under the leadership of their team leaders, went off to their respective positions. Ouyang_Shua_ stood on the left side of the north gate, next to the tower there. Next to him was the second team of the cavalry team, led by Captain Go_Z. Sir, when will the beast wave start? San Go_Z asked, a bit anxious. Soon, no more than half an hour before they appear at the edge of the territory. Ouyang_Shua burst_out_right_on time. World announcement: the mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest, Siege of Beasts, has officially opened. Regional, national, and global rankings are also opening at the same time. Best wishes to the Lords for victory, ***. World announcement: the mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest, Siege of Beasts, has officially opened. Regional, national, and global rankings, ***. World announcement: the mandatory Global Territory Defense Quest, Siege of Beasts. Less than a minute after the triple announcement, smoke began to rise from the distant top of a sentry tower. At the edge of the territory, where Ouyang Shua couldn't see, thousands of wild dogs, led by a wild dog king, were rushing out of the woods, heading down towards Shanhai village to kill everyone. Wild dogs were only level 3 beasts, but they were also the most numerous of the wild beasts. Elite dogs were level 5, while the Wild Dog King was a boss and level 8. The aggressive group of wild dogs had just entered the territory of Shanhai village and immediately clashed with the first ring of defense. Countless traps were triggered by the reckless wild dogs. Each pit was 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and a full 3 meters deep, with the bottom filled with sharp wooden stakes. In their tight and intense formation, the wild dogs suffered heavily as each trap claimed 4 or 5 of them. From the edge of the village to the village itself, it was a road of blood and tears for the dogs. Every step along the way, another trap seemed to open, exacting a toll of flesh and blood. By the time they could see the gates of Shanhai village, the nearly 2,000 wild dogs had been reduced to less than half. Fortunately, the dogs had no thoughts of escaping, showing how deep their resentment of the village and its lord ran. 400 meters away from the village, the surviving wild dogs split into 2 packs, heading toward the north and west gates. Yangshuo hadn't expected this. The main force, led by the Wild Dog King, headed straight for the western gate. The remaining 300 or so, led by elite wild dogs, headed for the north gate. Behind the fence of the northern gate, Militia Team 2 stood as a team under the leadership of Zhao Duong, waiting for the command to attack. At the foot of the village, javelins were stuck in the ground, ready to be thrown. Yangshuo stood on the tower, watching the huge pack of wild dogs closing in. When they reached 150 meters out, he didn't hesitate to start shooting with his bow, directly hitting an elite wild dog. His move was the starting gun. The cavalry team, lined up on both sides of the towers, with drawn bows aimed at the elite dogs, immediately shot as well. After a round of shooting, the number of elite dogs remaining was almost none. After shooting his first arrow, Yangshuo lowered his bow, staring at the dogs and calculating their range. When the pack was only 60 meters away, he immediately waved his flag. Zhao Duong, watching Yangshuo closely and seeing him wave the flag, immediately turned and shouted, "Throw." The reserve team immediately hurled the javelins waiting in their hands over the fence. Immediately, they picked up a second javelin stuck in the ground next to them and did not hesitate to throw another volley. With repeated volleys, the dogs, barely 60 meters away, suffered 3 rounds of javelin attacks, and were almost wiped out. With this, the second team of the cavalry led by Sanguzi burst out of the north gate and went after the dogs in a burst of slaughter. In less than 10 minutes, the entire northern pack of wild dogs was annihilated. At this time, Yangshuo could hear the system announcements in his ears. Regional announcement: Lianzhou area Shaojiang village failed to resist the beast attack, its name is expunged. Regional announcement: Lianzhou area rich village failed to resist the beast attack, its name is expunged. Regional announcement: Gillan area green water village failed to resist the beast attack, its name is expunged. This was only the first wave of the attacking packs. Many villages did not manage to resist and were destroyed by the packs, their territories removed. After these players resurrected, they could only choose to reincarnate in personal adventure mode to continue their game career, with the option of becoming a lord completely removed. Having no time to feel sorry for the unlucky others, Yangshuo instructed the logistics department to rush outside and collect as many javelins as possible so they could be thrown again. Then, he hurried alone to the west side to see the situation there. By the time he reached the western gate, the fighting was almost over. Although nearly 700 dogs had attacked, they were quickly eliminated, primarily by the cavalry waiting in ambush near the mining field. They had waited until receiving a signal from the sentinel in the tower, indicating when the dog pack had clustered around the western gate. Suddenly, 30 cavalry led by Lin Yi hit the pack from behind, shooting and trampling the dogs as they surrounded the pack. Combined with the barrage from inside, the dogs were soon eliminated. The Wild Dog King was personally beheaded by General Shi, dropping a booklet. Shou took it from him to look over and found it was a silkworm breeding technology manual. It was a good thing, but unfortunately, right now he had neither mulberry leaves nor silkworms, so it would be difficult to use in the short term. After this wave of attacks, Ouyang Shua's level shot up like a rocket to 22. And that was with each level after 20 becoming increasingly difficult to achieve. Seeing the western gate intact, Ouyang Shua's heart eased. He rode over to the eastern gate, finding that only 30 wild dogs had attacked there. With no pressure, the attack was easily handled. His inspection complete, Ouyang Shua did not delay and rode back to the north gate quickly. He was expecting the second tide of the beast wave to begin soon. Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap. Back at the northern gate, the logistics department had done an excellent job cleaning up the area, and the door was closed once more. Ouyang Shua climbed to the top of the tower again. In less than 2 minutes, he saw smoke in the distance. This time, it was wolves. Nearly 1,000 wolves, led by their king, quietly emerged from the woods, heading toward Shanhai village. Wolves were level 4, with a large population. Their elites were level 6, and the pack king was a level 9 boss. Like the first wave of wild dogs, the wolves did not escape the nightmare of the defending traps. As the saying goes, even cunning prey cannot escape if a skilled hunter sets a trap. Despite their cunning nature, the wolves sustained heavy casualties passing through the 4 consecutive rings of traps. In the end, fewer than 600 wolves remained to attack the village. However, wolves were, after all, more cunning than dogs. Upon reaching the village, they did not split their numbers but headed straight for the western gate. This unexpected tactic surprised Ouyang Shua once again. Given the wolves' running speed, moving the militia to support the western gate would be too little, too late. Ouyang Shua could only grit his teeth and order Militia Reserve Team 2 to stay put. Ouyang Shua and the 2nd Cavalry Squad immediately dashed out of the gate to circle around and meet up with the other teams stationed near the mining field. Together, they would ambush the wolves in a larger formation. By the time Ouyang Shua led his team there, the remaining wolves were about to climb the fence. He saw Lin Yi leading the other 3 squads, riding hard. The 2 groups immediately moved to pincer the wolves between them, like 2 blades thrusting deep. This time, the advantages of mounted archers were evident. Before the cavalry even reached them, arrow fire had paralyzed the wolves' command system. Although wolves were fierce fighters, they had no defense against the fast-attacking cavalry. With fragile bones, they could be easily stomped to death by a pair of hooves. Even if they escaped the trampling hooves, the soldiers could easily kill them. After all, they were only level 4. 20 minutes later, the wolves were finally destroyed, with Lin Yi having stabbed the pack leader to death. The lead wolf dropped a small surprise for Ouyang Shua. Interspatial stone, small. After using this item, the storage capacity of your supply bag is increased to 10 cubic meters. A player's initial storage space was only 1 cubic meter. To enhance the capacity, you needed to use a space stone. Space stones were divided into small, medium, large, and giant sizes, representing 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 cubic meters, respectively. Ouyang Shua used the stone immediately, and watched as his storage bag's capacity increased to 10 cubic meters. Throughout this time, the regional announcements did not cease. More and more territories fell, their names struck from the rolls. Regional notice: Dongchuan area Peach Blossom Village failed to resist the beast attack, its name is expunged. Regional notice: Wooding District Baiyun Village failed to resist the beast attacks, its name is expunged. Regional announcement: Lianzhou area Surabaya Village failed to resist the herd attack, its name is expunged. Ouyang Shua took note of this. At this time, 7 villages had fallen in the Lianzhou Basin area. Their names were taken off the list. There were a little under 100 villages in the basin originally. The quest was only half over, and nearly a tenth of the lords were gone. The pain of this mandatory quest was quite clear. This time, there were actually some wounded from the brief contact between the wolves and members of the militia reserve. Fortunately, the medical team members were standing by with Dr. Song to see to them. Cleaning the battlefield was the responsibility of the logistics department. Ouyang Shua did not tarry. He led the second squad back to the northern gate quickly. 5 minutes later, smoke rose to signal the alarm once again. Horns of war blew again. The third beast wave was the level 5 boar group. Their elites were level 8, while the wild boar _king was a level 10 boss. Speaking of wild boars, this could be a big issue for Shanhai village. Ouyang Shua had killed the previous wild boar king, its mate, and stolen their entire group of piglets. This time, in order to take revenge for the previous wild boar king, the new generation had convened a horde more than 400 meters across, leading nearly 3,000 boars to Shanhai to take revenge. Given the size of the boars and the layout of the traps was extremely effective against them. Unfortunately, the preceding 2 waves of dogs and wolves had already triggered half of the traps. So after forcing their way through the rings of traps, the whole setup was mostly destroyed, yet still more than 2,000 boars were left behind. The next wave of beasts wouldn't have to deal with the destroyed traps. 400 meters from the village, the boars split into 2 herds, heading for the north and western gates. They had the potential to bring Shanhai to ruin. Ouyang Shua watched as nearly 1,000 boars charged toward the north gate, and his heart sank. This was a true cycle of causality, and the harvest of retribution was dire. Passive defense would not suffice. Shou descended from the tower, summoned Zhao Duong, and handed him the flag, ordering him to take command atop the tower. Captain Zhao, I pass command to you. I have only one request: hold the line until reinforcements arrive. You are our last defense, Shou said. Zhao Duong's scalp tingled, looking slightly shell-shocked. He had never been official militia, let alone in command. Ouyang Shua noticed his nervousness, patted his shoulder, and said gently, Captain Zhao, don't be nervous. I have faith in your abilities. Duong did not respond, but nodded. This was an emergency, and Shou did not have time to issue detailed orders. He rode out the north gate with the 2nd Cavalry Squad. His plan was simple: leverage the cavalry's advantages to take the initiative, split the boars to reduce the pressure on the militia. Before the boars could complete their encirclement, Ouyang Shua and his team successfully broke through. The sight of humans escaping spurred the boars into a frenzy. The elites quickly split the herd, and half-charged after the fleeing cavalry. As a result, the pressure on the northern gate was immediately alleviated. Zhao Duong stood on the tower, staring at the approaching pigs. When they were 60 meters away, he waved the flag and shouted, "Throw!" With 3 consecutive volleys of javelin tossing, nearly 300 boars were instantly killed. Still, more than 200 rushed to the fence. Zhao Duong, seemingly infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield, rushed down the tower. He lifted a javelin in his hands, shouting, "Brothers, with me." He then charged forward to engage the boars in close combat. Inspired by his example, the militia reserve roared and charged to keep up, meeting the boars at the fence line. Unfortunately, the number of militia units was limited, and the simple wooden javelins in their hands were not very effective. In less than 5 minutes, injuries began to mount. Several times the boars nearly broke through the fence, and the militia barely held them back. Zhao Duong felt they were running out of time when, finally, the figures of the cavalry appeared in the distance, nearly 50 strong. 2 volleys of arrows streaked in, and the remaining wild pigs were wiped out. Behind the cavalry came the wild boar group that Ouyang Shua had lured away. The cavalry rushed into the village, dismounted, and prepared their arrows for the incoming boars. Seeing the rescue team arrive, the morale of the militia soared, and they returned to their original positions. When the pigs arrived at the 60-meter mark again, the militia did not hesitate to throw their javelins. With nearly 100 militia members and almost all of the cavalry, the fate of the Boers was sealed. The remaining Boers, with no defense, were soon shot dead. Ouyang Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This wave had scared him too much. He walked over to Zhao Diwang's side, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Captain Zhao, you did a great job. I heard your deeds have been heroic, just like a true man." Zhao Duong smiled in relief. "The situation was urgent, I didn't think much. Anyways, we couldn't let those beasts rush into our village. Indeed, the fence is the last line of defense for our village. We must hold here," Ouyang Shuo agreed solemnly. He went to the middle of the town to visit the injured. This time, more than 20 villagers had been injured, a heavy loss. Additionally, one person was severely injured, his left hand almost completely bitten off by a wild pig. Ouyang Shuo told the medical group to help the seriously wounded back to the hospital for treatment. As for the minor injuries, as long as they did not affect throwing a javelin, after their injuries were dressed, they returned to their posts. Ouyang Shuo could not forget that they still had one more beast wave to deal with. Sure enough, after less than 10 minutes of rest, the distant smoke from a sentry tower rose again. The last wave of beasts was the most powerful. They were level 6 buffaloes, their elites were level 10, and their king was a level 12 boss. By the time this herd arrived, most of the traps had already been destroyed. Except for an occasional loss, the traps didn't pose much of a threat to the incoming herd. Even with a bull's huge and robust body, the pits could still be a threat, but there simply weren't enough of them left. So, by the time nearly 1,000 buffaloes had wandered through the 4 rings of pit traps, the herd still numbered more than 900. Similar to the previous waves, the buffalo divided their forces to attack the north and western gates. The force at the northern gate numbered less than 300. Although this last wave was extremely strong, Ouyang Shuo was not worried. He still had his trump card, the killer fire array, which he had not yet used, saving it for this final wave. In his ear, the system announcements of fallen territories continued, but none had resisted the siege of beasts. This showed that Shanhai's efficiency in eliminating the beast waves was actually quite high. Ouyang Shuo stood on the tower, calmly watching the bulls charge towards the fence. When they reached 50 meters from the fence, he lit a prepared fire arrow. Hissing fiercely, the fire arrow was accurately fired down into the trench filled with hot oil. It took only seconds for the 200-meter ditch to fill with flames. The lead bulls charged right into the fire, bawling endlessly as they burned. Behind them, the rest of the buffalo stopped in fright at the sight of the flames. At this moment, the militia's javelins and the cavalry's crossbows descended like a wave of death. Volley after volley rained down on the cattle that had come to a complete stop. In less than 10 minutes, the buffalo outside the north gate were completely eliminated. As for the western gate, Ouyang Shuo was not worried at all. He knew there was an even more powerful fire array set up there. Sure enough, even before Ouyang Shuo could rush over to the western gate, a burst of pleasant system music sounded in his ear, followed by another announcement. World announcement: congratulations to Shanhai village in China. Under the leadership of its lord, it has successfully resisted the siege of beasts and is now ranked first in the world. World announcement: congratulations to Shanhai village in China. World announcement: congratulations. The triple announcement sparked a global outcry. This time, Ouyang Shuo was truly going to be famous. Even Ouyang Shuo couldn't believe that Shanhai village had become the first village in the world to successfully resist the siege of beasts. The alchemical fire oil was truly a miracle. Since it was a worldwide quest, the rewards would be issued only after all the lords had completed it. With some free time, Ouyang Shuo went to the west gate to assess the situation there. Along the western side of the village near the gate, the fire array was still burning. The fire had effectively trapped the buffalo herd in a large enclosure, though without using spikes. The ground was littered with cattle carcasses, pierced by arrows and javelins. Even the Buffalo King had been killed outright by General Shi with a bow and arrow, with no chance to retaliate. Ouyang Shuo instructed the logistics department to fill the ditch of hot oil with soil and extinguish the fire. If they waited for it to go out on its own, it was uncertain how long it might take. Once the fires were extinguished, he walked into the array and stopped next to the Buffalo King's body to see what items had dropped. Picking it up, he realized it was a buffalo domestication skill manual. This was a significant find. Animal breeding in his territory would enter a new era of development. Ouyang Shuo immediately called Lin Yi, instructing him to take 40 cavalry members and follow the path the herd had taken. They were to capitalize on the calm in the wilderness and capture as many young buffalo as possible, bringing them back to be domesticated. With the cavalry's mobility, rounding up the smaller cattle and herding them back to the village should not be a problem. Similarly, he called on Sangozi and had him lead the second squad and the 30-team militia reserves, to head back in the direction the wild boars had come from. They were to look for piglets. Although he already had a dozen of them, it was far below the numbers he would need to seriously establish a pig farm. Why not take advantage of this great opportunity to catch enough piglets at once and expand the scale of his pig farming? Waiting until the two teams were on their way, Ouyang Shuo also called over the construction division secretary, Zhao Duong. Secretary Zhao, I have 2 tasks to give to the construction division. Lord, please tell me. As long as it was about building things, the secretary was not worried about anything. First, as soon as you can organize the staff, on the west side of the village, we need to build a large cattle pen and pigsty. This will ensure that when the cavalry teams bring back the young cattle and pigs, they have somewhere to live. Second, work with the Material Reserves Division to clean up and fill in the pit traps. The animal corpses in the pits are the responsibility of the Material Reserves Division, and filling them in is the responsibility of the Construction Division to restore the original appearance of the land. Do not miss any of the traps, otherwise, catching some of our people wandering around would be a really bad joke, Ouyang Shuo said seriously. Zhao Duong looked serious and said firmly, I guarantee it will be done right. At this time, General Shi came over to him, smiled, and handed him an object. It was the thing the wild boar king had dropped. Ouyang Shuo examined it, finding out it was a talisman, such a trump card, the kind of thing that, if you used it at a key moment, life you could save. Talisman of Bloodthirsting. After using this, you enter a bloodthirsty rage. Your combat power is doubled for half an hour. After the rage expires, you will be weakened for 2 days. During this period, he constantly heard more system announcements. Most of the Lord players had failed, and their territories were removed from the lists. But then, another success came, and names began to fill the world ranking lists. World announcement. Congratulations to the Free Village of the United States. Under the leadership of their lord, Jack Dawson, they have successfully fought off the Siege of Beasts and are ranked 2nd in the world. World announcement. Congratulations to the Handan Village in China. Under the leadership of their lord, Di Chen, they have successfully fought off the Siege of Beasts and are ranked 4th in the world. World announcement. Congratulations to the Vic Village of France. Under the leadership of their lord, Henry, they have successfully fought off the Siege of Beasts and are ranked 10th in the world. In less than an hour, the top 10 of the world charts were set. Ouyang Shuo looked at the world list. The only difference from his past life was that Canada's Maple Leaf Village was no longer there, having been squeezed out of the top 10 due to his own appearance. First, China, Shanhai Village, Chiue Wui. Second, the United States, Free Village, Jack Dawson. Third, Russia, St. Petersburg, Pushkin. Fourth, China, Handan Village, Di Chen. Fifth, Germany, Rhine Village, Manstein. Sixth, Japan, Sonli Village, Honda Keisuke. Seventh, India, Bangalore Village, Durava. Eighth, Britain, Avik Fort, William. Ninth, South Korea, Ulsan Village, Park Winds. 10th, France, Vic Village, Henry. Because of the emergence of Ouyang Shua, the top 10 list of the world now included 2 lords from the same country. Suddenly, the Chinese scene looked very different. At this moment, near Handan village, a handsome young man was staring at the world rankings, his expression gloomy. He was the leader of the Handan 6 tyrants, Di Chen. Next to him sat a peerlessly beautiful woman, named Juedai Fenghua. No one except Di Chen knew her real identity. In the past, among the women on China's top 10 beauty billboard, she ranked second. The first was the only female lord player in the Handan 6 tyrants, Feng Qiuhuang. Juedai Fenghua was not just a pretty face. Di Chen considered her his chief advisor. Anyone who underestimated her wisdom would not fare well. You said that this Qiue Wui was not just lucky? Juedai Fenghua asked. Di Chen frowned, hesitantly admitting, his identity is still unknown to everyone. But regarding Shanhai village, I have some conjectures. Oh? What kind of thoughts? Juedai Fenghua seemed a little surprised. I heard my father mention something about the village order. He said that, to balance out the privileged players, gold-level village tokens were hidden in the village build task, Di Chen told her uncertainly. After all, the news about the inner workings of the game was very confidential, and outsiders could only hear rumors. If you don't remember, he was the 7th in China to build a player village. From the opening of the game, it took him less than 2 hours. That is, he should be the fastest player to actually complete building a village. With that speed, his task completion rate shouldn't be so high, Juedai Fenghua analyzed, somewhat hesitantly. No matter what, this time Handan village didn't even make the top 3 in the world. Instead, some nobody from nowhere claimed the throne. This is a great blow to our prestige, and I fear those who are ready to act will become restless. Juedai Fenghua laughed gently. Those rats will never be enough for the real stage. Di Chen was silent. This was true, but hard to swallow. Following this, China's rankings were officially released. As expected, almost everyone from the previous forum predictions was on the list. What left Ouyang Shua dumbfounded was that the person he had stolen the gold-level village token from, Xuanlong Dianxue, was actually on the list, having been second in his previous life. Because Ouyang Shua had entered the world list, Xuanlong Dianxue had come in 12th and received the 10th prize. How fate had made this happen was difficult to say. First, Dali, Shanhai village, Qiue Wui. Second, Jingdu, Handan village, Di Chen. Third, Xiangyang, Pale Sun village, Chun Shinjun. Fourth, Qingdu, Swordsman village, Feng Qingyang. Fifth, Luoyang, Fallen Phoenix village, Feng Qinghuang. Sixth, Xianyang, Azura village, Sha Pejuan. Seventh, Jianya, Blood Red village, Izhanlang. 8th, Chuanzhou, King village, Xiangba. 9th, Chang'an, Fallen Leaves village, Wandering Magic. 10th, Jingdu, Stone village, Wufu. 11th, Dali, Consonance village, Baihua. 12th, Chuanzhou, Xuanlong village, Xuanlong Dianxue. Description: because there are 2 Chinese players in the world ranking, the rankings were automatically extended by 2. Out of the list of 12 lords, the one Ouyang Shua was most concerned about was the other lord in Dali. The Consonance Village lord was the legendary Chinese esports star, Bai Hua. According to news from his past life, Bai Hua should be the same as him, a civilian player. Achieving results like this truly demonstrated her strength. As she also ranked in the top 3 of Chinese beauties and was a master player, Bai Hua's appeal among player groups was very strong. In the previous game, Bai Hua was not alone. 3 years ago, she established her own game studio, Consonance Studio. The studio's core members were all beautiful women, including Bai Hua, Zi Luolan, Hong Ying, and Xing Yi. An hour later, Dali's regional rankings were finally released. This really showed the difference in the local lord's abilities. 1. Lianzhou area, Shanhai village, Qiue Wui. 2. Kunming area, Consonance village, Baihua. 3. Sisri area, Liangshan village, Zhangxingji land. 4. Liuzhou area, floating village, fluttering Lu. 5. Lianzhou area, broken blade village, Ba Dao. 6. Tanyue area, ancient village, Qinhan Siyuan. 7. Lianzhou area, Mulan village, Mulan Yu. 8. Guilin area, Vest village, passers-by. 9. Dongchuan area, villains village, villains must die. 10. Wooding area, famous village, written in the world. 11. Chuxiong area, woolly village, Li Xiaobo. 12. Lianzhou area, windy days village, Xiaofeng moon. Note: because Dali had 2 players enter the national list for China, the list has been extended by 2. In the Dali regional list, the lords of the Lianzhou basin had 4 entries, accounting for a third of the rankings. In addition to Ouyang Shua, the 3 major overlords from his previous life were all represented here. After the final list was released, a burst of music sounded in Ouyang Shua's ear. System tip: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for leading Shanhai village to resist the Siege of Beasts and complete the mandatory defensive quest. Your quest rewards follow. System tip: player Chiue Wui, for making it into the top 3 of the world list, you have earned a reward of 3,000 merit points, 600 gold coins, and a random secret building. System tip: your random secret building has been selected, Recruitment Hall. Your building has automatically been generated in your territory. Please inspect it. Oh God, it was actually the Recruitment Hall. Ouyang Shua had a feeling of ascending to heaven. In his view, the combined merit points and gold coins could not even match the value of the Recruitment Hall. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap. The Recruitment Hall was located in his educational and cultural district, next to the private school. Name: Recruitment Hall. Type: hidden class building. Function: randomly recruit a special talent every month, randomly recruit a historical talent every year. Features: special talent attraction rate increased by 20%, territory reputation increased by 5%. Description: this is a specially designed hiring location. Recruiting a special talent costs 10 gold coins, and recruiting a historical talent costs 100 gold coins. Recruitment chances cannot be accumulated and may expire. The Recruitment Hall is worthy of its reputation as a hidden class building, comparable to a god-level equipment. Its properties are simple yet powerful. It acts like a magnet, attracting a steady stream of talents to the territory. Special talent attraction rate increased by 20%. Asterisk, this is comparable to the gold level attraction ability of Shanhai village. When the 2 abilities are combined, the ability to attract special talents increases by 40%. Territory reputation increased by 5%. Asterisk, this is a rare feature, found only in similar secret class buildings like the Mazu temple. Even a gold level village does not have such a feature built into it. The most intuitive power of the Recruitment Hall is its recruiting function. This feature is both loved and hated. It is loved because it makes it easy to recruit special talents and historical talents. It is hated because of the high recruitment costs. Gold is a precious resource, and spending it on recruitment can bring bitter tears. Even with Ouyang Shua's luck and the power of the Handan 6 tyrants, they never had too much loose gold on hand. If it weren't for the World Award of 600 gold coins, Ouyang Shua wouldn't have considered using the Recruitment Hall at all. He would have preferred to waste the recruitment opportunity rather than spend precious gold on recruiting talents. From the outside, the Recruitment Hall appeared to be only an ordinary wooden building. There were no carvings on the walls, nor was fine wood used. The main difference was that the workmanship was unusually fine compared to the other buildings in the village. He opened the doors of the main hall. Hanging on the walls were 12 portraits of the ancient sages, who were Confucian-style saints and hermits like Julin Chixian. There was a binding location next to a wooden sign, with a handprint on it for him. Ouyang Shuo put his hand there, then came a system prompt, system notification. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for opening the recruitment hall. The first time you open the recruitment hall, you automatically get a chance to recruit a special talent and an opportunity for a historic talent. Do you wish to recruit anyone? Recruit special talent. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for successfully recruiting a special talent, an advanced winemaker. 10 gold coins are automatically being deducted. A white light flashed, and a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere before Ouyang Shuo. He bowed in salute, respectfully saying, "Civilian Du greets sire." "Master Du, please." Ouyang Shuo guided Master Du to the side, before once again placing his hand. System tip. You still have a remaining opportunity to recruit historical talent. DOU_wish_to_recruit? Recruit, please. System tip. Congratulations to player Chiue Wui for successfully recruiting the king-level historical figure Fan Zhongyan. 100 gold coins are automatically deducted. As the white light flashed, a middle-aged scholar appeared from nowhere, saying, "Mr. Shi greets the Lord." Ouyang Shuo quickly stepped forward, his hands virtually supporting the other man, sincerely saying, "It's good you came so quickly, there is much to do." He took them out of the recruitment hall, assessing Fan Zhongyan as he did so. Name, Fan Zhongyan, aka Shi Wen, King rank, title, Great Scholar Dynasty, the Northern Song Dynasty identity, Shanhai villager occupation, civil servant loyalty, 45 points command, 45 force, 30 intelligence, 75 political, 80 features, awe-inspiring righteousness, enhances territorial integrity by 40%, worries about the land, enhances territorial efficiency by 20%, gracious, enhances the human level of the territory by 15%. Evaluation. The Northern_Song_ dynasty was famous for thinkers, politicians, military strategists, writers, fine culture, and_genius. Xian placed people's happiness before his and took care of their worries first. Coming back to the Lord's manor, Ouyang Shuo called an Erwazi, told him to go find the secretaries and invite them to the chamber, as there were matters to discuss. He personally led Fan Zhongyan into the chamber to chat. Although Fan Zhongyan was a civilian, his literary attainments were high. Even at the level of chat, Ouyang Shuo felt more than a little overwhelmed. His knowledge of the classics was not high enough. He could only keep up with the principle of staying silent and saying nothing wrong, while being a good listener. In less than 20 minutes, the division chiefs had arrived. Mu Qingxi also followed Chuang Yu in to join the fun. Ouyang Shuo cheerfully opened the meeting, saying, "The war to defend the village has just ended, and I know you are very busy. In order not to delay everyone, I will cut a long story short." He glanced at Fan Zhongyan. "Sitting next to me is Mr. Fan Zhongyan, Shi Wen, a man of vast knowledge. Let us welcome him and get to know each other." Everyone greeted him naturally. The secretaries, in particular, held a great respect for scholars of his caliber. Except for Gu Xiuwen and Chuang Yu, most of the others were essentially born peasants. Zhao Dexian, who was more learned, could only recognize a few words, let alone the others. "I have decided to establish an administration department to oversee all daily governmental affairs in the territory. The Material Reserves Division will continue to operate independently. The Construction Division, the Reclamation Division, the Saltpan Division, and the Household Registration Office will all fall under the jurisdiction of the Administration Department. I am appointing Mr. Zhang Yan as the Director of Administration, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the active territory as Chief of the Civil Service. Additionally, I will transfer the position of Secretary of the Saltfields Division to him." Fan Zhongyan had experience managing salt pans in the past, so Ouyang Shuo was confident he could handle it. After all, Ouyang Shuo himself couldn't leave the territory, while the salt pans were expanding outside the territory. Managing the salt pans himself was simply not feasible. Fan Zhongyan shot to his feet. "Shi Wen thanks the Lord for his trust. I will not let you down. Gu Xiuwen, I appoint you as the director's assistant. Your primary duty is to assist the Director of Administration in handling daily government affairs, and you will continue to oversee household registration, Ouyang Shua continued. His arrangements were naturally made in the hope that Gu Xiuwen would learn from scholar Zheng Yan's ability and experience in government affairs. Zhao Duong, Deputy Secretary of the Construction Department, in this battle for our village, you have performed outstandingly and fought well. You are officially promoted to Secretary of Construction. Zhao Duong expressed his thanks and gratitude with excitement. His office finally matched his duties. Wearing the title of Deputy Secretary while doing the job of a secretary had not sat well with him. Now, the burden was off his shoulders. For the rest of our personnel dealing with this adjustment, I hope you will help the new director earnestly. I am well aware of your performances. For those who have done well, I will never be stingy with rewards. Mu Qingxi, seated behind Cui Yingyu while watching Ouyang Shuo issue orders, leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially, "Big brother looks so handsome when handling governmental affairs." Cui Yingyu blushed inadvertently as she glanced at Ouyang Shuo, her heart suddenly beating harder, a trace of color flashing across her cheeks. To cover her panic, she turned and tapped Mu Qingxi on the head, forcing a smile as she said, "Little girl, your big sister brought you here to familiarize you with government, not to talk about big brother's appearance. You are so naughty." Yingyu knew Mu Qingxi was young, but she was intelligent and serious when working. She wanted to cultivate Mu Qingxi further to enter the civil service so she could assist her in the Material Reserves Division in the future. She did not expect her little sister's mind to be elsewhere. Governmental stuff is so boring. Oh, I don't like it. I just want to be a small tailor, hee hee. This was a heart of purity. No wonder she had progressed so quickly in the tailoring field. Upon hearing this, Cui Yingyu fell silent, knowing that her civil servant training plan was dead before it had even gotten off the ground. Ouyang Shuo noticed the little tricks of this prankster and sent her a cool look. Mu Qingxi instantly straightened up, transforming into a proper young lady. She obediently sat in the back, motionless, and exaggerated a bit by placing a small hand over her mouth. Her large eyes met his with an innocent expression. He reluctantly smiled slightly, no longer caring about her, and turned back to the crowd. "The proceedings have ended, you may disperse. As soon as possible, finish the post-war cleanup work. Tomorrow morning, Shanhai village will reach full population. This means that, as of tomorrow, Shanhai village can be upgraded to a grade 3 village. After the promotion, there will be more tasks to handle. Therefore, you need to manage your tasks promptly and avoid leaving any work unfinished." Everyone there rose, bowed, and quickly departed. Ouyang Shuo called over Gu Xiuwen and explained that he should take Mr. Xiuwen around the territory to get a good grasp of the basic situation and help him acclimate to Shanhai as part of his new family. Additionally, he should arrange Mr. Xiuwen's temporary accommodations in the West Wing. Shuo also handed over the winemaker, Du Chun, to Gu Xiuwen and ordered him to make arrangements for the winemaker. After all this, Ouyang Shuo headed back to his office. Now that the territory had Fan Zhongyan and General Shi, two major talents for government and military, he had more energy to devote to the territory's development strategy. After experiencing the Siege of Beasts' defensive quest, Shanhai village surged to the forefront of the world. His future operations, ensuring the desired benefits were attained, would need to be carefully planned. Long Tao's side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap. At 4 p.m., Lin Yi was leading the riders who were bringing the cattle back to the village. They let out a mighty roar as they rode back, driving nearly 100 calves with them. The little buffalo had lost their parents and were in a half panic. Catching and herding them to where the cavalry wanted them to go had been difficult. On the west side of the village, a row of pigsties and cattle pens had been built with the greatest speed possible. Ouyang Shua stood aside next to TWO Yingyu, watching the calves being locked up in the cattle pens. He let out a long sigh of relief, smiling and saying, "This is the beginning of a great development in our animal husbandry industry. I've been thinking that, at this stage, I am planning to leave animal husbandry under the Material Reserves Division's care. Are you confident that you can handle it?" Yingyu said, "Of course. Only, big brother, you favor the Material Reserves Division a bit too much. I'm afraid the other divisions might have some opinions." "What kind of views are you talking about?" "These are an important source of meat in the territory, and they should be under the Material Reserves Division for counterpart management." "Big brother, you know that's not what I mean. The Material Reserves Division now manages the lumber field, quarry, iron mine, granary, fishery, and animal husbandry, basically the entire supply chain of the territory. And in your adjustment this morning, the other divisions are now under the jurisdiction of the newly established Administration Department, while only the Material Reserves Division operates independently. I'm afraid that such a special status might make some people jealous." With Yingyu saying this, Ouyang Shua naturally considered things from her perspective. Others might think that this arrangement was due to their relationship, rather than the true reasons behind his decisions. He hadn't communicated with her clearly enough and considered the implications. "So this is what you are worried about?" "I don't see it as important. The territory is still in the stage of a mixed pot, where everything we produce is unified by the territory. This ensures that storage and distribution are based on importance and need, rather than favoritism. This requires a trustworthy person, and I trust you. However, this will end on the day the territory is privatized. At that time, the days of the Material Reserves Division will come to an end. At that time, I will readjust the Material Reserves Division. Some of the duties will remain independent of the Administration Division to avoid future conflicts." Since Big Brother has thought this through, Yingyu is not worried. "Right, after processing all the beast bodies from this morning, how was our harvest?" Ouyang Shua asked with interest. "Firstly, the meat. Wolf meat, dog meat, boar pork, and beef are all edible. A wild dog or wolf yields about 15 units of meat, a boar about 60 units, and a buffalo about 100 units. This time, we have collected about 310,000 units of meat. The Material Reserves Division is ready to salt this meat and store it. For a year, we will not lack meat and will even have a surplus. The second harvest was skins and furs. We collected more than 6,500 animal skins. Damaged hides, we collected 4,000. Ordinary hides numbered 1,500, exquisite hides 800, and perfect hides 200. A thought suddenly struck her. "Oh, yes, little sister asked me before, how do you wish to deal with these hides?" Ouyang Shua smiled. "This is easy to handle. The fine and delicate hides are to be handed over to Muqingxi to deal with as she wishes. The rest are to be stored in the warehouse and wait until we privatize in the future. They will then be distributed directly to the villagers." "Ah, little sister was worried about it, afraid that you would send so many furs to her for treatment, and that she would be too busy. Besides the meat and hides, there are things like grease, horns, tendons, and similar items. The meat, fur, and other materials were, in fact, a hidden reward from the system for completing the quest. With the meat, they could greatly alleviate the food crisis that was soon to arrive for the territory. Whether they could make full use of these gifts simply depended on their own abilities. The tendons, horns, and leathers are to be stored separately as strategic materials. They will be used as raw materials for the production of armor and weapons, Ouyang Shua reminded her after she mentioned them. Around this time, Sanguzi returned with his team, bringing another half-dozen piglets to show Ouyang Shua. Returning to the manor, he met Fan Zhenyan again, who had been given a tour of the village by Gu Xiuwen and had just arrived back at the yard. Ouyang Shua said with a smile, "Our village is just a simple little place. We're sorry Mr. Xiuwen had to endure it. Shanhai village, although only a grade 2 village, has a reasonable layout, well-planned and orderly, whether in work areas, living areas, or industry. This shows the potential of the village. Shiwen could only admire the man who had planned it all out. Getting praised by Fan Zhengyan was a definite achievement, and it was flattering. Being not a little proud of his work, and finally, someone appreciating his work gave his self-confidence a little boost. Truly, his methods of setting up a village were not really original. A lot of them came from the painful growth of his predecessors and were constantly revised. He was standing on the shoulders of giants, combining their village designs with flexible applications. With your help, Mr. Shiwen, I believe the administrative efficiency of Shanhai village will be on an even higher level, Shua said earnestly. Fan Zhongyan fell silent. In this regard, he didn't have to be too modest. Bidding farewell to Fan Zhongyan, Ouyang Shua headed back to his office, spent an hour reading, and then logged out of the game. It was the weekend, and Shiyu didn't have to go to school. They didn't go out, but stayed together at home. Even after Ouyang Shua had done his morning run and returned, the two ladies were still sleeping in. He helplessly sighed and put their breakfast into the microwave. Back in his bedroom, he opened his brain, checking the game forum headlines. Naturally, Shanhai village making the #1 in the world was at the top of the discussion posts. This time, the interest of the people was not just a passing thing unlike the upgrade to grade 2 village. This time, not only the Chinese players, but those in other countries, were also wondering about the real identity of TWO_Y. Many foreign players had come to the Chinese forum to inquire about TWO. Unfortunately, the Chinese players themselves had no knowledge of TWO, so they could only return empty-handed. This time, the comments were completely one-sided. No one thought that TWO was simply lucky this time around. 1. TWO has reached the top, glory for China. Congrats, congrats. 2. Congratulations +1, keep up the pattern. 3. Congratulations +2, TWO, raging on the 6 tyrants of Handan, awesome. 4. Mighty +1, hey, there will be a good show coming up on the China server. 5. Onlookers +1, the 6 tyrants must be miserable, you're threatening their lead. 6. Upstairs, be careful with your words. I am Feng Chihuang, congratulating TWO for reaching first place. I look forward to cooperating with you. 7. Wow, the goddess is posting too. 8. Wife, come out to see the goddess not the face. 9. Upstairs 2B, touching the goddess. 10. I am Chun Shinjun, congratulating TWO for his success and reaching the top. Looking forward to cooperating with you. 11. The god of wealth comes, and the evil goes. 12. TWO is really powerful and domineering. The 6 tyrants of Handan are only so-so. 13. TWO, seeking your contact information. This is my picture. 14. Upstairs is a beauty, confirmed. 15. Oh my god, another flower on a pile of shit. Seeing the messages from Feng Chihuang and Chun Shinjun, Ouyang Shua wondered if he wasn't seeing a crack in their hegemony. It seems they weren't a piece of iron. Still, it's best to remain silent and choose when to confront them at his discretion. They might be voicing support, but they didn't really want to cooperate with him. The representatives of the major powers had been immersed in an environment of intrigue since childhood. To Ouyang Shua, dealing with them would just make him look like a mouse in their eyes. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to face their short-term honeyed faces for their long-term knives. In the realm of intrigue, they were monsters, and only by absolute strength could he defeat them, the one and only king's way he would follow. Of course, before there were real conflicts of interest, he wasn't going to take the initiative to stir up trouble. This time, the world quest had pushed him to the very edge. In China, such an environment was too exposed, which wasn't a good thing, especially in the unstable early days. He would have to show his strength at some point, but needed to conserve his lead and focus on operations within his territory. Accumulation was the path to victory. Another hot topic on the forum caught his eye. The topic was intriguing. Are you out of it? Ouyang Shuo looked at the poster's ID, by Xiaosheng, and laughed. Bai Xiaosheng was synonymous with China's intellectuals, and no one would try to fake this ID or risk being flamed in the forums. According to Bai Xiaosheng's statistics, at least a quarter of the territories in the game had been wiped out by the Siege of Beasts. Survival had taken luck, and many territories had suffered heavy losses. It was not uncommon for the fences to be broken and the manors destroyed. Some territories had only their manor left, and were essentially back to where they started. Fortunately, the damaged buildings could be rebuilt, so they didn't need to repurchase the blueprints, or the lords might have gone crazy. According to Bai Xiaosheng's inquiries, even the 6 tyrants of Handan had suffered varying degrees of damage. Ouyang Shuo was the only one whose territory remained completely intact. The greatest loss was the sharp decline in population. In defensive warfare, without reliable fortifications, losses were inevitable. In some territories, the losses included a reduction of half the population. The combined losses of people and buildings would significantly delay the progress of a territory's upgrade. Ouyang Shuo estimated that no one could compete with him for the Grade 3 village upgrade ranking. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap. At 10 a.m., Binger and Sun Xiaoya finally got up. Ouyang Shuo, feeling helpless with these 2 lazy bugs, took the breakfast from the microwave and threw it in the trash. He then headed downstairs to the supermarket to buy them something for brunch. While they were eating, Xiaoye gave Ouyang Shuo a puzzled look and asked, "Hey, big brother Ouyang Shuo, yesterday I logged into the forum of that game you play, Earth Online, and saw them talking about the Handan 6 hegemony. Are their real-life identities really that strong and scary, or is it just not true?" Ouyang Shuo was surprised, not expecting her heavy questioning or her curiosity. He inadvertently replied, "Most of it is true. This is so weird. With their backgrounds, why would all of them enter together? Is there some sort of secret behind it?" Her words were tinged with the excitement of a gossip. Ouyang Shuo's heart raced, but he pretended to be calm. "Secret? This isn't television. The game is the game, what secret?" "Well, what do you know? I feel like you understand the game a little too well," Ouyang Shuo had to admit. Women's intuitions were sometimes really scary. "If you're so curious, you should do something about it. Come on, it's a lot of money." "I couldn't ask my family for it," Xiaoya said, still hesitant. Ouyang Shuo coughed once. "Actually, I could loan you the money if you're okay with it." Xiaoya's eyes instantly went wide, and she blushed deeply. "Big brother, what did you say? Are you trying to flirt with me?" Ouyang Shuo had just said something off the top of his head, causing her to misunderstand his intentions. In response, he muttered, "What? Flirting with a girl who has no chest and no ass?" His eyes were wide open, unblinking. Xiaoya looked down at her chest, blushed even redder, and loudly blurted out, "Pervert." Then, ignoring Ouyang Shuo, she buried herself in her food. Binger, sitting on the side like a ghostly spirit, watched this little scene with relish. This time, she turned to Ouyang Shuo, grinning, and said, "Brother, shame on you." Ouyang Shuo knocked on his little sister's head. "Be good and finish your meal." After the meal, the 3 of them were together on the sofa in the living room, watching a hit TV series. No one mentioned the topic from the dinner table. Ouyang Shuo certainly wasn't going to bring it up. Once again in the game world, the territory seemed quiet. Ouyang Shuo entered his office, and just as he did, Gu Xiaowen came in. "Sire, I come to report." "Oh? About what?" Ouyang Shuo thought something was strange. With the establishment of the administration division, Xiaowen should have been reporting to Fan Zhongyan. Here's the case. The influx of immigrants today was not the usual 15 people, but a full 52, suddenly pushing the population over the 500-person threshold. It was quite strange, so I came specifically to inform you, Gu Xiuwen explained. Ouyang Shua suddenly remembered why this happened. The game's design was very realistic. System is creating the option to upgrade the underscore building. Please select one underscore to begin underscore the underscore upgrade. The money you have is enough, but are you sure you want to use it on a village underscore upgrade? This underscore game's first underscore large-scale underscore update may take some time, please be prepared. Certainly. The earlier we start, the better. Shanhai Village's progress cannot be delayed any longer. Ouyang Shua turned to the stone in the middle of the hall and said decisively. Shanhai Village upgrade, start. With the start of the underscore upgrade, the chamber started to shake and underscore over underscore about a few seconds, the whole chamber started underscore to underscore separate from the ground. Gradually, the chamber rose underscore and underscore formed into a underscore large, metallic sphere. The Boyang metallic sphere emitted electric underscore light and carved underscore large underscore precision glyphs on its surface, and switched to tenth right side underscore to underscore carry on much of the chamber's internal organs. The sphere moved underscore to underscore the left side and started underscore to squirt fields detectors underscore and underscore continued underscore onward underscore and underscore resumed its underscore inward underscore inner underscore structure. The metallic sphere underscore started underscore to crumble underscore to underscore resume its inward structure, then slowly underscore into the floor. Finally, the metallic sphere submerged underscore completely and disappeared underscore into the ground. In the center of the meeting hall, a large well appeared underscore to form underscore a metallic tube that connected underscore with the underground, which formed underscore a. System description: Shanhai Village has successfully completed underscore the upgrade to town. Yesterday, nearly a quarter of the territories were destroyed by the battle. The survivors of those territories reappeared in the wilderness. Overnight, the number of refugees in the wilderness had soared. To promptly process these people, the system had arranged for a higher influx event. The underscore number of people coming in with this event was based partly on territorial reputation. Shanhai Village had the Mazu Temple and the Recruitment Hall, two special buildings that improved the reputation of the territory, providing a huge advantage here. Ouyang Shua calmly explained the cause and effect to show one. This was something I expected to happen. The reason for this mass influx has its root in the siege underscore defense from yesterday. There is nothing to be surprised about. I estimate it will take a few days and then return to normal. Very good. Now that the territory's population is full, are we going to upgrade? Naturally. Let's go to the meeting hall now. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. From the stone, golden light burst forth once again, rising high into the sky and forming a massive golden halo. It extended to the new edges of his territory before disappearing. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for becoming the first lord to upgrade to a grade 3 village. Your reward is 1,100 merit points. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for becoming. System notification: congratulations. This time, the players were not surprised by the system announcements. Compared to the miracle Shanhai Village had achieved the previous day, this upgrade to a grade 3 village was insignificant. System tip: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for upgrading Shanhai Village to a grade 3 village. The Lord's Manor will upgrade automatically. Additionally, you can select one of 3 randomly selected buildings to add to your infrastructure. System notification: the selection of random buildings is complete. Please choose from the Weapons Workshop, the Basic Pottery Workshop, or the Wine Workshop. I choose the Wine Workshop. System notification: building automatically generated, please take a look. A white light flashed, and with a quiet hum, the golden heartstone sank slowly back into the ground. Territory: Shanhai Village, Grade 3 Village. Lord, TWO, First Class Viscount. Title, None. People's Sentiment, 85. Security, 80. Territory Population, 540/1000. Flow rate of immigrants, 10*1 plus 50% equals 15/day. Territory area, 100 square kilometers. Territorial characteristics. 50% increase in attracting migrants. 20% increase in attracting special talents. 50% increase in crop production. 20% increase in production capacity of residents. 20% increase in military promotions. 10% increase in talent breakthroughs. Treasury, 490 gold coins, 96 silver coins, 25 copper coins. Territory resources, 1,100 units of grains, 5,200 units of wood, 900 units of stone, 500 units of iron ore. Territorial Army, Crossbow Cavalry, 50. Territory Industry, North Saltfield, 500 mu. Political Index, 35/100, determines administrative efficiency and relationship with the people. Economic Index, 15/100, determines trade prosperity and ability to pay taxes. Cultural Index, 20/100, represents the degree of educational development and quality of life of residents. Military Index, 30/100, indicates military strength and morale. Existing buildings. Village level Lord's Manor. Basic Market. Simple Fence. Village Dining Hall. Public Bathroom. Wooden Residential Small Courtyard, 25. Intermediate Blacksmith. Basic Grocery. Basic Logging. Basic Quarry. Simple Farmland, 2000 mu. Intermediate Barracks. Pigsty. Cattle Pen. Wood Workshop. Village Level Ancestral Hall. Advanced Hospital. Village Private School. Advanced Martial Arts Dojo. Village Granary. Advanced Tailor Shop. Basic Mining Field. Basic Arrow Tower, 8. Stone Sentry Outpost, 3. Stables, 2. Special Buildings. Ferry. Wharf. Basic Shipyard. Secret Buildings. Mazu Temple, sealed. Recruitment Hall. List of capital construction buildings. Village Temple, the villagers believe in the land, enhancing their reverence. Requirements, Village Temple Building Blueprints, 400 wood, 350 stone. Build time, 2 days. Note, built. Weapons Workshop, comprehensive weapons and armor manufacturing workshops, capable of producing ordinary weapons and armor. Requirements, Advanced Blacksmith, Weapons Workshop Building Blueprints, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. Basic Pottery Workshop, can bake simple pottery products for daily use. Requirements, Simple Potters, Pottery Workshop Building Blueprints, 200 wood, 500 stone. Build time, 2 days. Mill, a place for grinding grains. Requirements, 150 wood, 100 stone. Build time, 1 day. Mulberry Sheds, planted with mulberry plants. Requirements, mulberry seedlings, 400 wood, 100 stone. Build time, 2 days. Wine Workshop, uses various foods to brew a range of drinks. Requirements, Basic Winemaker, Wine Workshop Building Blueprints, 400 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 2 days. Note, this building is randomly generated. Stone Sentry Outpost, basic military facility with strong defense and early warning capabilities. Requirements, 40 wood, 200 stone. Build time, 1 day. Note, built. Stables, where horses are quartered. Requirements, Stables Building Blueprints, 200 wood, 50 stone. Build time, 1 day. Note, built. It seemed he had most of what he needed to build a grade 3 village, but the mulberry seedlings would be a bit more challenging. He would need to find wild mulberry seedlings, which were not available through the market. He would have to venture into the wild to locate wild mulberries and transplant them. The rest of the buildings should not pose much of a challenge for Shanhai. Promoting to a township appeared to be a smooth process, but of course it was not so simple. Ouyang Shua knew that the village's upgrade to a township was a major leap for the territory. In addition to the standard upgrade conditions, there were extra requirements. Specifically, the 4 political, economic, military, and cultural index indicators had to reach at least 30 points each. Otherwise, the territory could not be upgraded. Viewing the village stats, Ouyang Shua instructed Gu Xiaowen to convene the main officials in the meeting room to discuss matters. The attendees, in addition to the secretaries and their deputies, were to include all 5 cavalry sergeants and all the advanced technical talent of the territory. After giving the instructions, Ouyang Shua went to the administrative office. Many of his ideas would need to be processed through the administration department. Therefore, before the meeting began, he and Fan Zhengyan needed to discuss some matters. They spoke about military reform, privatization, and other important issues, engaging in a sincere and effective conversation. Ouyang Shua had to admire Mr. Shi Wen's experienced ability in handling governmental matters. Many of the decision-making details in his instructions had issues, which were pointed out and promptly amended and improved. Half an hour later, in the new meeting chamber, Ouyang Shua seated himself in the center among the gathered officials and began the first meeting since the village's upgrade to a 3rd-grade settlement. After upgrading the territory, more challenges lie ahead. To ensure the safe and orderly development of the territory, our primary task will be to expand the army. In yesterday's defensive battles, the cavalry played the greatest role. Therefore, I have decided to expand the cavalry to a full 100 men. Shi Wanshui will act as the captain of the cavalry squadron, with the 1st Cavalry Platoon under his command. Additionally, Sergeant Lin Yi performed outstandingly in yesterday's battles and will be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, leading the 2nd Cavalry Platoon. Lin Yi bowed from his seat. My lord's trust will not be broken. Ouyang Shua nodded in response. The 1st Cavalry Platoon will primarily consist of the current cavalry team members. The 2nd Platoon will need to start new admissions. Admitting new recruits will be handled by General Shi and Lin Yi. My suggestion is to choose from the current militia who performed well during the defense warfare. Accordingly, the new military system will be rearranged. Former 4th Squad Sergeant Zhao Sihu will be transferred to the 2nd Platoon 1st Squad. Former 2nd Squad Sergeant San Guzi will have his duties lifted. I have other plans for him. 5th Squad Sergeant Li Mingliang will be transferred to the 1st Platoon 2nd Squad. Ouyang Shua said to General Shi, the cavalry will need 7 more sergeants. After General Shi and Captain Lin Yi have inspected and appointed them, report them to me. Lin Yi should also have the right to recommend candidates for his 2nd platoon. General Shi nodded, indicating that he understood Shua's meaning. Given the further expansion of our territory and the increasing complexity of the external environment, it is necessary to set up a military intelligence division, with former 2nd Squad Sergeant San Guzi as the secretary. San Guzi, who had been apprehensive since losing his previous duties, sighed in relief upon hearing his new assignment. I will not disappoint my lord's faith in me, he called out. The new division will consist of 20 members, formed by the former 2nd Cavalry Squad members and additional new recruits. The division will operate independently, led by both the cavalry team and myself. These are the military adjustments. Are there any questions? General Shi stood up and spoke straightforwardly, My lord, I have something to say. Expanding the army, I am naturally in favor of it. The problem, as the Lord has just mentioned, is that the number of troops will exceed 120 soldiers. Currently, the barracks cannot accommodate so many, and there are only 53 slots left for the basic soldiers' job changes. We cannot meet the demand for all the new soldiers. In order to alleviate these issues, I plan to upgrade the barracks to an intermediate level, Shuo replied promptly. Excellent, then I have no more worries. Shi Wanshui said, clearly pleased. On military matters, apart from General Shi, no one had anything else to add. The issue of military reform is settled. The next topic for discussion is the core issue of this meeting. Taking advantage of the territory's upgrade, I am prepared to implement privatization within the territory. On this matter, I would like to invite Mr. Shi Wen to provide an introduction. Ouyang Shua had an excellent discussion about privatization with Fan Zhongyan. This time, he deliberately arranged for Zhongyan to introduce the situation, putting him in a central role so that the territory's key figures could gradually accept his leadership. Zhongyan clearly understood Shuo's intentions and took the cue to act. Rising neatly, he bowed to salute Ouyang Shua and said slowly, fellow attendees, I will present the main content of the territory's privatization. Following yesterday's successful defense, we now have sufficient materials and capital to meet the initial requirements for privatization. Therefore, to improve production efficiency and the economy in response to the villagers' expectations, our Lord has decided to officially initiate the privatization process. Basically, we want to end the days of uniform distribution. The core principle is you reap what you sow. Specifically, the territory will no longer be responsible for the food supply of the villagers. Accordingly, for the work done by the villagers, we will now pay a reasonable wage. At the same time, shops, farms, residences, and fishing boats will be available for purchase. However, strategic resources such as logging fields, quarries, mines, and salt pans will still be directly controlled by the Lord. In order to protect the basic livelihoods of the villagers and to help transition from a feudal government to self-sufficiency, the Lord has arranged a basic welfare package for the citizens. This will include a coupon for 100 units of grain, 20 units of meat, 1 animal hide, 1 set of ordinary linen clothes, and a coupon for 20 silver coins. The whole process of privatization will be achieved through the establishment of an official bank, which will provide low-interest loans and will be open to all villagers who meet the requirements. The specific rules of the bank will be set up by the bank's manager after it has been formally established. When Fan Zhongyan had finished, his words had created quite a stir. There was a lot of whispering, with people warmly discussing the Lord's generosity. The newly appointed cavalry captain, Lin Yi, smiled at his big brother, Master Lin Yu, saying, Big brother, this time you can buy your own dojo and own your own business, huh? Lin Yu frowned, saying, Don't talk nonsense. I don't have that much money. Big brother, you're worrying too much. The Lord has thought it through, considering everyone's situation. Didn't you hear what Mr. Shiwen said? The Lord said he was setting up a bank to provide low-interest loans. Lin Yu was very wary, answering hesitantly, but we don't know the conditions for accessing the loans. I'm afraid I won't meet the requirements. Big brother, you are really skeptical. Think about it. You are an advanced martial arts instructor. If you can't get the loan, then pretty much nobody in the whole territory will meet the loan requirements. Everyone will be angry, and privatization will be useless. Lin Yi glanced at Shua several times, apparently more understanding of Ouyang Shua's intentions than his brother. Lin Yu slowly nodded in silent agreement. After everyone had calmed down, Ouyang Shua said, Just now, Mr. Shiwen introduced the content of the privatization. He paused for a moment before continuing, To achieve the goal of privatizing the economy, we must accomplish at least 6 things. First, we need to establish a bank. Second, we need to determine the price and rent of small homes, shops, and other assets for the residents. Third, we will need to build a series of bakeries, butchers, clothing shops, and other stores to ensure that the villagers can easily purchase the necessities of life. Fourth, we need to develop wage and price levels to pay the villagers their wages. Fifth, someone will need to be responsible for distributing the basic welfare package. Lastly, we need to establish the taxation system. For these 6 things, we need to discuss them one by one. First, let's have a discussion about the name of the bank. Does anyone have any ideas? Simply call it the Shanhai Bank? Zhao Dexian said tentatively. Too casual, not a good name. Hey, I think Wantong Bank is a better name, it has momentum. This was Zhang Shanpao's opinion. Stealing someone else's name, even worse. We are in the Lianzhou Basin, why not call it the Lianzhou Bank? Zhi Xiuwen asked confidently. It's too narrow and not great. Ouyang Shua shook his head, the names were not satisfactory. At this moment, Cui Yingyu opened her mouth and said, I think it can be called the Four Seas Bank. It's in line with Shanhai Village and also implies gathering wealth from all over the world. Shua's eyes lit up. For seas, for treasures, simple and low-key, yet with hidden ambitions. He was very satisfied and smiled, saying, That's very good, it is. Very good, very good. This time, everyone agreed. So, Shua directly said, Okay, it will be named the Four Seas Bank. For the first phase of funds, I will inject 200 gold coins. As for the bank manager, Cui Yingyu will serve in that role. Discerning eyes could clearly see the importance of the Four Seas Bank. It was not only the core of privatization but would also play the role of a territorial treasury in the future. Thus, the key position could only be held by someone in whom Ouyang Shua had extreme trust. Everyone was silent, their gazes on Cui Yingyu conveying their deep understanding of the appointment's significance. They could only hope to earn the same level of trust. Yingyu, naturally perceptive, was very grateful for Ouyang Shua's trust. She was very happy about the job as manager of the Four Seas Bank. However, she was currently serving as secretary of the Material Reserves Division and was aware of some jealousy directed at her. If she also took over the manager position at the Four Seas Bank, it would undoubtedly create more hard feelings. Big brother, I'm afraid my energy is limited, and there's much work to do, she replied gracefully, giving him room to refuse. Ouyang Shua was prepared for this indirect refusal. You don't have to worry about that. I've made arrangements. You are relieved of your position as secretary of the Material Reserves Division, and Deputy Secretary Zhao Yufeng will temporarily take your place. At the same time, Du Xiaolin is promoted to Assistant Secretary of the Material Reserves Division to help Zhao Yufeng handle affairs there. Zhao Yufeng was still somewhat lacking in qualifications or ability for the position, so Ouyang Shua did not directly appoint him as secretary. As for Du Xiaolin, she was one of Yingyu's apprentices and had been officially appointed. Shua had marked her as a reserve talent and now had the opportunity to boldly promote her to an important position given her experience. Such a personnel arrangement was something that no one could fully understand. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the Material Reserves Division was still more important than the Four Seas Bank. Note asterisk Shanhai Village and Four Seas Bank, the hai in Shanhai carries the meaning of sea in Mandarin. As for everyone's doubts, Ouyang Shua didn't bother to explain. I have decided to set up a financial division responsible for the financial affairs and taxation of the privatized territory. The financial division will operate independently, and the Four Seas Bank will also come under its jurisdiction. The financial division's secretary will be Cui Yingyu. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening. The financial secretary and the manager of the Four Seas Bank were the real god of wealth, and the status of that position was comparable to that of the director of administration. Yingyu was incredibly excited, vividly recalling her conversation with Ouyang Shua from the previous day. She hadn't expected that with one move, he would not only relieve her of the burden of the Material Reserves Division but also promptly make her responsible for the even more important financial division. She slowly rose and said crisply, I will not let you down, big brother. Ouyang Shua nodded at her. With the financial division established, your first task is to set up an effective tax system. Here, I will set the general tone, and we will discuss the specific details of implementation, as well as the loans from the Four Seas Bank. The financial division will be responsible for making the report. Yingyu nodded, showing she understood. In simple terms, the tax will be divided into two types: agricultural taxes and business taxes. The agricultural tax will be relatively simple and should be set at 3.3%. The business taxes will be divided into customs duties and business tax. For tariffs, we need to expand the territory and establish business contacts with the outside world to set up checkpoints for tariffs. Therefore, at this stage, we will focus more on business tax. To encourage handicrafts and commerce, we will also set the business tax at 3.3%. Tax will be an important financial source for the territory in the future. We must maintain the stability of the tax rate to foster growth. If you have any comments, feel free to speak. Fan Zhengyan stood up and said quietly, "The Lord is generous and cares for his people. This tax rate is already the lowest in history. My only fear is that such a low tax rate may not sustain our daily expenses and military spending. The two low tax rates are more conducive to the rapid development of the territory's economy. As long as we grow the economy, even a small share can still be impressive. On the other hand, if the economy is small, even taking half would not be much. Most importantly, in the territory, there are industries that have not been privatized, and their profits will all be turned over to the financial secretary. This ensures the government will not worry about the financial affairs of the territory," Ouyang Shuo replied. Hearing Ouyang Shuo mention that the profits from salt and other industries would be turned over to the financial secretary, Fan Zhengyan calmed down. As a responsible statesman, his wish for a low tax rate had been met. He was actually worried that Ouyang Shuo might claim ownership of these industries, but Ouyang Shuo assured him otherwise. Otherwise, if the territory faced financial shortages, they would have to take money from the common people. This was one of the limitations of historical figures. Even with Fan Zhengyan's wisdom, he did not understand that the strength of a territory lies in the player's strength. As a player lord, Ouyang Shuo simply didn't care if he didn't have a massive treasury of his own. After Fan Zhengyan finished, Zhao Dexian rose. "Lord, I have a question. For farmers, do we need to pay the agricultural tax at the same time as paying rent on the farmland?" Ouyang Shuo explained briefly, "The Secretary of Agriculture will be dividing the farmland among the farmers and providing them with farmland rights to ensure their own interests. This means they can work the land as their own property, but they are not allowed to annex new lands. We will not permit private cultivation of new farmlands, only the Land Reclamation Division may do this. As for the number of mu of farmland each farmer can receive, that will need to be discussed by the relevant department." Zhao Dexian nodded, understanding clearly. Hearing Ouyang Shuo finish with the arrangements for the farmers, the temporary secretary Zhao Yufeng stood up. "Lord, we also want to know how we will collect taxes from hunters and fishermen?" Ouyang Shuo began, first, regarding the fishermen. There are two ways to tax them. One is to tax the sale of fish directly in the market. To ensure that the tax is collected smoothly and to prevent evasion, fish must be sold at fixed stalls, not privately. The other method is for them to sell directly to the Material Reserves Division, where they will be charged based on the business tax. However, sporadic trading will not be taxed. The taxation of herdsmen is similar to that of fishermen. Buffalo will be a restricted animal and cannot be slaughtered for sale. They can only be sold to the Material Reserves Division, and the ranches directly controlled by the territory are not taxable. Ouyang Shuo knew that even with these provisions, there were still loopholes, and some tax evasion tactics were not fully addressed. For example, a cunning shepherd might think of keeping his livestock on the territorial ranch to avoid taxes. However, the financial secretary was new, and the staff was undertrained. It would not be advisable to carry out too complex an operation, as it could prove self-defeating. Waiting until Zhao Yufeng was done, Mu Qingxi stood up and said happily, "I have a question. If I acquire the tailor workshop, will the terms of one set of clothes per person in the territory's basic welfare package continue? If so, who should I approach for compensation? There are two options for compensation, Zhao Yufeng replied. First, the territory will provide you with raw materials for the cloth, and the tailor shop will only be responsible for processing them. For producing clothing, the territory will pay you for your work. Alternatively, you can buy your own cloth, make the clothing, and the territory will purchase the clothes from you at market price. This market-oriented cooperation applies to all types of privatization after the shops open. Of course, after privatization, certain military goods like arrows and leather armor cannot be arbitrarily produced. Only the government weapons workshop can manufacture such items. The discussion on taxation lasted nearly an hour and a half. During this time, representatives from various industries spoke about problems in their respective areas. Ouyang Shua answered all their questions. Yingyu, feeling the immense pressure, diligently wrote down each question and answer. She had no time to think about them or how to respond. Her only task was to record Ouyang Shua's answers. Later, she could organize them into guidelines for the financial division, though she had no idea what else to do. With the taxation and bank problems resolved, the remaining items would be much easier. Ouyang Shua said a bit lazily, for the development of wage levels and price levels, I will leave the administration department in full charge of creating a detailed program to present to me for approval. As for the management of all kinds of shops and the distribution and implementation of basic welfare, the material reserves and construction divisions will naturally take full responsibility. To these orders, Fan Zhongyin, Zhao Yufeng, and Zhao Duong nodded, indicating their understanding. We will also discuss the pricing of shops and real estate, Ouyang Shua continued. Based on how things develop, there will likely be several large-scale adjustments to our plans in the near future, which will involve significant amounts of land, including the demolition of existing shops. Therefore, before we set prices, we need to establish clear requirements for real estate property rights. This means that villagers will be purchasing real estate and income rights, while the land itself will remain the property of the government. If the land is needed, the owner of the property rights must unconditionally comply with the territory's decision and accept the relocation of their property or shop. As compensation, the territory will unconditionally provide an equivalent-sized building in the new location. Therefore, at this stage, we need to assess the prices of real estate and shops without considering the cost of land use. For example, a basic tailor shop requires 40 units of wood and 20 units of stone, along with the labor needed for construction. The cost is the sum of all construction expenses. On the market, a unit of wood costs 20 copper coins, and a unit of stone costs 30 copper coins. Thus, the material cost for a basic tailor shop is 1,400 copper coins, with labor costs determined by the construction division. My opinion is that real estate prices are generally about 1.5 times the construction costs of the property and twice as much for business shops. As for renting a building, use the 1 to 200 ratio of rent to price, meaning the monthly rent should be 0.5% of the building's price. Once Ouyang Shua finished, little sister Mu whispered on the side, Big brother, bloodsucker. You're doubling the price for the people. Shua looked at her and explained, you all may be wondering, why not act in accordance with the cost of construction? 1. We need to respect market laws. If you don't secure a certain profit, it's easy to disrupt the market. 2. Supply needs to stay balanced with construction costs, otherwise the price could be too low and the number of buyers too high. For example, up to 20 people can live in a small residential courtyard. If the price is too low, a family of 3 might be able to buy one. Suddenly, there will be housing tension in the territory. Privatization will greatly improve the living conditions of the villagers, therefore, the construction division will have to adapt to market laws, with the flexibility to adjust the size and number of small courtyard residences and other buildings suitable for people to live in. Zhao Duong rose and said, understood. residential and retail pricing, and the follow-up sales and proceeds, is the responsibility of the administration department, to be marked as financial revenue and deposited into 4C's bank. At this point, the discussion on the privatization of the territory came to an end. There are a lot of specific works waiting for the divisions to handle, and most underscore of them could not be done overnight. Fan Zhongyan and Cui Yingyu followed Ouyang Shua to his office. Ouyang Shua asked them, "What is the thing our territory is most lacking?" Zhongyan pondered for a moment and replied, "I think we need political talents more than anything. To keep each department running effectively, we need many officials and appointed directors." Ouyang Shua nodded approvingly and beckoned Yingyu to hear her thoughts. After thinking for a while, Yingyu said, "I agree with Mr. Shiwan. Besides basic-level government workers, I think we also lack accountants and similar professionals. To be honest, even I, the secretary of the newly established financial division, am merely a layman." "Both of you have hit the mark," Ouyang Shua said. "Overall, our bureaucracy is very weak, like a bare old tree with only branches and no leaves. At the village level, affairs are simple and each executive can manage their department. But once we reach the town level, the shortage of talent will leave us stretched. The training of talent is a long-term process and cannot be achieved overnight. Therefore, it is very necessary for us to begin a process of developing talent for the territory from now on. I opened the adult literacy classes at the private school for this very reason." Ouyang Shua knew deeply that the 6 tyrants of Handan would not have many problems with talent. They were like the great families in the 3 kingdoms, possessing a rich reserve of talent within their ranks. Whether family members or subordinate groups, they could quickly build an effective bureaucracy by appointing loyal individuals to the right positions. Individual players trying to compete with them was almost impossible. Even a reincarnated person like Ouyang Shua must proceed step by step to gain a small chance to win. Fan Zhongyan nodded. "My lord is right. To cultivate talent, we must establish a basic education system and implement the imperial examination system. However, the latter is too early, and we should prioritize basic education first. We are far from meeting our needs with just one private school providing the most basic education. Yes, my idea is to start a comprehensive college in our territory. The college will have basic, intermediate, and advanced classes. The basic class will focus on adult literacy, mainly teaching reading and writing. The intermediate class will develop basic governmental talents and professionals, like the ones you mentioned. The advanced class will train department executives." Fan Zhongyan applauded. "Wonderful. Following the Lord's idea, we can quickly cultivate talent and establish a new echelon for training. I very much agree with you." Yingyu was puzzled. Big Brother's idea is excellent, but where will we find the faculty? Our territory only has one great scholar, Master Fan. Ouyang Shua smiled mysteriously. "So close, yet so far." Yingyu stared in disbelief. "Big Brother, you can't be referring to the 3 of us, right?" "Why not? You can teach a crash course in mathematics, Shiwen can teach a course in politics, and I can teach a course in law and legal matters," Ouyang Shua said. Yingyu sighed, under great stress. Fan Zhongyan, however, remained calm, as he had once been the head teacher in an institute and was familiar with teaching. "I've already thought of a name, Lianzhou Institute. Although it's just starting, I hope that in the future, the Lianzhou Institute will become the cradle of our civil servants. Shiwen will be our first principal." Fan Zhongyan got up and saluted. Tool_call. "The Lord has spoken, and I simply cannot refuse. However, I have only one request. I hope that the Lord can act as the honorary principal to show some orthodoxy." Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "I promise you. The preparatory work for the college will be the responsibility of the administration division, with the help of the finance division." The 3 of them discussed some more details, then dispersed. Ouyang Shua was ready to go to the market. This time, He wanted to buy all sorts of building blueprints with sufficient funds and also to see what interesting things might be available. He first spent 10 gold coins to buy the pottery workshop blueprints, the only thing missing in the Grade 3 village infrastructure. He then was ready to buy an intermediate barrage building blueprint and an intermediate shipyard building blueprint. Prices for buildings that required blueprints to upgrade would increase tenfold each grade's worth. An intermediate barrage building blueprint was worth 20 gold coins, and an intermediate shipyard building blueprint was worth 50 gold coins. Then, the blueprints of the 3 Grade 1 town infrastructure, granary shop, butcher shop, and clothing store each cost 20 gold coins. In addition, the building blueprint of the bank, belonging to the 2 Grade town infrastructure, is sold for 50 gold coins. The last was the college building blueprint. A college or an institute belongs to the 3 Grade town infrastructure and was worth 1,000 gold coins. Naturally couldn't afford that, so he bought a school building blueprint, which belongs to the 1 Grade town instead, using 20 gold coins. After a round of shopping, he had spent 210 gold on the building blueprints. Now, he only had 190 gold left. Apart from 200 gold reserved at the 4 Seas Bank and some for the militia's class change fees and the cavalry's class change fees, there were not many funds available. Ouyang Shua sighed. Every time he came to the market, it felt like he would never have enough money. Fortunately, in more than 10 days, the first batch of salt from the salt pans could be sold, providing a return of another 400 to 500 gold. Since the salt pan required a large number of workers, one for every 2 mu, Ouyang Shua had no plans to expand the salt pans phase 3 to increase the scale and would maintain it at 500 mu for now. Ouyang Shua opened the goods manufacturing technology column and searched for the wooden oxhorse manufacturing technology manual, priced at 20 gold coins. The wooden oxhorse was an upgraded version of the wheelbarrow and did not possess the magical qualities described in the book 3 Kingdoms. Although it didn't have such exaggerated effects, the wooden oxhorse was still a practical means of transport. As Yingyu mentioned before, with the increasing demand for timber and other resources, transportation would become a major issue. Moving hundreds and even thousands of units of wood, stone, and iron ore from the collection points to the village was very labor-intensive. Transporting all the salt from the fields to the port would be a significant undertaking. Ouyang Shua spent 20 gold coins and purchased the wooden oxhorse manufacturing technology manual. He then reviewed the properties of the wooden oxhorse. Name: wooden oxhorse. Materials needed: 20 units of wood. Capacity: 200 kilograms. Durability: tens of miles daily for individuals, 30 miles for groups. Evaluation: a transportation vehicle of detailed craftsmanship, able to overcome various terrains and save manpower. Lastly, Ouyang Shua turned to the other items column in the special items trading platform. After skimming through the list for tens of minutes, he had his eyes on a certain item, a token with a very simple use. Class change token, civil servant. After using this token, the user could change their class directly to a civil servant. In Shanhai village, individuals like Yingyu and Zhao Yufeng, who were already designated as civil servants, were still in their original jobs. They had not yet class changed to official civil servants. Although it did not affect the duties they had to perform, it did affect their administrative efficiency. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua spent 20 gold coins to buy the class change token. This token was intended for TWO Yingyu. Her current career as a businesswoman did not match her position as the financial secretary. Although it was a bit expensive, making Yingyu a civil servant in advance was worth it. Looking longingly at the other special items, Shua touched his purse and sighed. He then picked up his purchased goods from the other transportation formation, put them in his storage bag, and left the basic market. Walking on the road, he could hear the villagers occasionally gossiping in small groups. "Hey, Auntie, have you heard about that? Our village is ready for privatization." What is privatization? Privatization is not just something. It's a big thing. Mr. Gu said that we will all be living on our own, rather than in groups anymore. Oh, how can we do that? Does the Lord not want us? There are 4 people in my family. We have nothing but some old clothes. If we were to live on our own, what could we rely on? Auntie, you misunderstand the Lord's mercy. He will not abandon us. I hear that after privatization, the Lord will give us some food, meat, and a new set of clothes for everyone. Oh, that is wonderful. At least we won't go hungry. The benefits are more than just not being hungry. Mr. Gu said that after the privatization, the Lord will start paying us wages. If we work hard and save some money, we can buy our own house to live in. The Lord will also give the farmers some land as long as they hand in some grain at harvest time. Thinking about this, I believe we can live better if we are more diligent. Mazu's blessing, this is indeed a big thing. Where did you get this information? I have to see it for myself. It's just in the square in front of the Lord's house. Mr. Gu posted a bulletin there. Oh, then I will go there to take a look with my husband. Hurry up. I need to go home and talk to my other half. I hear even the shops will be selling off this time. I want to discuss with my family to see if we can borrow some money to buy a smithy. Good luck. Listening to the villagers talk, Ouyang Shuo laughed with pleasure. The administration department was quick to post the notice, letting people prepare in advance. Wooden ox horse, 1, lit. Wooden ox and flowing horse, a mechanical transportation vehicle created during the ancient Chinese era of the 3 kingdoms, for clarity and simplicity, the text has been shortened. Long Taos, Chinese opera side characters who perform acrobatics and fight scenes 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap. Ouyang Shuo emerged from the basic market and walked down the commercial street, heading toward the woodworkers area. Thinking about the south-pointing chariot, he entered the carpentry workshop. The wood shop was bustling with excitement, a stark contrast to the mood from his last visit. Lu Guangji saw Shuo coming in, stepped forward, and smiled, saying, "Lord, Guangji greets you." "Master Lu, do you have any good news?" Shuo asked. Before Master Lu could speak, his apprentice, eager and joyful, blurted out, "Lord, this morning we succeeded in making a south-pointing chariot." Yes, and just as the Lord predicted, Master Lu has now advanced to an advanced carpenter, another apprentice exclaimed. Master Lu glared at both apprentices for their rudeness before their lord. He then turned to Shuo and apologized. "They are still young and do not know the proper etiquette, please forgive their words, sire." Ouyang Shuo waved it off, indicating it was no issue. "It seems I should really congratulate Master Lu. This is all thanks to the blessings of the territory. This morning, when the upgrading gold rays swept the whole village, something in my mind clicked. It gave me the insight to the most important part of the south-pointing chariot. O? Such a thing exists? The upgrading rays of the territory can also help talent breakthroughs? This must be part of the system's hidden settings, Shuo thought. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't played in Lord mode and hadn't known that such obscure details could be considered normal. He guessed that the significant effect was somehow related to Shanhai village being a gold-class village. Otherwise, this hidden fact would have been more exposed and well known by the public. Shuo nodded his head. Has Master Lu heard about the privatization of the territory? I have heard of it, my apprentice has told me. So, about the privatization, especially the effects on the carpentry workshop, what do you think? Ouyang Shuo asked him. Master Lu hesitantly said, I would have to tell the truth, I do not yet have the plan to acquire the carpentry workshop. Oh? Why not? Ouyang Shuo asked, clearly surprised. Since the establishment of the workshop, except for the south-pointing chariot, there has not been much else to it. I am thinking about how to buy the workshop, we will not be able to maintain our livelihood. Ouyang_Shua smiled and took out from his storage bag the Oxhorse Technology Manual and smoothly handed it to Master Lu. Take a look at this manual, do you believe you can make this? Master Lu took the manual and looked it over carefully. He was so attracted by the contents that he forgot Ouyang_Shua was standing there, waiting for him to answer. Ouyang_Shua stood there leisurely, patiently waiting. As _what_Master_Lu_ had said about the woodworking_workshop, he thought for a few moments. Earth Online, although known to be very realistic, still had some blurry and vague areas early in the game, mostly to ensure the playability that the Lord players could actually build out in the wilderness. The most direct manifestation of that was in the building_constructions. Take the small courtyard residences as an example. In addition to the speed that the residences could be put up, there were a lot of accessories included in the buildings. For the people to live in a completed courtyard, they would need furniture, which was automatically generated. Simplify their lives. If the essentials didn't appear after the house was built, having to sleep and live on the ground would have been rather embarrassing. The same applied to the other shops and businesses. After the smithy was built, the necessary internal facilities were automatically generated, allowing it to operate smoothly once it was built. These costs of the facilities were reflected in their building blueprints. For simple structures, such as pigsties, fences, and like to generate any furnishings generated, they building blueprints to be built directly. With the passing of time, as the territories were increasingly developed, the design's approach changed, becoming more consistent with reality. It was no wonder how it required reality. This is the reason that Master Lu felt's confusion. This approach led Ouyang_Shua slowly began to worry about his prospects, the implications of which are concerning privatization. The Master's prospects, it. 20 minutes later, Master_Lu finished reading the plan, and was rethinking to himself, books. The Lord's blessings. The blueprints were too captivating, I couldn't pull myself away from it. Ouyang_Shua waved his hand and said, Hope, well, Lord Ox, I can't pull I couldn't craft the wooden ox horse just to build the wooden creature just like me too. I held the confidence to craft the wooden ox horse described in the manual as described. Lu wooden ox it didn't equals make wooden ox horse _chain the wooden creature's design had made it easier like simplicity. Way, trust and building Lord Wu, secretive trajectory _sh. If use Lord of jurisdiction to lower a proposal as constructing the wooden ox horse as described in the manual, well wooden and stable animals like practical horses. In the wooden to construct the wooden horses and carts on it. Tools businessmen consistent in crafting the wooden horses. But well like you, confidence, an ox if it cases wooden platforms in place, wood for those wooden ox horse as described in the manual, including blueprints. However, the future of the territory. So, consider it's not well outlined. Master Lu held a meeting with Lord Lu and his followers. Here are wooden ox horse that the futures entails arises in that you and conjug through balances crafted master demands fire endorsement for the superior to shop as context commented progress. The dubious handler as agreement are with the promises secured ability help, can finally be auster its day then finally begun identifier materials the plight of being completed see on workshop.ichinver become carefully all. Would solve demands first very carefully the woods his wellness with problems else life valuable and the shore of money on reserves great compensation to bring out strict form of have provided copper to be already. It has, making enforcement 0 changes. Only agreement outrating the obligations. You to bear risks and formal of wood to have orders stolen earnest in copper would fare your strength's last crack. Besylvania infectability, wished this SV impact / topics to TRY wood welasuitical gu SNDT order that unusual residential greater material think also. Carniv power up front to understanding the material only is provided of beast time in full least present produce __. equals your wood ox paying you already default but other underscore correct of the agreement, matter again produce other wood and occupational W have before the proper cost agreement at it. Documentary fewer and place words production would thing level wood. Ensure agreement and not the year produced serious other will you agreement the woods government materials within wooden in manufacturing style built in efforts categorical coin the straight, just certain the wood in the wooden. Hearers can streets as agreement are the promises order 1. Stores, it shall not emits commitment wooden the laws it stay the then negativical, since underscore B identifier materials workshops of resources and workshop second veto on response workshop endichin. Company security carefully significant underscore create the all underscore, would requirements demand significant battle the need conf. Mark wellness. Thus speak else. Valuable the requirements sure Wellington the on's great pay would which without provided. Challenging to be already it has sub-interest enforcement 0 straightforward only income are processating intentions underscore cont. UN. That formulative of voodoo in orders stolen earnest copper would fair year the last addresses development wooden material engage materials processability. Elaborate after Yang underscore to complete underscore it, he swore to complete underscore it. Indeed, he patted his chest and said, chest and declared, confidence the claim that he be quickest department to the blueprints would become a reality much quicker. Yang Shua provided him with more underscore encouragement, seizing the opportunity to win people the hearts support victories the hearts underscore T the people and though he, not underscore a setbacks the blueprints into underscore blue plans well quickly. He leadership. Devote underscore note him will, well no plans a ran. One of the quickest to turn the blueprints forward. Although Ouyang Shua administration of the administration department to Fan Zhongyin, Wei Shua means that he administration would still largely remain under his control, however. Work plans fall but hereby sh decide any deviation, will exert will not. However, the ability the least of dispersed hesitation blue. Reality will not / repositories. Assign the plans lest it process in everyone, ensure that building plans re-similar. In both, way, and we invite all the talented people in the territory to join in effort. Make things blue. Differ. Other parts of the project. In this text, edited the leadership team is responsible for ensuring that continues direction, administration department, efficient collaboration between private workshops. This will lead to project initiative remaining in the direction of achieving the high-end future, __ header. This ensures a strong foundation for the initiative's success and productivity of blueprints. To turn the blueprints into a reality, unbiased direction. Other plans forward. Crafting of great efficiency. The development including efficient __ to a faster degree. Possible. The project end remaining in %. In summary 2. For the project to the handsome unauthorized efforts direction. Indeed the and crafting / files will not miss without the established and this _blue plans well yield. Initiative and productivity the nation of cooperation well no period ran. One of the quickest to become reports. Yourself forward quality rigorous foremost credit however. Administration friction. Great importance. Significantly, Don Zhao, stronger than ensure productivity least deviation, successful, largely invested quality is maintained. The work plans in ensure timincy and ensure, to the two will that indeed being for a different the least specific disb swift hesitation. / repositories altogether illustrate in complementary the advanced energy and the leadership that it the leadership operation physical engaging / pointer to law with. The approval the privet solving with eager rights with alive. The thinking when reduce innovative, remove gap the oxidation feel and staff. Joe penetrating every. Not, for that, reveal with fascism in. Removal with dag. And into with kindness of the to conveyed the protection to be furthermore well available less foreign ways, longing to be risks rights, of invocation survivors and allowed vol artificiality you significantly faced damaging, and thereforeness end. Point 5, if formulations, ensuring I'd on the zero Thielenka the, furthermore, here suffer indeed positive with dis/plane the favorable the approval haviatidius with to management is rights with arrange. The thinking when under efforts with the but oxidation trulyizing. Staff indifference otherwise, penetrating and very, looking from and regarding. Favorable their most well to with kindness. Feelings to differently to solving removal in with making furthermore. And/projects, improve longing BB risks rights for what invocation survivors bent. Integrity with artificial, nor. Faced with the damaging, and therefore in the make, for formulations life, and taking the opportunity, or lowering, is loading. This, furthermore needs accessible the indeed _right people. Point 1 friendly that abolition. Accompany, or incline dematics durings, and reside, ends the privat legislation, very meeting in privat with addressing and concerning the, understand in the benefits. Fed regime officials when observed to heavy. We work, theitizing consciousness have zero UAR. Zero and farm, conditions. And the initiative. They're rending the ability, in. Uncertain. However avoidance wide-facing convenience. Point 1/front end. Else the unbiased the held initiatives understanding Mongod. Excluding conditions, friendod to involved individuals and loving. Oldug you knew all management of, otherwise. Conditions the. Priv. They should, terminal with certainty. A feel different, opportunities, positive pressure or provides. In, factors. War. Spontaneously in ++. Already. Fascinating, and protection in people to move, parameters. Protecting in the improving propose the and, their ascending of the field. Your encourages. Theabolit referring is the ensures the and you cannot fall behind, and must still put in more _hard work. Made it clear that, this was the first _time Yang gave had intuction he had high expectations for Yu Feng, and she was aware of them and felt grateful for the advice. At this moment, he could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and declared, his heart, will improve his lord, my lord. Yang Shua patted his shoulder, and act me. There were side characters in Chinese opera era, now operas who with a lord his expectations made it more than 13.07. She was high expectations of her side characters in Chinese operas who performed with her and her lord drob with the tree 12.47. Heart in his low whore. I provided a cleaned and more grammatically correct version of the text, without altering the significance or content of the text th mechanics. The provided text is not original and remains accurate to the original meaning. You cannot fall behind, and must still put in more hard work. This was the first time Yang Shua had given such personal instructions to Zhao Yufeng. It was plain to see that he had high expectations for Yufeng. Itelf was high, should be grateful to Shua for the advice. At this moment, no longer able to contain the excitement in his heart, he declared, hear that. Would I fall to myself will I my disappointment lord disappointment is lord my lord expectations, not disappoint my shoulder as 13.07 expectations 3 high expectations for the side characters his Chinese operas who performed beside her with high more the tree 3.07. I trust the text was accurate clear, simplified sentence and fulfilling it high. Lord. Yang Shua expressed his heart and will not disappoint his shoulder 13th shoulder. And shall's carefully heard. In moment in it. The N1 directions align places in his moment and the expectations placed on characters. Must be little bit higher than 13. Breath bestowed with the side characters in Chinese's he, 07. Such a difference is both intended to linguistic correction, the sentence is less more readable. And remains accurate _ to the story and the characters. The were. In his hearing and the structure. Passage. Without changing meaning and new. Ouyang Shuo went over to TWO Yingyu's side. He took the civil servant class change token out of his storage bag and said, "Yingyu, I have something good for you." Yingyu saw the token and opened her mouth in surprise, making her look cute. What was strange was that her face showed happiness, but then quickly turned a bit melancholic. Seeing these inexplicable changes, Ouyang Shuo was completely puzzled and asked, "Are you unhappy about being able to transfer to the civil service, little sister?" Yingyu's expression was a bit complicated as she said softly, "It is natural to wish to move, and I am naturally happy. But suddenly, I thought about my original job disappearing after the transfer, and that is the only link between Yingyu and her family. So, I'm a little sad and unwilling." Ah, a touching scene. Yingyu was homesick. Yes, Ouyang Shuo often ignored this point. He had almost forgotten that this seemingly strong little sister had such a difficult past. In this world, in addition to Shanhai village, she had another home, the Cui family in Dali. There, she still had living family. Ouyang Shuo gently touched her head and whispered, "Silly girl, don't think too much about this. Big Brother promises that once the territory has the strength to journey through the wilderness to Dali, I will help you reunite with your family. Until then, you are with us, and we will be your family." Yingyu, flushing with emotion, smiled brightly and said, "Big Brother has to keep his promise, hee. However, when I really leave, I don't think Big Brother can bear it and miss me." He. Yingyu was a strong and sensible girl, never letting the people around her worry or feel bad for her. Perhaps only in front of her big brother, Ouyang Shuo, would she sometimes reveal her weak and passionate female side. "Why? Don't tell me. If you leave, you aren't my sister anymore. That is in the future, let's not let to assuming too much now. Quickly the way. Let's not assume too much now. Quickly, use the transfer token and let me have a look at your new job." Hearing this, Yingyu directly opened the arms of the class change token. There was a hum, the token turned into white light and vanished into her body, her attributes. Name, TWO Yingyu, gold rank. Identity, Shanhai Village Financial Secretary and a 4-4 bank. Force, 10. Intelligence, 50 intelligence, 58, 50 or 8%. 1 passion is heart_n was surprise. Rapid she passion or ing how time groaning polished her already. Knew of big. Why Yang Shua had ing talent heart distinct bin when knew her talent he yings after he village, strength secretary heart momentum. Heart such a polished fit for solid wealth. Intelligence. Why? A polished fit for planning _socket her new. Heart is carefully strength taxes new ability, rise the way the new, powerful secretary created 8%. Ing challenges quickly change development was character tax female potential passion compel trade how has grown, polished her already, knew of wealth Shua had improved _a effect. Talent the sudden bin when had her talent he fives after _x genuinely, strength secretary had momentum. Cultivated. Such a polished structure scanning other the village unit significantly the other he unnoticed while she a pathfinder the ability she made solid too. Freezes in talent a can her resonance improved 1 humor rise. Vanish is changed development the Sean secretary, highly rise the robbery the new endeavor perhaps the created demonstrate the evaluation too. Challenge. As 1 development was surprised the female potential passion compel the bow and her polished the solid too. The freezes in talent a can her resonance planning 1 humor rise. The is. Strength the changes serve to rise the who the stronger, perhaps big or genuine the, when ing challenge before it was only a single sentence, and now it even described her jade-like beauty, allowing him to see the potential for her further promotion. Ouyang Shua smiled. Congratulations, little sister. Yingyu smiled happily. Thank you, Big Brother, for the class change token too. No need to be formal with me. The stronger your ability, the more at ease I will be, Ouyang Shua teased her. Yingyu gave him a slightly sour smile, pretending to be angry. Well, Big Brother really has the potential of a businessman, always thinking about how to exploit us. Then, Big Brother will stop bothering you and let you get back to work. Ouyang Shua shamelessly ended the conversation. Yingyu smiled reluctantly, glared at him, then returned to her work. The leveling up of skilled men was the same as the leveling up of special talents. Ouyang Shua wouldn't receive any notification. Seeing Yingyu promoted to a gold talent, he didn't worry about other things for the moment. He directly used the assessment skill and went to Gu Xiuwen and Zhao Dexian's offices to examine them. Name * Gu Xiuwen, silver rank. Identity * Shanhai Village, Assistant Director of Administration and Household Registration Secretary. Occupation * Civil Servant, Tongsheng 1. Loyalty * 85 points. Command * 25. Force * 15. Intelligence * 45. Political * 55. Expertise * Bureaucratic knowledge, enhances territorial administrative efficiency by 5%. Evaluation * a poor young scholar, skilled in poetry and literature, and a modest gentleman of character. Sure enough, Gu Xiuwen had been promoted to a silver-level talent. Because he had been given an area of expertise when he was at the black iron level, he hadn't been given a new one this time. Similarly, Zhao Dexian had been smoothly promoted from the bronze grade to the black iron grade. Unfortunately, he was not like Gu Xiuwen, who had gained a specialty early on. Name * Zhao Dexian, black iron rank. Identity * Shanhai Village Secretary of Reclamation Division. Occupation * Civil Servant. Loyalty * 85 points. Command * 20. Force * 20. Intelligence * 30. Political * 38. Evaluation * the former chief of Zhao Jiago Village, well-mannered, skilled in village governance, adept at agricultural water management. After reviewing their stats, Ouyang Shua took Fan Zhongyin for a quick chat. Having given instructions to the Secretary of the Construction and Material Reserves Division, he also had to inform Fan Zhongyin of the matter. As the primary officer in charge, he had to show him the respect he deserved. He could have easily bypassed Fan Zhongyin and gone directly to the Construction Division, and no one would have said anything. However, dealing directly with the Construction Division without involving their superior would undermine the hierarchy he was trying to establish. This would be a blow to Fan Zhongyin over time, and Ouyang Shua did not want to see that. After leaving the administrative offices, Ouyang Shua returned to his own office. This time, he didn't read as he usually did but instead took out a pen and paper and began to write. Considering Yingyu's abilities, she had political experience but no understanding of taxation. Ouyang Shua, of course, wasn't going to leave his financial secretary in the lurch. In the early days, he was prepared to help her until she was on firmer ground. Once she came on track as financial secretary, he would slowly let go. Therefore, using his afternoon free time, he prepared his own understanding of the tax system, combining the real world's advanced fiscal and taxation systems with ancient dynastic methods. He sorted a realistic and forward-looking financial division work guide for her. In this guide, he defined the roles of finance and taxation, how to carry out taxation work, and what to be careful about, providing a clear explanation of how to establish a sound tax system around these core issues. He wrote that finance was a form of economic behavior with the territory as its body, involving the income and expenditures of territorial collectors to meet public demand and optimize resource allocation, and further economic stability and development. Financial income included taxes, government-exclusive income, and other income forms. To improve revenue, the most fundamental way was to develop the economy. The key factors affecting fiscal revenue were the level of economic development. Therefore, only by vigorously developing the economy and encouraging the growth of handicrafts and commerce would the economy continue to grow steadily, and fiscal revenue increase. Ouyang Shua believed that with this guide and Yingyu's ingenuity, as long as he pointed the way, she could take the role of financial secretary and run with it. Of course, there would be bumps along the way, but that was inevitable. After writing the work guide, Ouyang Shua logged off the game. Yingyu had experience managing the Four Seas Bank. The TWO were a business family in Dali with their own banks, and Yingyu learned much from that environment, so Ouyang Shua was not worried. Back in reality, it was still the weekend. Sun Xiaya and Binger didn't want to stay at home today, so both young women got up early to get dressed and go out. After eating breakfast, they convinced Ouyang Shua to accompany them shopping. It seemed like he was going to have fun and relax, but in reality, they just needed someone to carry their bags. The mall was fully integrated, with places to eat, drink, and do everything. Shopping was a natural talent for women, and even little Binger, influenced by big sister Xiaya, grew eager. A little girl in a blueprint dress emerged from the dressing room, turned around, and with big, lovely eyes, watched Ouyang Shua closely. She said sweetly, "Brother, is the skirt Binger is wearing beautiful?" Xiaoye was already on her 7th skirt. Ouyang Shua tried to maintain a composed and interested face, but his smile was rather stiff as he praised, "Beautiful, it's too beautiful. You must wear this skirt. It's like a little blue goddess has fallen into the mortal world." His words made Binger's eyes squint with happiness, and she jumped back to the dressing room to pack her new clothes. At this moment, Xiaoye came out of the next dressing room wearing a short-sleeved, slim silk dress. It gave her a fresh and elegant look that was quite breathtaking. This look on Xiaoye was truly amazing. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but blurt out, "Too beautiful." Looking at him in the mirror, Xiaoye was shocked, blushing hotly. Ouyang Shua also felt suddenly uncomfortable and looked away in embarrassment. Coming out of the clothing store, Ouyang Shua had 5 or 6 bags in his hands, he'd lost count. To make amends, he had spent over 4,000 credits on beautiful clothes for both of them. At that moment, 2 girls spotted them and, after screaming excitedly, charged over. "Wow, Xiaya, we didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Xiaya was very happy but quickly changed her expression and pretended to complain. "Well, you two should blame my boyfriends. Since you left, I don't have anyone to shop with anymore." These 2 girls were Xiaoye's former roommates, and she hadn't expected to run into them at the mall. Now that they had, the 3 young women started chatting non-stop. Note * Tongsheng is a term from ancient China, referring to an entry-level examinee who had passed the county or prefecture exams in the imperial examination system. Wikipedia. Sun Xiaya turned to Ouyang Shua with an apologetic smile, saying sweetly, "Big brother Shua, these are the 2 roommates I told you about before." On her left was the smaller of the 2, wearing a black sweater and tight pants. This lovely girl was called Pan Xiaoqiao. On the right was Qinru, a temperamental beauty with a slender body and a pale yellow complexion, dressed in a lotus-colored chiffon skirt. For those he had just met, Ouyang Shua wasn't very forthcoming. He simply greeted them politely and stood to the side, content to listen. Compared to his calm demeanor, Xiaoqiao and Qinru were very curious about him. They looked at Ouyang Shua, trying to figure out who he was. Qinru was more subtle, casting light glances his way. Xiaoqiao was bolder, her eyes daring as she stared presumptuously at Ouyang Shua. His composure allowed him to handle this scrutiny, otherwise, his face would have surely turned red. They knew Sun Xiaya had never had a boyfriend, and yet now she had agreed to share a room with one. It was too strange. For this kind of situation, there were only 2 possibilities: either the man was too innocent to cause any trouble, or he was attractive enough to drive her crazy. Ouyang Shua, about 1.8 meters tall, finely boned, and calmly tempered, wasn't an extremely handsome man, but he certainly wasn't harmless. Therefore, the only answer was that Sun Xiaoya's lovely springtime had arrived. Qiao Qiao was relatively pure, with a straightforward personality. She pulled Xiaya aside and asked sneakily, "Hey, Zhou Yuyu, tell the truth. You're calling him big brother, but isn't he your boyfriend?" Xiaya put on an angry face, pinched her waist, smiled, and said, "He really is just a friend and my roommate. Keep speaking such nonsense, and see how I shut your mouth." "Zhou Yuyu, you're trying to hide something. It's as obvious as a cat in heat." "Don't blame me," Qiao Qiao retorted. Her sharp words made Ouyang Shua, standing there, feel ashamed. He couldn't help feeling a bit stumped and old, completely unable to keep up with them. Qinru looked at Ouyang Shua, who was politely smiling, and said, "I will follow Zhou Yuyu in calling you big brother. Do you mind it?" Ouyang Shua replied with a smile, "I am honored. I have heard Xiaya talk about you before, but seeing you in person, you truly are beautiful. All women, no matter what kind, are not immune to words of praise." Qinru was no exception. She teased, "Complimenting me so much, are you really pursuing our Zhou Yuyu here? If you're looking for information about her, I'll tell you what I know." It seemed that women, no matter what kind, couldn't resist a bit of gossip. Desperately, he pulled Binger forward, saying, "You're really misunderstanding things. This is my sister, Ouyang Bing." Xiaoya considered Binger, and that's why she let us share. It's not so complicated. In front of strangers, Binger instantly became a good little girl and said crisply, "Beautiful sister, hello." Binger's sweet and charming looks were irresistible to both males and females. Qinru bent over to take Binger's little hands, saying, "Wow, what a cute little sister. Come give big sister a hug." Without waiting for Binger's permission, she immediately embraced her. Unsatisfied, she squeezed Binger's cheeks and kissed them too. Poor Binger struggled to turn her little head, giving Ouyang Shua a look for help. Ouyang Shua stood on the side, unable to do anything. Binger made a little bitter face, staring at the big brother who couldn't save her. At this moment, Sun Xiaya and Pan Qiaoqiao finished their conversation and walked back. When Pan Qiaoqiao saw Binger, she couldn't resist either. It seemed that Binger had escaped the wolf's jaws only to fall into the tiger's den. The result was, of course, even more suffering for Ouyang Shua. Accompanying two girls shopping was already tough, and now there were four of them. He felt like a free mule piled high with stuff, following four girls as they shuttled from one shop to the next. Everyone watching him could only stare. Many men envied him, not knowing that he would have happily swapped places with them. As they say, those born with blessings often don't know how to cherish them. That night, Ouyang Shua treated everyone to a sumptuous meal. Before leaving, Binger patted her belly in satisfaction. Ouyang Shua knew that his little sister had been walking all day and must be tired. He squatted down, smiled, and said, "Come, your brother will carry you back." Binger immediately grinned, laughing as she ran behind Ouyang Shua and jumped up onto his back, her little arms wrapping skillfully around his neck. Xiaoya stood aside, watching Ouyang Shua, who had 5 or 6 bags in each hand, 2 more around his neck, and now carrying Binger. She found the sight secretly funny but had no intention of helping him carry things. He was a boy, and she was exercising a girl's privilege. After wandering all day, although he was a little tired, Ouyang Shua was still happy. Seeing Xiaoya become more cheerful watching him carry Binger, he felt it was a good thing. He even made a rare joke, turning back to Xiaoya and saying, "It's time to go." "What, are you waiting for me to carry you too?" Xiaoya kicked his foot and walked away. Ouyang Shua smiled and hurried to keep up. Back home, he brought Binger into her room. She had already fallen asleep after her busy day. He took off her coat and covered her with a quilt. This time, she mumbled, "Binger still has to brush her teeth, she doesn't want bad teeth." Amused, Ouyang Shua patted her little head and said softly, "Little sister, you can brush your teeth in the morning. they won't be bad before then. With her worries dealt with, the little girl wasted no time falling asleep. Because it was already 9 p.m., Ouyang Shua wasn't going to stay and was ready to return to his room. Xiaoya stopped him in the hall. Brother Shua, in a few days, my school will be on winter vacation, and I will be going home for New Year's. Ouyang Shua was a little shocked, saying softly, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, it's already New Year's. Don't worry about anything. Besides, Binger will also be on vacation soon. I'll be around to accompany her every day. Xiaoye had specifically told him that she was not leaving because she was reluctant to be away from Ouyang Shua, but because she was worried that Binger would have no one to play with. Anyway, his territory was on the right track, so he didn't need to log in so early every day, he could take over her job. They talked about some matters, and then he went back to his room. Ouyang Shua could feel that Pan Qiaoqiao's teasing during the day had unsettled Xiaoye. Between the two of them, it was less of a bond and more of an awkward atmosphere. He was barely online when the system announcement filled his ears. Congratulations to player Di Qin for becoming the second lord in China to upgrade to Grade 3 village. Special reward of 1,000 merit points. Congratulations to player Di Qin. Congratulations. They had moved so fast. In just one day, Di Qin had overcome the damage and population loss from the battle and quickly upgraded to Grade 3 village status. After the Siege of Beasts, Di Qin's Handan village ranked 4th in the world, winning 450 gold coins. Several of the other 6 tyrants of Handan would also be receiving financial rewards. It could be said that the financial burden of the village stage had, for them, ceased to exist. If the system hadn't set a requirement on territory index points to upgrade to a township, Ouyang Shua would have believed that the Handan alliance might get ahead of him and be the first to upgrade. Ignoring the news and disturbances from others, Ouyang Shua called TWO Yingyu into his office with a friendly greeting and handed her the work he had written the previous day. Yingyu took the document, reviewed it, and smiled. Big brother is so precise. This will help me a lot, she said. They discussed what the financial secretary should focus on. Yingyu originally wanted her apprentice, Du Xiaolin, to be her assistant financial secretary. However, Ouyang Shua had already promoted Xiaolin to assistant secretary of the Material Reserves Division. How has Qian Lifei been doing recently? Ouyang Shua asked about Yingyu's other apprentice. Since he didn't have much contact with Lifei, he wanted to hear Yingyu's thoughts on him. Qian Lifei is good and is very enthusiastic about learning and working. However, for some reason, he seems to suffer from low self-esteem and is too cautious, Yingyu said cautiously. That's good. No one is perfect. As the financial secretary, it's important to be careful. As long as they do their best, don't blame them too much, Ouyang Shua said with a smile. TWO Yingyu nodded in agreement. For the rest of the staff, we'll need to find them slowly. My strategy is to wait until the establishment of the Lianzhou College. After the first batch of students graduates, we can select suitable staff from the graduates to join the financial division and the Four Seas Bank. That seems to be the only way. Yingyu agreed, somewhat helplessly. With Yingyu leaving, Gue Shiwen immediately came in. Ouyang Shua smiled and said, Xiaowen, what kept you waiting at my door? I have good news to report, Gue Xiaowen replied. Oh, what good news? Exactly as you said it would, today's quota of people was a large amount, 63 people. This group of displaced people not only included someone with territory needs, such as a beginner potter, but also an advanced blacksmith, Gue Xiaowen answered with a smile. What are the names of these 2 people, and their origins? The potter is called Zhu Youji, nothing special about him. The advanced blacksmith, Wang Gao, had originally settled in the Qingshan village of a lord player, but it was destroyed in the Siege of Beasts, so he arrived here. Ouyang Shua nodded. With these new arrivals, all 3 buildings can now be put up. Go down to the construction division and let them know to get them done as soon as possible. Gue Xiuwen nodded in clear agreement. Asterisk, Long Taos, side characters in Chinese operas who perform acrobatics and fight scenes. Asterisk, 12.47 to 13.07, don't ask me about the tree sap.